computer is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Number 2, my name is Victor Cax. Join me here in
it's a brand new track, and we have a bumper grid of cars coming through, so can't wait.
or for you. I know. Months actually.
To start a brand new season of Endurance Edition, and we're on the way. There's the green flag. It looks as though it's a clean start for the front of the grid. Oh no! Yeah, just as I was saying, it's a clean start. A couple of drivers have gone off further behind.
jostling for positions. Certainly very tense start. More drivers going off into the gravel there. I think the Salvi Ratnyake or CMMC Team Red now recovering back on track. You also got a Mustang from SSR also caught out in this. And unfortunately, has to wait a little bit. Another car ending up into the barriers on the side there, getting caught out in the back. Onto Anwar Shazli, hoping he'll make another mistake here as we enter the final sector into the chicanes. Oh, and a bit of a touch in the back there. That's a Bentley.
Blacklight now, yep. Blacklight just dived in. And he spun himself too, but he managed to recover first and just get it going. So the Ebenezer is coming on the inside. Looks as though Azim cannot defend anymore on this. He just has to relinquish it. And does so, does he? No, they're going side by side, door to door. Somehow they managed to keep it together here, but oh no!
Oh, touch in the back there. The Audi sends it straight into the barriers. Rissafani continues to go on and is trying to keep the BMWs behind. I mean, unfortunately for Chong Kai Chang, took him quite a while to find a gap there in order to recover, but unfortunately spins on the grass. A really wide boy, you know, in real life is even wider right now with Ethan Lau being behind the wheel, just not letting Sonicus any way through. Sonicus does have a peek on the inside though, couldn't quite find his position on the braking, but still snatches the apex anyway, getting into a bit of a side-by-side situation there with the GTR, but the GTR still managed to find a good exit there and stays ahead of that McLaren. And that, focusing on that, he had already got past Ardian Shah to move up into lanes and clatters into the back of a Porsche.
But it beats. What the heck? Go to hands and feet, but Alvin Chai, oh no, he's caused more than that. There goes one of these Racing Lanka cars into the barriers. Oh no!
That looked like, I thought he was giving the space there, but it seemed like he didn't notice the Ardian Shah just having caught up alongside him under braking.
This, as you can see, Arman again! It's Arman again who's actually knocked out a driver into turn number 1. So, no repercussion. This is not the same case, however. This is one position, by the way.
Oh,
oh no.
A little bit too eager to try to make the pass, but Alvin Chai was just not having it.
And oh no, the rejoin!
The bad rejoin there for Zepien. Already seeing a peak coming out from that BMW. A bit of a too-wide situation. Unfolding behind the BMW. Almost clattering into the back of the GTR. The Ferrari is going to try to fight back around the outside of turn 2, and it will regain a position coming out turn 3.
You can see Keys jumping on the inside. And oh no! Hasnam actually lost it! Ali guys. He runs around the outside.
Trying to go around outside. Actually gained a lot of speed. Found himself out of step there with Ramadan's line. Slips onto the inside. That's Ramadan losing a little bit of grip, being out of the prime position on the racetrack. That allows.
But either way, probably is. Oh no! That was not sub-contact. That was a full-on contact. Wait. Wanted to come back. Oh no, look at that! That BMW, is that Chushin? Is this? Yeah. He's actually lost it. Just look at that. Now Bill catches him. He goes through and takes the overall position. Might allow Sonicus to come by here. Around the outside, sweep through. The Ferrari in the way. Now let's see what happened here.
Yeah, it's 3 wide going into braking, and Ethan was just completely sandwiched between the two cars, almost causing the two of them to clatter each other. But
guys further up the field, he is. Oh no!
Oh, crash! Between 3 cars right now.
Look at that. The GTR is still under pressure and an onslaught between the Aston Martin and the McLaren. Aston Martin goes on the inside. Perlapi Papong comes through. Gavin Chia just about gets it through as well. And the biggest loser of the lot in that one was Malik. And this is exactly what Toffee's doing right now. He's trying to just play around with the psyche of Iman here while he's dealing with traffic. And this might be the perfect time to do so, Vic.
Oh boy, yes, he's so close right now. He will definitely be getting the slipstream this time around. What will Iman Ryan do? He's got a car around the outside, but the Toffee Boy has plenty of space to try to slip in here. He's going to try for a move around the outside of turn number 1, but it's turn number 2 that Iman Ryan really needs to focus on here. But Taufik might just beat him to the punch, though. Already cuts him going into turn number 2, but can he hold on, though? Iman Ryan still alongside him going to turn number 3. This time it's Iman around the outside, but no dice. Taufik Moyen moves up into 4th place. Nabil Aslan now all smiles as he comes across the line to take victory overall and also for the pro class.
Iman Ryan still at the back of Taufik. One last chance. Can he make it? No. Taufik holds firm and he hangs on to the podium. That will be a well-deserved one for the PJ Tour Racing team, guys.
as the championship winners for the past editions of our Endurance Edition since 2020, starting with Stratos Motorsport in 2020, Laundry House Racing in 2021, JMX Phantom back in 2022, Amigos Racing Team took it in 2023, and the Legion of Racers took the most recent edition here, well, rather last season in 2024.
Yep, it's 5 different teams in the last 5 years in the pro category. And here are the guys leading the way right now. You can see there, the very first winners back in 2020 are back at it again in pro after winning in round number 1. Silver is led by Apex Racing Brunei Silver, but it might have a change of personnel in that particular car. And in the AM category, eMotorsports Academy A, who were phenomenally fast, they made it a 1-2 with its sister car, number 999, in second place. So there are the guys that they had to catch. The gauntlet's been thrown already.
Yeah, so let's see who's going to be able to take it now in 2025. Here are the front runners here after our first round. Stratos Motorsport already taking a 3-point lead ahead of Singapore's Amigos Racing. PG Tow Racing takes only 16 points in the last round here, so push them pretty competitive right now with Apex Racing Brunei, who is only conversely about 2 points ahead of MPRGP. As we have a look at the Silver Championship here, is Apex Racing Brunei Silver, who is still in the lead here by 5 whole points. That puts them very far ahead of Indonesia's Biko XY Lab in second place. Red Pack Asia Racing Team from Malaysia takes up the third spot there, with Subsector MPRGP and LOR Ascent both being tied right now in points, but Subsector, the Indonesian team, is the one currently sitting in that fourth spot.
And what's important to know right now is that the teams, where they finish that first round, sometimes applies to why their points are like this. So case in point here, Apex Racing Brunei Academy number 393 finished in 6th, but because WT Motorsport had the fastest lap, they jumped up to 6th. But apart from that, every other positions is where they stayed in. As you can see there, as I mentioned earlier, eMotorsports Academy had both of their cars first and second, but then publicly they announced that they probably would not be competing for the rest of the season, unfortunately. So it's an open season in the GT3 AM category, but how we would love to have seen the Thai team return for that one, because they were definitely a very promising outfit that came out of the land of the king. I don't know how to describe it on Thailand, but yes, they really love their royalty over there.
Oh, yeah, indeed they do. But unfortunately, the Thai royalty in our AM Championship is not going to be joining us here, which does leave the championship very wide open. That's certainly evident here. As we can see here, these are the pre-qualifying results we had to do for the AM class here. Pretty good times all around. Very, very close indeed. But of course, this is the beauty of sim racing, isn't it? Where margins can be separated by literal milliseconds, given how consistent our pro drivers tend to be up here in this platform.
Indeed, and to put it things into perspective, first all the way to 30th was only separated by just about 1.5 seconds. So that's how close it is to actually making it into the to just qualify for the race. It's right here, and you can see 32nd, 33rd, the Pepega Hubba Bubba car and the Balapan Random Motorsports number 420, separated by just 2,000ths of a second. 2,000ths was the differentiator between you making it for the race and being knocked out and you be sent home early.
Crazy. I mean, it's like margins even slimmer that you normally see in Formula 1. I mean, in real life, it's no way you're going to be having like milliseconds really determine between whether you're going to take the win or not. Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're only joining in the final 3 minutes of qualifying. It's been running for the better part of half an hour as we are running through our graphics here today. Andika Maulana currently is sitting in the provisional pole position with a time of 129.747. That puts him almost 3/10 ahead of Mohamed Hasbi at the moment, even though they're running the same car.
Yeah, it seems as though Ferraris are still the order of the day here, because you can see in that top 10 alone, there's 6 Ferraris compromising 3 classes in fact, with the number 23 of Team Uncle Evo surprisingly up there with Aiden Tan in 4th place. Amir Naim is the only one who's not a Ferrari in that top 5 in the McLaren, but apart from that, it's a bit spaced out than we would normally have seen in a class that's known to be quite balanced. But Anika shows that, okay, LOR has got a bit between their teeth here, as Tasbe now is trying to really claw any sort of performance he could get to get as close as possible to the early leaders in qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're talking about 48 drivers now that are
joined into our server that's set up here. And although there's still quite a number of them still holding inside the pits, but outside, I mean, you could already see Andika Malana having to navigate through some traffic. Mohamed Hasbi has got a couple of cars in front of him as well. That's certainly going to affect his qualifying here as one of the cars dives out of the way, but the other still remains up ahead here as Hasbi is closing in on them and unfortunately cooks it a little bit on that corner.
Yep, we are looking at our timing screens. That lap will now be valid, and behind him, to get even more psychological blows to him, Andika Maulana just comes by and overtakes him on the track here to start one more qualifying run. But unfortunately for him as well, he's got a back marker right in front, and that would have spoiled any sort of chance for him to improve his lap. Though 129.7, just about 8/10 of a second faster than the fastest time we saw in pre-qualifying for the AM class. He will be really chuffed with that one, though he's gonna have to get.
Whoa, my goodness, radically doing an overtaking move there on a flying lap. I mean, granted, it's only 30 seconds left, so this is pretty much his last shot to defend his provisional pole position. You can see him on your screens right now, full of focus here as he navigates his way through the sector.
Yeah, he was trying to get by one of the JPRT cars. He smiled a bit because he knows that he's his fellow Indonesian, so they know full well that it's like Ayrton Senna, isn't it? You wouldn't want to balk the guy that people come to see, especially when he's a qualifying specialist, and Rama is certainly one of those guys can do the business as he comes around here to the end of Sector 2, and it looks as though he is improving by a bit, but just by about hundredths of a second, I would say.
Again, those hundreds of seconds can be so crucial in a game like this where, you know, with the balance of power being applied, with everyone having equal conditions to contend with, and on top of that, this being an e-racing game, this is where the margins are really important. Andika Maulana still going to be rolling on as a countdown timer reaches 0 as we finally see the final set of times that are going to be coming true here in Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Ricardo Tormo, sorry. As Andika now comes across the line, is he going to have an improvement on his time? We saw last round, it's 129.747, still remains. But 747.
Tasbi managed to just claw back a 10th, and he was within another 10th behind Rama, but it's not enough. He will line up second. Third place will be, surprisingly now, from Balapan Random Motorsports, Ahmad Jusmin crossing over to the Apex Racing Brunei car, the silver team in number 363. He'll be first among the the silver category. And then, surprise, surprise, Aiden Tan for Team Uncle Evo qualifies on pole for the AM category. So really, apart from just the usual suspects up in front in the pro and silver categories, there's a surprise turn up for the books in the AM category. Let's see what Team Uncle can do here in their snazzy Marlboro colored Ferrari.
Well, Team Uncle is going to show us that age probably is just another number, and their number is a lot higher than the rest of the grid at the moment here. Only 6/10 off of Andika Maulana's provisional pole time. This is an incredible qualifying session here for Team Uncle Evo, as we now are getting ready for our session to swap back in here for the actual race start.
Yep, indeed. And right then, there's a bit of a waiting time between qualifying and the start of the race. We might just be able to probably run through how the drivers and teams look like before we get into the action after this, as we prepared a slight spotters guide for the 83 entries that actually made it to this race. Yeah, 83 that signed up, but of course we can only allow 50 to qualify, so that's why we needed to do pre-qualifying. And you can see there a couple of interesting changes, this including LOR switching from Mercedes to becoming a Ferrari outfit for this year. So it reflects as well between their main LOR racing team and their Ascent team, which is basically their junior team.
Yeah, it's certainly weird to see like the silver being applied to the Ferraris here as opposed to the Mercedes, but then again, that's the colors of LOR, the silver and the purple here. Gonna be lots of liveries here to memorize, so unfortunately it's going to be quite the chaotic scene later on when we get to the start of the race actually happening here. But so far, I mean, I just love especially the throwback liveries here, especially on Team Uncle Evo there with the livery that evokes the look of the McLarens back in the 80s and 90s. We still have a lot of like returning competitors coming back in here. We got lots of new faces as well joining us, and we certainly appreciate the participation we've been getting so far in the eRacing GP in recent years. It's been really encouraging to see this level of growth right now in the Southeast Asian sim racing community.
Absolutely, and I think we can basically say now that we are a stopgap solution for what is the SRO esports events in Asia, because they don't do endurance for Asia, they only do it for Europe. So we kind of fill in that particular niche, and it shows why we have 83 cars signing up for this. So the level of participation is quite high, and you can see there car number 81. Well, that's quite a funny way to say that the livery guy was busy, so he forgot about the livery. Still a standout color nonetheless.
I love it. I mean, I love these kind of like silly little things here. I mean, that's just the beauty of like life in a virtual world, as it were. You know, all these kind of in jokes and stuff, just being able to bubble up into the forefront here. So still a lot more like beautiful liveries to behold here. I mean, Stratos Motorsport still looks very iconic in their black and lime green livery here, and we still have Wheels on the Bus Racing, the Busacola like livery there. School bus, yep. Pepega bringing their Maggie Milo into the mix there. I wonder if that's just a regular Milo or a Milo cow that's putting up there.
I mean, Milo is literally Milo Maggie. So anybody who knows where Milo is, it's a chocolate malt drink that you can just brew up. And some of them will also go for actual sponsorship liveries, like for example number 404's What WT Motorsport. Last year they were Food Panda, this year they became Mr. DIY, and the sponsor guys are watching, so hopefully you're happy to get a bit of airtime. And beside that, you can see some Itachi liveries like a Hatsune Miku. So with the Hatsune Miku movie coming out, hopefully people haven't spoiled hopefully people have not spoiled it. It's under Project Sekai.
Yeah, I mean, lots and lots of Itachi liveries, and again, I love the individuality that each and every one of these teams are bringing in, and the unique sort of personalities that line up our grid here. So, wow, I mean, again, I think still some of my favorites are literally the meme liveries that we have seen throughout like eRacing GP series, both in global as well as in endurance. So these are the final 3 cars here, and our spotters guide. The drivers are now getting themselves lined up. We're going to be headed towards formation in just a few moments.
Indeed. As you can see there, some of the dots beside the drivers' names there actually denotes their classes. So you can see gold, silver, copper, and bronze all together. And because we have the all silver class, that means that if you have a complete lineup of silver drivers, you'll be joining in the intermediate category, which has been quite balanced, I would say. So it's really nice to see that there's some parity involved in some of the classes, as opposed to we can have some lopsided results.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're seeing even from the qualifying, from the onset here, that, you know, this not quite big, the gap, I would say, between like the pro to the silver and to the AM classes that we have here. I mean, each of them, I think, are perfectly capable of even trying to vie for that overall result here, although they'll still have to go through some absolute titans in our lineup here, like Andika Maulana for one, Mama Tasbih for another. Well, I mean, one driver seems to be inside the pits at the moment, Handy Goandi from PAXGPRT.
Yeah.
I hope that's not a serious issue that they're dealing with right now, but as it stands, they're probably going to be missing out on this formation and probably the actual race start here.
Yeah,
we'll have to start from the pit lane.
Yeah, and the other team that we are surprised to see right at the back is the sister team to the LOR Racing team. It's LOR Ascent. So Darwin Chia is driving for this car, but he's right behind the entire field. So probably something happened in qualifying that he had to forego to the point he has started back. So he and Handy Guendi, along with their co-drivers, have a lot of work to do here to get up to the front. As we're just highlighting most of the cars because we haven't gotten around to the rest of the way yet. Here's the other car that we were talking about earlier, the 404 Mr. DIY car. And they wanted some shots of this car because of the fact that their sponsors are watching. So hopefully you like that particular one. And another car that we're going to give some love to because they have voiced out some displeasure of not being on camera all the time. As the Overme Esports number 511 car. So here it is on screen. It's not Sukampinho or KP Seong driving this particular unit. It's Oscar Motian Vicenchai who's actually driving with the number 511 Overme Esports Porsche in that one. So quite a long name, but hopefully we got that right on screen here the first time.
I do love the asymmetric livery here. Just evoking memories of like the early 2000s Hondas, as you remember. Although I think that was kind of like
1999 BAR.
1999 BAR, yeah. So, but if I recall correctly, though, that was not a livery that was particularly allowed by the FIA back then.
Yes,
So
it was a
that's
rubbish.
kind of-
It was a rubbish car. So we'll get back to that point right now as we're going to get the race underway here on the start-finish straight, the longest straight on the entire circuit, and they have lined up in rows of 2 of about 24 rows that we get here today. Checker flag will not be waved because it will be the green flag that's going to fly here for the start of the race as we're going to get underway very soon. There it is. There's the green flag. We're off here for round number 2 of Endurance Edition 2025. 47 cars on the grid here coming through up to turn number 1. Who's going to get a whole shot? It is going to be Rama, who has a good start, but Tusby hangs on to second place behind him. And Juiceman in third. We have yellow flags flying already. Further behind, there's some contact. But apart from that, everybody's away safely here, Vic.
Yeah, I don't think I see anyone crashed out. We do see some cars now pulling it out of the pits and rejoin the race here. Andika Malan, in the meantime, trying to get himself as far away as possible from Mohamed Tasbi, who is still trying to catch up to him, but a clear, nice gap there is being made here by Andika that's going to give him a lot of comfort in this first lap alone. Shakur is, Jusmin is still sitting in that third spot right now with Chakraborty trying to chase in behind. We saw a little bit of a two-wide situation between the two of them coming out of turn 2, but seems to have settled down, and Jusmin is leading ahead.
You can see there the whole gaggle of cars in between, and there's an armada of Filipino cars from the Swift Sim Racing team behind this. As you can see, it gets very interesting when a lot of drivers are trying to jostle for position early doors. A bit of contact put behind there from Ethan Rubio with one of the I-10 Thailand cars, and that is Sabin Prapachop, who is actually coming and chopping his way through the field to get by. But apart from that, amazingly clean start, and that is the virtue of racing at a track that has a lot of runoff at Valencia, especially turn number 1. You have plenty of places to go if you actually go off.
Yeah, and I think they certainly learned a lot since round number 1 here. A far less chaotic start compared to what we saw last month around. Andika Malana still remains in the lead here, only holding 0.4 of a second ahead of Muhammad Tasbi. So he's doing pretty well, but Tasbi is still within touching distance here. He can keep this battle going here in the first part. Ashman 11 from Bigo Racing Division. Was this a car that I saw early on trying to make a pass?
Yeah.
It seems like the poor car has just been nudged on the back that forced him into the tire barrier, although he was able to thankfully stop the car in time, so hopefully avoided much of that damage here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, fortunately, he's going to be in the back of the grid for now.
And on top of that, he has a drive-through for jumping in the start. So I say Malahevin for Bigo, not the best way to actually make his debut in today, but probably it's just a way for him to learn with the competition that he's actually facing with. Again, he's an experienced sim racer. I've seen his name pop up in some sim grid events, and he is also a modder, but unfortunately back to Zone 5 for Ase.
Yeah, so at the moment, Mohamed Tasbi is currently holding the fastest lap here, although Andika Mala technically has a faster time, but it's not a legal lap here. So Andika's really trying to push the limits here in order to stay ahead of Mohamed Tasbi. Both of them, in fact, are more than 1.5 seconds ahead of Ahmad Jusmin this last time around. So already shrunken down to 1.4 seconds here, but this goes to show how much Tasbi is pushing Andika Maulana here in this first stint. So this is some exciting stuff for the lead of the race.
We have some trouble further behind here. Can't pick it up right now because the cars are still jostling for position, but we have a problem for further behind as well. Number 101. Yeah, the times keep jumping around here. Can't even pick out who to drive it. It's Zikri. So Zikri was the one that was involved in an incident because we see yellow earlier. So here's what happened.
Oh, yeah, it's really trying to stay in that inside there. Got bumped out, and that actually put him really slow through the section here, causing a bit of a traffic jam behind, and had really nowhere to run. In fact, another crash actually happened just ahead, causing a whole concertina effect, and a lot of chaos being kicked off here. Wow, this is funny kind of stuff to see a couple of laps into the start here, but that's just chaotic indeed here, especially with this grid as stacked as we have here in the second round.
Yeah, indeed. And in fact, it was quite stacked in the first round as well with the amount of drivers wanting to qualify. We had to qualify everyone in the grid. As further behind as well, Fariz Ali Shadani, and it's a two JPRT cars together. So, and the fact that it's also a partnership with the Psychopath team, that's what PA stands for. Well, that was a bit of afters between Friendly Fire, but we'll have to look at what happened there because they were conjoined twins at one point.
Yeah, I wonder what exactly happened there. So it seems like a bit of a tree-wide situation. A couple of
Bit of a
cars already moved out of the way there, but here are the two cars, and there's a bit of a bump in the behind, and they just get collected by the same car that bumped it out. So they literally ran into each other here.
Friendly fire, and further behind as well, the 990 of eRacing team driven by Alvin Chai as well was knocked out. We'll look at a replay of what happened to him as well. But my God, what an absolute clustercluck of an accident.
Clustercluck is one way to put it for sure. But as it still stands here, I mean, things are certainly looking a lot more chaotic in the midfield as we have a look at another replay here. I think we only caught it towards the tail end, unfortunately, so we may not be able to see what exactly instigated this problem here with car number 990. So unfortunately, we'll have to just speculate really about what exactly happened to him and push Alvin Chai now all the way down to place number 43.
Apparently he was hit by Handy Gwendy, so that's what happened to him. We actually can see on our race control map, but the Alvin Chai eRacing team car will probably be not wanting to see that one again. It's a learning process for them because this season has been a bit of a change for those who are coming from the Gran Turismo side of things. They actually have jumped over to other sims because in Malaysia at least, in fact, another incident happened further behind, number 156. Going back to the whole point about Malaysia having a different competition for the Gran Turismo Asia Finals, we actually decided to do it on multiple platforms, so that's why he and his team are racing different ones. As you can see what happened to Anson Young, he probably was knocked out earlier and he was in that gaggle, very close to being hit by the Entropy car. Entropy car flashes, and for the mind, don't tell me it's the Pepega car. Oh my God. That will not be going well in the Malaysian grand scheme of things.
Well, this is like touring car at its finest here. I mean, all the cars are so close to each other that even one simple mistake can result in massive consequences here. And unfortunately, that has befallen car number 156 here, the Passacola, powered by a Ferrari, as it were. So, well, I mean, this is pretty much how life is like in the midfield here. In the meantime, in the front of the field here, Chakraborty essentially got them within half a second here. Ahmad Jusmin might be looking to try to defend this here. There's still quite a ways to go for his stint here, so he's pretty much going to have to pull off the work here.
Yep. And interesting case in point about what happened between the 990 and 121. What happened to Alvin Chai just now. That same Handy Goendi number 121 JPRT Psychopath car also was the one that was in that conjoined twin Mercedes movement. So two different incidents in one sector was definitely not the way to go. As we have problems further behind here for Mustafa Al Safar, the Iraqi driver who's actually based in Thailand, gets knocked out in turn number 1.
Yeah, I mean, running the sister car here in the form of the BMW. And let's see what exactly happened to him. It's coming on the main straight into the first turn. You can already see the car behind him, attempting to make a move. Ooh, really, really confident dive there. But unfortunately, he got himself caught out there as he didn't really expect him to be in that position there and didn't really leave much space. Unfortunately, clattering there as he unfortunately gets hit by an innocent bystander, as it were, with his car still stuck inside the track.
Yeah, I can't find which one was the car that hit. I think it was Javier Bagas. Yeah, the number 420 Balapan Motorsports guy. In fact, this car failed to qualify for the race, but somehow got dispensation because another team didn't make it into it, and that is the innocent bystander that you saw earlier. Unfortunately, terminal damage by the looks of it because the car's not even going straight. Yeah. And the driver is not feeling it right now. We can probably just jump into the car right now and see what's going on in there. Yep. No,
it's really, he's gone full lock, but the car is just not turning. I suspect massive suspension damage. Can really see the angle of the steering is just not right, so he's gonna have to nurse it all the way back to the pits and may be staying there for quite a long while here. So yeah. Not the greatest of starts here for the Balapan Random Motorsport team. Yes. But well, they're just gonna have to endure, I'm afraid.
Poor Miku.
Yeah.
He has to suffer that one. And this was the instigator of the whole thing, Aryadi Vishnu, with a dive bomb trying to get by Al Safar. But now he is under attack himself from Iga Yudhishthira in the number 89 Ferrari, which is supposed to have a Hatsune Miku livery as well, and I'm thinking, or Balapan livery, whatever it is. He is now going to have to deal with another car right behind him with some slight damage to that Mustang. Right. So that's some of the early problems out of the way. Whereas, where can we see the action on track? In fact, we can go back to that battle between Jusmin and Chakraborty. Jusmin, interestingly, was in that number 89 car at the start of the season, but because Apex Racing Brunei wanted a silver driver to join their ranks and they wanted someone to be fast enough to join and be competitive, well, he's jumped in here, and look at that. he actually is now right up the back. Well, he has someone at the back of him, which is Chakraborty, and Chakraborty also has been showing some good form here.
I mean, he's really pushing him hard here. I mean, he's already gotten that gap down another 1/10 of a second since the last we saw them, so he's already doing pretty good work here, keeping up with the McLaren. And Mans Jusmin is going to have his work cut over him because he's 4 seconds away from our two race competitors, race lead competitors, I should say, at the moment. So he's not really going to be getting any favors from them soon here in the form of a slipstream. Although I think for Chakraborty, that slipstream advantage is certainly going to be coming his way as soon as he gets into that main straight. So that's something that Ahmad Jusmin will have to watch out for coming into turn 1. So good push here from Chakraborty. He means trying to go for that podium overall here. He's still second at this point, still on the podium here for the silver class. And looking a little bit rough there is Ahmad Jusmin. That's already narrowed the gap down even more here.
Yeah, as we come up now to this tight hairpin. Oh, you can see he goes
there
up.
we go.
He goes wide, and that's Chakraborty's pressure has actually worked out. We were changing cameras trying to find a good angle, but that was actually the best one we can get because it shows how wide he went, and that was enough for Chakraborty to get by.
Yeah, I mean, he was already struggling with some grip there and then, and unfortunately, the mistake just came to bite him at the wrong time there. Chakraborty was just able to capitalize on it heavily here, so he comes across the line here, 3rd overall, and still keeping ahead of Ahmad Jusmin. A couple of cars are going to be coming out here. That's going to parkour and Panakul from Over Me Esports, just coming out here, even though looking like still quite damaged to the car.
Yeah.
So I don't think they were able to do, rather I think they didn't want to spend too much time in the pit there. So they wanted him to get out as soon as possible so they at least can retain some track position here.
Yeah, but at the expense of that, he has actually come out into the traffic, and look at that. The bumper is still, in fact, the hood's up. Car's very scuffed. He has absolutely nowhere to go but just go off the track and hope and pray that he doesn't get into any more damage, because Panasapongkol actually has to really clear this 4-kilometer circuit with the amount of cars that are coming his way. They're swarming at him like flies.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only speculating here, but it seems like he may have prioritized to try to get the mechanical damage settled on his car first before doing anything to the bodywork. And unfortunately, that does mean that he's going to have to run the rest of this stint right now. And a severe aerodynamic disadvantage is actually putting him in a lot more of a risky position here, because he's, I mean, again, he's already pretty much in last place here. His best hope is to be able to outlast some of the rest of these guys. So I think if this is part of the strategy, he's going to have to go long here. He's going to have to try to extend the stint as much as possible to try to at least retain some track position before he has handed off to his teammate.
Well, I don't think he'll be thinking about track positions at all, because right now he's more than a lap behind the rest of the entire AM class field, let alone the rest of the leaders here. So he'll just probably have to go back into the pits like he does now. No, he's not. He's actually continuing on.
Yep. So I think that's part of the plan then.
Okay, so he's probably just carrying on by. Now then, we look at other battles because the leaders have more or less stabilized. This is Andre Setiawan, a one-time champion in the Global Edition. Now he's chasing after Jem Soriao, the Australian, driving for the Filipino team, coming out to turn number 1. This is what we said was a favored overtaking spot. There was an opportunity.
There we go.
He thinks of it, goes on the inside. Soriao gives a lot of space, but he hangs 10 around the outside and gives a bit of a love tap. But Setiawan hangs firm, and he keeps his position for the time being. But oh no! Setiawan is hit, and Setiawan spins off into the grass.
Dang, it was looking like such a good battle up until that point there, but unfortunately the Pico Racing Division car just went a little bit too ambitious through that corner, and well, unfortunately he's one who's gonna have to suffer for it here as he drops all the way down to 24th place here. This goes to show how much a simple mistake is literally going to put you so far out into the middle of the field.
Oh. And worse for him as well. Behind him, he's got a McLaren that's actually looking quite fast. Wirasat Tantingbong, who we actually saw in one of our Instagram posts. He was actually really getting really G'd up for this particular event. Looking good so far in the top 30. And he will love to gain him a few more positions, especially one free position that was up for the taking when Setiawan got bunted up a bit. Right now, though, he is fighting Setiawan here, and Setiawan goes a bit wide. Tantingbong goes through on the inside, cut back. Yep, it was a long lap because, you know, that's the MotoGP line there.
Yeah.
But not exactly what he wanted, and there we go. There's the freebie that he got in the end, albeit he had to work for it. almost laboriously trying to get by.
It does seem to be a bit of a pattern here, isn't it? Like, it seems like every overtaking battle is going to take out at least a few corners.
No!
It does get through. Unfortunately, the Beagle and the ATXR car didn't quite get through that corner that time around. A few cars going to have to pass out of the way as they move out of the way wisely of the racing line here, so they have some clear room in order to try to rejoin. The Beagle car is going to be the first one to go, and unfortunately, the other is still going to be left stranded there for quite a bit.
Can we just give our heart out to Sethiwa? That is a lap to forget. He got involved in 2 collisions. One was a bit iffy because it was more or less a collision racing incident. The second one was no fault of his own because somebody behind tried to dive and it just didn't work out. Sombit Dewan got off worse out of that. He lost so many positions. But Sethiwa, with that particular disaster class out of the way, will be focusing on the rest of the race as another driver is coming to the pits. Tinesh Perez Damo for the Razor Crest Racing team. Number 101 is coming through for a drive-through penalty, so that's presumably for cutting the track a bit too many times. And worse off for him, there's the race leaders on top of having damage at the front. He has to do the same thing as what happened to Panasapongkol and try to drive a damaged car around the track where the leaders are coming by.
Yep, I do see a bit of a 3-way battle going on now from 5th place onwards. Muhammad Irfan with Rajamil Shaukat chasing hard behind him. The GR racing driver in the GR livery on a Bentley. A very funny combination there, actually. While in the meantime, Aiden Tan, who qualified 4th place, is now trying to keep 7th place away from Wafri.
No, that's actually the JPRT car being lapped. So that is Handy Goendi going by and being lapped here. So Handy, who started from the pit lane, got involved in that collision with Alvin Chai and then committed friendly fire with his teammate, has fallen way behind here. So he's a non-factor in this particular battle. But here, Aiden Tan, you can see him on screen right now, how he started quite high, but unfortunately the start wasn't really that good. As you can see, the other JPRT car going out of the way.
Yeah.
So there's so many JPRT Beagle cars on track. There's literally an armada of them here.
Yeah, in the meantime, Rajamir Shalka is trying to close that distance now to Irfan. It's only half a second now to the 333 car. So it's already putting some good pressure there. And a Bentley, which is not exactly the most nimble around corners, but certainly will gain a lot in the straight line speed, that's for sure. So I think that's something that Rajamir Shalka will be looking forward to.
Can we just take a moment and see how big that chair is compared to the guy?
I know, right? This is absolutely massive.
And not only that, he's wearing a red shirt, so it looks like he is the embodiment of the chair.
Okay. Yeah, actually, now they mention it, it really is the literal same shade of red. I mean, red being the colors of Toyota, as it were. And he's really repping all that. I mean, look at that. Even from his rig being black to his background being white, he's really showing off the entire spectrum of GR colors here.
Yeah, especially with the car being of that particular tone, so it does check out. Though, once again, the amount of concentration in his face, he knows full well that the job at hand here is to try and get it up close as possible to the top 3, but Chakraborty is pretty much checked out at this point after overtaking Jusmin. And Irfan is there in 4th place in Pro class, by the way, so his top 5 is within reach. In fact, podium's not that far away either, but he really has to get by the triple tree of Muhammad Irfan Racing Brunei if he wants to get up to the podium positions. Yeah,
I mean, Delta wise and both of them are not really looking that healthy at all. It's about half a second down, so definitely a bit of defending by Irfan here and a bit of traffic, no doubt, with the cars being lapped rapidly here. 20 minutes, rather almost 20 minutes into this race here, and already we've seen plenty of chaos unfold itself here in Valencia. Let's see if there's going to be even more in store of us, as we still have 3 hours and 40 minutes of racing yet to go here. So another car is going to be moving into the pits here, just getting out of the way, as Irfan will be getting through. It's one of the lap cars, I believe, Perez Damo.
Yeah, the Perez Damo again. So Perez Damo, well, that second name of his actually rings true to what happened to a certain Red Bull driver last year with the amount of disaster classes he had. But for Damo, I think it's because he had to fix the damage from other incidents and skirmishes that he had along the way, on top of serving a drive-through that he had just a couple laps earlier. So a couple of laps to forget for him as we look at this battle between Muhammad Irfan, Raja Amir Shalkat, and Aiden Tan. So between 2 different classes, Aiden is leading the way in the AM class, but how he'll love to get one over some of the pro boys here.
Yeah, well, he's really trying to do everything he can to stay ahead of Rajamir Shotgun, and so far it seems to be working out for him. That gap is now up another 0.2 of a second since the last we checked in with the two of them, so it seems like whatever he's doing, he's gonna keep he's pretty much gonna keep doing that there because it's working out in his battle against Rajamir Shotgun, who may sooner or later have Aiden Tan to worry about, as Aiden's already moved up to almost 0.6 of a second behind him now, so he's actually gaining on him.
And the fact that Aiden's the faster than 3, last time around he was a 31.8 versus Shaukat at 32.0 and Irfan at 32.1. So 0.3 of a second separating between the three of them. It is a very close, fast gaggle here, but Aiden is looking the more racier of the three, tried to make up for lost time, as we can see. A yellow flag in the middle of the track, so car number 112 has spun it, is Yanua, and he's right in the middle of the pack. And unfortunately that team name is spontaneous as well, because that really happened out of nowhere.
Well, I mean, it's probably going to be fortunate it's not spontaneous combustion in the physicality, but rather it's more of a combustion of his race hopes at the moment, as he struggles to try to find a bit of a gap to try to rejoin the race. Does rejoin pretty much like on the razor's edge there, just barely staying out of the way of some of these cars. Another car is just off the way there.
Tan Teng Bong. So eRacing also goes off on the side of the track. Now, what happened to him here? We saw Yanua, and apparently, guess what? It's number 3. It's number 24. It is Yadi Vishnu again causing the incident. So that's what happened to him. This one, however, might be a bit more straightforward than what happened to him, because he just went offline, touched the curb. Oh, and nearly got walloped by the Ferrari behind.
It was right at that point where like two curbs intersect, so there's a bit of a bump in that place, and I think because he was a lot focused on the car he was trying to defend against, just ran a little bit too aggressively over that bump, and that completely unsettled his car. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, for Tan Teng Bong, at least he got away with that one. We were praising him just now to beat out 20. Oh, there is the spin right in front as well.
Big crash as well.
Yeah, number 404 can't pick it up on the radar right now. And
oh no.
Well, that is one to forget for a lot of those people. More and more accidents happening further behind. Like, we can't even pick it up right now because the positions keep swapping and changing every sector. But there was an incident for car number 404 just now that kind of triggered the whole chain of events.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a replay of that there. So these cars were kind of like locked in their own battle, as I could see. Not quite a big gap actually between the two of them. Okay, so we came in a little bit late to see the actual instigating incident, but that's where Tan Teng Bong got himself collected, and oh boy, the 404 car is taking a lot of damage there. I think could be suspension damage as well there, so very unfortunate for car number 37.
Yeah, that was the 404 because it looked like the Mr. DIY car being involved there.
Yeah.
But it is in fact the Sim Racing, Auto Gaming Rebels car of Afan Sadat. So that's the Bangladeshi team that got involved here. They were running quite well in the top 30 overall, but unfortunately now that car is well and truly scuffed. Oh no! Oh, that nearly caused big trouble for the one of the LOR cars, and I hope that wasn't. That was. Wow! Would you believe that?
Yeah, and Tasbi as well is trying to get past the same stricken car. We're just barely into the pit straight there. So this is where Andika Maulana had to move out of the way. It seemed like he was a little bit late actually to try to get out of this racing line, as we do see Muhammad Tasbi as well having to get past the same car. Ooh, looking a little bit touch and go there, but unfortunately no major drama there for Tasbih, but quite a bit of drama there for Andika. It doesn't seem to have affected his pace too much, at least at this point. The gap does narrow down, but it's still within 2 seconds, so still pretty safe here for Andika Maulana.
Yeah, just looking at who hit car number 37 that caused it, that pitched him into it. Yep, it was number 787, which is one of the I-10 cars, so it was one of the Thai team cars that were involved in the incident. Tan Teng Bong actually got hit as well in that particular instance. Okay, now we can probably just regroup a bit.
Yeah.
What has happened so far? But Tasbi probably thought the lucky stars nearly aligned there, because Rama could have easily been wiped by Sadat, who pretty much had no control of his car.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing Randy Go getting himself a little closer to Zip Mokhtar here. The Velocity Pantera Racing driver was within a tenth of a second just now, but had to back off a little bit as soon as we joined him on camera. Maybe a bit camera shy for this battle so far, but Zip Mokhtar in the meantime is also being held up a bit by Afiq ahead, so that's actually something that's helping Randy Go right now in his efforts to try to claim 12th place for himself overall.
Yeah, and for Randy Go, this is actually now vindication for him because look at that. Look at how high he's running. Running third in the AM class and 13th overall. This is the team that failed to qualify in that first round, might we add, because both of the Velocity Pantera cars actually missed out on qualifying. One of them, sadly, this time didn't get through again, but at least one of the faster cars has actually made it through. And look at that, living it up here among the silver category drivers.
Yeah, doing pretty great progress here. Just wants to get a little bit more progress right now with the two cars battling out in front of him. And in fact, Mokhtar is getting himself nicely in a nice position here to try to catch Afiq on the exit coming out of the straight. He's going to get a slipstream this time around. I think that's a good setup right now for a turn 1 attempt, but can he find the gain in pace here under the slipstream conditions? Only starting to gain towards the last bit, has to do it under braking, doesn't seem to have it unfortunately, as Afiq is able to block him off just in the nick of time.
And speaking of camera shy, we can only see the top of his head. He's not exactly the shortest fella in the world. We've met him in real life, but it looks as though he prefers to place his camera up high because he has a slightly funny habit of racing with his mouth open when his mic's not there. So that's why he says and why we know he puts the camera high, but at least he knows, we know that he's driving.
Yeah, at least I can recognize that hairline and forehead anywhere, unfortunately for him. Oh, Andres Satya1 has gone off track yet again. What has happened this time around? So another unprompted error. Yep, it's pretty much on that same intersection of curbs there. That's caught out another driver early on. Now it's caught the Beagle Racing Division driver here.
Oh, Satya1 has had... As you can see here, that's our chief steward, Afiq Farid, who's actually giving out the penalties. So that's another feature that we brought in for this season to get the live penalties out of the way so that we know who's been given there at that time. So quite interesting, isn't it? We can see, you can hear live stewards, unlike Formula 1 not playing radios with the FIA anymore. We are doing our own version of that.
And that's go to show for everyone back at home that yes, we do have active race stewards who are monitoring this race here and doling out the penalties as needed here. So thank you so much, Afiq, for that notification. In the meantime, let's rejoin the battle that's going on for 5th place here. Raja Mil Shaukat has been behind Irfan for the better part of this stint right now. It's been getting closer, but still no dice so far. A bit of traffic's now forming in front of Irfan.
Oh.
Could this be the opportunity? As one of the cars go a little bit wide, forcing them to divert around. Irfan is able to get through, so is Raja Mil Shaukat, but Aiden Tan, crucially, is not able to get through in that section. He's going to have to go a long way around. Another car is still ahead of Irfan right now, posing a bit of an obstacle here as he really desperately wants to get away from the clutches of Raja Mil Shaukat, but this car in front is not really giving that much room here. He's going to have to go into the inside. Finally, he does move out of the way here to let the faster cars through, and once they are, it seems like Raja Mil Shaukat will still be able to keep his battle going on.
And that's Ashish Shakur in the Hubba Bubba Bentley.
Oh, no!
Just as we caught him, the camera became weighty and he loses it around. Alvin Chai just got out of the way in time to prevent a bigger accident. But now he has to wait for the rest of the field to come by and kick it back into first gear. There we go. Did he stall the car? Hopefully he did.
Hopefully not.
Yeah. Looked like for a second he did, but he managed to get the car going in time and avoids further accidents.
That's one of the things that caught me out. Like the first time I tried Competizione, the fact you have to restart ignition if you are a little bit less than gentle trying to get off of the line. And well, fortunately, it seems like he was able to get the car off the line that time, so that is good news for him. Well, still bad news overall, given the unforced error that he unfortunately spun him around. And speaking of unforced error, who is this? Darwin Shah spun around here. Let's see what happened.
Is this the Beagle car hitting him, or he lost it on his own? He lost it on his own.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, luckily the Beagle car was able to dodge out of the way in time, but that's left Darwin now in a very awkward position. Has to try to get out of the way here because he was on the racing line that time around. By the time he rejoins, he's down at 35.
And mind you, this is the same car that started second to last in front of Handy Goendi. So Darwin Shah's not having the best of it right now as we go back to that battle between 4th, 5th, and 6th. 5th, 6th, and 7th. My apologies. We probably going to get more of this because it is very close between these three.
Yeah, it's still very close indeed. Loving to see the comments coming in from YouTube. A bit sparse on the Facebook side of things, but nevertheless, Jaden JD is asking if he could race. Well, yes, you can. You just need to find a team that's willing to take you on, that is. So go ahead and hit us up on the Discord here and let the other teams know that there's a driver for hire right now. It's Rajamil Shortcut having to get out of the way here of Darwin Xia, who is being lapped over. What's Darwin doing? Indeed, he's literally blocking his way there, forcing Rajamil Shortcut to slow down a lot more, which is putting him within clutches of Aiden Tan. In the meantime, it's Murfan is just taking absolute opportunities to pull far ahead of here, and now Aiden Tan is the one who's going to put Raja under pressure.
Yeah, you can see that Irfan's checking out right now. The Bruneian is taking full advantage of the situation where, what on earth was Darwin doing? Because we know Darwin was off in the spin earlier, but he can probably just pull the car off the racing line and get the overtakes done safely. But here in this case, a driver of his caliber was just probably got distracted by the car's temperatures going up, the tires at least, that he forgot that most of the field was coming by. So really, that caught him by surprise, and certainly for Rajamil Shortcut was not what he wanted.
Yeah, not indeed. I mean, I could still I could empathize with Darwin probably still trying to recover a bit from that error that he made early on, which put him in that position to begin with here. But unfortunately, that shenanigans, as it were, has compromised Rajamil Shortcut's position here. It's now he's out of range here to benefit off of Irfan's car, and it's Aiden Tan who is now keeping him under pressure here. Aiden, who at one point was at 4th place, is now trying to reclimb his way up the ladder here, and Rajamil Shortcut just happens to be the next step here on his path.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to fight it too hard, because knowing the fact that he is leading the AM class, he certainly doesn't want to muck this up, especially they're in such a good position. And Team Uncle, I think, haven't won a race in at least 4 years now, since the 2021 days of part COVID, part open season again, and when we had GT4 as part of the championship. So really then, they would love to win this without causing any controversies. And here, anyway, back to the comments just now. We saw Jaden saying, "Can I race?" Yeah, to end your comment just now before we had that big moment.
Yeah.
You can join the Discord and go into the driver market under the eRGP 2025 tab and just Endurance Edition tab and say, "Can I have it? Can I join a team or whatever that you want to do?" Or you can form your own team, whichever floats your boat. Let's see then. A couple of other people coming in with support for Apex Racing Brunei. Well, they're doing quite well. They got 2 cars in the top 5, the 363 and the 333, so that really is going on swimmingly. Let's see, PEA and JPRT, well, the Psychopath and JPRT have had some moments on screen, including the Siamese conjoined twins moment. And last but not least, Entropy Motorsports, they're in there as well, 311 and 727. And speaking of which, let's just go to one of those Entropy cars, the 311 Afif Hanafi. He's doing quite well. He's in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the AM category.
Yeah, not bad at all for its class, and certainly it's stuck in a bit of traffic here, but that's really just a consequence of all these AM cars being stuck here together, very evenly matched, I would have to say, in this field here. Shout out for the word of the day, Fustercluck. Let's see if that's going to remain the word of the day. So we still have another 3.5 hours here to come up with a better one here, Ammo.
Yeah, indeed. It's a heat of the moment stuff, you know.
Yeah.
We know that it's live TV. We cannot say anything foul, so it's just some way to make it a bit PG-13.
Well, Alpha Afif Nafi is currently the one driving the 311 car and still looking very much full of focus here as he attempts to try to keep up with Sabik Rahman here. Just car hit, now unfortunately having to dodge out of the way there. Wait, is that Sabik Rahman? Yeah, no, sorry, that's a different car. I think it's a car that's being lapped right now. Ashish Shakur from Pipika Hubba Bubba is right now the interloper amongst these gaggle of AM cars as of right now. So he's probably had to give a bit more way here. Still staying on the racing line, in fact, so some of the cars having to dodge around him here to make it a turn 1 first. Although it seems like his speed in the Bentley, again, the straight line speeds in the Bentley is not something to be trifled with here, and the Hubba Bubba car is certainly taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, but he knows full well that he cannot fight too long because he's going to stall the battle here. Look at that! Rubio with a hit!
Oh my goodness, Constantina effects just biting at the worst moment here. It's Ethan Rubio runs into the back here. You can see this Constantina being somewhat instigated a bit from the braking done by the Hubba Bubba car, and unfortunately it's him who got caught out there, gets a whack in the back there and forced the car off the track. Certainly not his fault entirely, but again, it's just one of those racing incidences.
Yeah, it was Jeremy Yao that got hit big time, and again, that's probably one for the stewards to look at. Wow, with so many cars close together, it's gonna be almost impossible to pick out a braking point and stop in time without whacking somebody from behind. There's Jeremy Yao. Dark side of the force, a bit light there.
I think it's just more the backlighting really from because it's not using blackout curtains there, so I think the exposure on the camera is just making him look a lot darker, but certainly making him look a lot like a dark horse here. The driver from the Downshift Esports Arena, which you guys can check out over in Sunway. By the way, it's a nice little sim racing center that provides a bit of their own action, as it were, a nice little community as well to be a part of here. But at the moment, their driver is watching intently on this battle as Proper Chop unfortunately gets a little bit caught out on the exit there. That's compromised him a little bit, allowing Jeremy Yao now to get within position. Can he go for the dive though? He's having a nice peak there. Decides against it, still remains behind him under braking.
Yep, and it all happened because Harsono was holding up the line coming into the last corner, and Prophet Chop, as he was being overtaken, couldn't get enough of a drive out of it. So that's why Jeremy now gets into the back of these guys. It's chopping and changing everywhere, but as they say, the more things change, the more somehow it stays the same.
Yeah, I mean, same thing is still the Hubba car is still holding up Rubio right now, and Rubio's just trying to find a way to get past him, but still to no avail. Asher Shakur is still a little bit fast on that Bentley, even though he's the car that's being lapped at the moment. As Rubio's now gaining on him, but they're still in the middle of this sector here. It's been tricky, but Rubio's going to try to find a way through as the Hubba car moves out of the way.
Yep, and then he'll have to... So we got another penalty being dished out here. It is for the number 511 OBB sports car of Oscar Motian Vichenchai, who actually was involved in another incident that we missed on camera, but this was reported in the stewards room. So that's why his car has been dished out a penalty here. We'll probably see a little red indicator come out. So there it is,
there
5-second penalty.
Yeah. So, well, as of right now, though, that Rubio, I think he's already gone past Harsono. Is actually close with him.
Oh, no,
yeah, it's actually side by side with him right now. So
proper choice with Proper Chop. So Proper Chop earlier was overtaken in that last corner. He repays the favor here by reclaiming that position away. He's back up to 16th overall, 17th overall.
Yeah, Wood still trying to keep himself ahead here. Harsono's going to still give him a run for it. Takes the position back in the next turn here. It's Proper Chop now under pressure here of car number 55, Jeremy Yao, the dark horse, as I've mentioned earlier on. Now finding himself in the thick of action here as he's now up against Harsono's bumper and is trying to find a way through. It's getting a little bit touch and go there. You know, closing in a little bit rapidly out of that corner, but still the driver from the Thai team is still a little bit ahead.
And again, Shakur is causing a little bit troubles for the behind. This is Muhammad Adib trying to get by, and this is for position for those guys for the behind, the WT team, sponsored by Mr. DIY, racing against the Hubba Bubba 712. They're trying to get for scraps at this point, essentially. But how he would love to get by a fellow classmate and just work their way back up through the order.
Yeah, I mean, both these cars are on the same phase here as the 990 going a little bit wide. Alvin Chai, what's happened to him this time around? He's in the clutches right now of Shakur. Shakur is struggling right now to try to get past him, and that's allowing Adib now to try to slip it inside. He had to dodge out the way of Alvin, and unfortunately just completely pit maneuvered Shakur's car.
Yeah, we'll have to look at a better view of that one from the aerial shot. As you can see there, the camera's passed out for a bit, but you can see.
Yeah, he was trying to go there, but there wasn't a gap at all because Alvin Chai's car was in the way. So he tried to move back in, but didn't realize his bumper was already hooked into the inside of Shakur's car.
Yeah, but again, I'll have to say, because there's a car right in front, the prerogative is to try and make sure that there's space between yourself and the car you're overtaking, plus the other guy you're battling in the three-way. And in this case, Adib probably jerked a bit onto the right, thinking there was enough space, but he didn't realize that Asher was already there. So,
I would still say that's not the best of moves, really. The best thing he could do is just perhaps stay on the same line as Alvin, because there's really nowhere else to go in that moment in time. I mean, knowing he was already trying to make a move at that point, I mean, again, this is kind of like the stuff that we often refer to as race IQ, right? I mean, there's the spatial awareness you need to have with the cars around you, but also sort of like the idea really is not necessarily to try to take every position by any means necessary, but it's also protecting your race, you know, which is also considerate of the others who are on track with you.
Indeed. Again, it's also spatial awareness. That's the most important thing. It's part of that racing etiquette of also making sure that you're alright, everyone around you is alright while you're trying to have a good fight. And in this particular case, the fight was okay, but when there is another factor being involved, suddenly all that niceties got thrown out the window, and it was every man for himself at that point in time. Though, mercifully for the rest of the field, they were not taken in as collateral, as opposed to what happened to Sadat earlier in the Auto Gaming Rebels car, spinning into the crowd, and the rest of the field got taken with him.
I do wonder at this point, like, given how long Aiden Tan has been behind Rajamil Shaukat throughout this stint here, whether he's just really trying to take advantage of Raja's car here to maintain his lead in the M class, rather than actually trying to race in position. Whatever the case is, though, it's just really left Raja in quite a lot of pressure for such a long time against a car that is not technically racing against, right? So, I don't know. I mean, again, I think it's a perfectly valid kind of strategy to use here from Aiden Tan. I mean, you're going to benefit from like the reduced fuel usage for sure. I'm not sure how this will affect his tire wear situation, although probably not too concerned about that really, given that AC is not, rather these GT3 cars not as sensitive to the heat coming off of the exhaust going into the brake ducts as compared to other more technologically advanced series racing, I should say.
Yeah, like F1, of course. Single seaters, they have those tendencies where if you stay behind another car because of the exhaust and dirty air, you're gonna lose aerodynamic efficiency and your tires are gonna wear out a bit more. But it's not that present in GT3 racing because
rather not that significant a factor. I think it's still a little bit there. Yeah, just a little bit, but
not so much.
Not so much that it's going to matter too much in a 4-hour-long race as we have here in this Endurance edition. But whatever Aiden's doing, it's certainly done him well. I mean, he's like, what is it, on track at least 6 whole seconds ahead of his nearest amateur rival. So that's working out extremely well for him. Here's Rafi Ramadan, who's unfortunately...
Oh no!
Oh, just got caught on the inside there.
Wirasek Tan Teng Vong. So Tan Teng Vong again getting involved in an incident, so that's probably Stew's inquiry heading his way. But looks as though Tan Teng Vong actually just gave the position back to him because I don't see him. Oh no, in fact he hasn't. He has taken the position away. So for Rafi Rahadian, that's just a part of the incident.
Oh,
in fact,
no.
more incidents. That is Januar, who was... No, in fact, that's his teammate. The other spontan car that hit him.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. I wasn't sure what exactly was he doing there. I mean, are they both in the same phase? No, they're not.
Yeah, they're not because Zufar isn't, but his teammate behind actually is fighting for position with their fellow Indonesian team. So that's interesting. Oh, nearly goes for a second.
Yeah.
And in fact, his teammate followed him out of almost sympathy because that was an identical line coming through.
I mean, he's following very close, isn't he? So again, that's blue flags being raised there for his teammate. Hopefully he'll be able to be a bit more cognizant here coming into this next part. So as we see Rahadian is going to try to do here to try to break out of this little quandary that he's unfortunately stuck inside of. That's Muhammad Yanawar, the guy's actually racing Rahadian for position here. His teammate is not on the same lap phase that he is, but he's the one putting Rahadian under pressure and potentially being a bit of a roadblock for his own teammate, really. As Yanawar is just opting to just stay behind these two cars to see what exactly is going to transpire from here.
Well, these are both Indonesian teams, so if they want to settle him on themselves, by all means, we can let them have it. But, oh no, what's he doing? What? He actually got off completely offline there and letting another car that's not even part of this battle coming through. So that is the JPRT car coming by, number 351. And while he is further up the field, no, in fact, he's further up the field from him anyway. So why did he give away completely? He just lost potentially a position to get by there.
I think that's really poor communication if they are literally on the same team there. I mean, or rather miscommunication on track, really, as I think he was trying to go out of the way to allow his teammate through, but his teammate, I think, was maybe a little bit fixated on following his compatriot there, that he literally went off the line the same as he did. So I don't know. This is just another one of those like weird moments here, but unfortunately it's compromised Yanoir's race right now. He's way away from Rahadian at this point here, that Rahadian is probably going to be able to run away with it now.
Yeah, looking at, oh, that's the guy behind actually coming back at him, and I can't find him on the radar because it's car number 351. It is one of the it is one of the Bigo cars, the Bigo JPRT car, but I can't find him on our radar screens.
I think he's a little bit further behind, isn't he? So perhaps can't quite locate him right now, but he's certainly not on the same phase as Rahadian, I think. Given the current standing as it were here, so Rafi Rahadian, well, at least for him though, he's very much out of pressure here from Yanoir, so he can pretty much focus on his own race from this point here on out. Aiden Tan still maintaining himself behind Rajamir Shaukat, still taking the toe off of the Bentley as it were, which is going to be a big advantage for him on the main straights here. The McLaren a lot more racy when it comes to the low to mid-speed corners, but certainly loses out to the Bentley when it comes to the main straights, but that's where the slipstream effect comes into the fold here for Aiden Tan, and that's a strategy that's worked out well for him to keep that lead. Earlier was about 6 seconds. Right now, Rajamir Shaukat and Aiden Tan's going to have to navigate a bit of traffic here as Pana Sopunkul is the car. There's a bit of an interloper, had to slow down massively here. He was still on the inside of the line there, as it were, but both Rajamir Shaukat and Aiden Tan able to get their way through.
Once again, the back marker seems to be the bane of Raja today, because that's the second or third time that he has to encounter a back marker at the worst possible position, and the guy behind catches up to the back of him. And, well, can we refer to this car as the Marlboro car? I don't know if we can see tobacco sponsors live on air, but we'll just go with that anyway, because we see JPS all the time when it comes to gold and black liveries. Though, if Aiden is below the age of, say, 20 this year, because we have, well, in Malaysia anyway, we have a rule that you cannot buy tobacco products past 2005. So you're born on January 1st, 2005, bye-bye, you can't smoke anymore. Vape, probably can, but then again, you probably need a fake IC, and probably some McLovin.
Yeah,
McLovin instead McLaren.
Yeah, pro tip here for the audience, please do not break the law. But Aiden Tan, in the meantime, is not going to be breaking the laws of physics anytime soon here, as he still maintains a good pace here with Rajamir Shaukat, but that's still keeping him behind the GR Bentley, as it were here. We're now 14 minutes away for the end of the first hour. As it stands right now, Andika Maulana still remains the leader of the race by a whole country mile, really. 6 whole seconds now ahead of Mohammad Hasbi, so he's done extremely well in this stint here to get a good advantage here for the LOR team, and now it's pretty much going to be in the head of this stint so far. Tasbe, in the meantime, still very much in the comfortable spot there, 6 seconds behind Andika Maulana, but crucially 9 whole seconds ahead of Chakraborty, so very much in command of his own race, as it were. Chakraborty, as mentioned, still in 3rd position here. He's got Ahmad Jusman still chasing in hard behind him, not too far away to keep this at least rather interesting here for Ahmad Jusman, who had lost out to Chakraborty, mind you, the early phase of the stint here, to take that overall 3rd position here, but Ahmad Jusman still remains in the lead for the silver class, as it were, in a very comfortable one indeed.
And then in the M class is Aiden Tan in the Marlboro colored Team Uncle Evo car. Yeah, it's just as we were about to highlight leaders. There it is!
Hubba Bubba.
I was about to say that the Hubba Bubba car once again going off.
Yeah, Hubba Bubba unfortunately not feeling too Bubba right about now.
Oh! And the BMW Panasapongkol nearly hit him as well.
Yeah, he's literally gonna have to find a nice gap in the traffic there before he can rejoin in and not disrupt anyone else's races here. Ashish Shakur now joins in front of car number 112. Now it gets out of the way just in the nick of time to allow the Ferrari to go well on its way.
Yeah, and for the rest of the field, just now we saw it was a nicotine time for Aiden Tan to avoid that particular accident, especially because the Hubba Bubba car, fittingly enough, Hubba Bubba is a brand of gum, so there is a way to chew tobacco out of the way by chewing gum.
Well, chew on that, ladies and gentlemen, as Aiden Tan continues to give chase here to Rajamir Shaukat. Mind you, both these guys are not in the same class, but Aiden Tan has been behind and just pushing Rajamir Shaukat the whole time through. It certainly loves to see the rear of that Bentley, has been seeing it for the last 30-odd minutes now. And, yep, again, has this I'm just suspecting this is a bit of a strategy on his part, try to keep up at least one of these pro class drivers, as Azib Shakmi Mokhtar from Pipika Racing Susu Ice here, moving up and getting very close here to Butler as he now tries to move on the inside, under braking. He's gotten the apex first there. That's his track position that he's taken now. Moves up ahead, closes the door, the next turn there. Brilliant move here from Azib Shakmi Mokhtar.
Oh, that brilliant move. He got one on Kian big time, and Kian looks as though he had no answer to that one. He tried to hang around the outside, but Azib had the line and got through. So that is positional change in the silver category. That's up to third for Azib and Justin Raldev.
That's brilliant here for the Susu Ice card. The third, I think, of the Pipika Racing cars that we've seen on track here so far. So third position here in the silver class, looking good. Kian Butler moves, unfortunately, a little bit out of position there. I don't think there's a car that he's actually racing against. I think it's a car unlapping itself. There's Abir Ahmed, one of the drivers from Bangladesh, who's already gone on his way through and unlapped himself.
Yeah, but I don't think he should be fighting that hard, because knowing the fact that blue flags will be waving quite profusely, and he'll have his in-game race engineer telling that he needs to give way. So he does that. Oh no! Oh, that's a spin and a half from Ashish Shakur, right in the path of everybody else, and mercifully he didn't get tagged by anybody.
I don't think it's a spin and a half. It's just literally a quarter of a spin, really. It's just sliding its way through there. Wonder what exactly instigated that. That's so weird. It's literally right on the corner there. Lost grip on the exit. That's just a really weird one. Perhaps the tires overheating too much or already lost its grip completely. He now comes into the pit lane here. Let's see if he's going to be taking some tires.
Well, he will definitely be going for full service. That car's been through so much in this first stint, and I think he'll be wanting to get a bit of respite from this one. Meanwhile, Singaporean on Singaporean action. This is Team Uncle 1 and Team Uncle 2 fighting together. So try to make sense of that particular jump too.
Battle of the uncles, as it were here. Two cars sporting the same livery here. Not confusing at all, really. Dennis Ong is the one leading the two of them ahead here, as Kent Lau in the Team Uncle 1 car is the one behind.
Oh, sorry, Malaysian and Singapore battle, because Kent is Malaysian.
Okay.
So, but it's a Singaporean team battle nonetheless.
Both of them coming in here. Still a little bit wide here, so I don't think Ken Lau is going to be able to capitalize too much on this lap, but it's good to know that he's within touching distance of his own teammate here, as it were. So at least their progress is not too bad considering. Still not exactly sure how many positions that is. At least like a dozen or more cars in the AM class ahead of them. So still quite a ways away. Still at least
15,
within the points.
Yeah, 14 and 15. So they're on the cusp of points actually. 2 points and 1 point respectively if they actually stay where they are. But again, not ideal for some teams to be in this position. But for these guys, they're even a couple of points would be in the team for them, because that would really be doing their confidence a world of good.
Indeed it will. So 8 more minutes remain in this first hour of our Endurance Edition round number 2 here. So far, just catching up on some of the battles that has been going on here. A bit more battling is going on in the back line here, as Descalzo is getting himself a lot closer here to Darwin Xia. Is he going to try to make a move on this lap here as a Hubba Bubba car comes out of the pit lane? Probably will be a few positions behind anyway here, as Alberto continues to give chase here into Darwin Xia. Let's have a look on this from above. Darwin's going a little bit wide here. Actually left too much of a gap there, allowing Descalzo now to get side by side with him in the first sector, and will be able to take it by the next corner around.
Wow, that was a good piece of driving, and it's the same thing that we saw just now between Azib and Kian Butler, where the driver in front just gave enough space on the driver overtaking on the inside and allows him through. So Descalzo gains 1 position in the silver category among the 9 cars that are taking part in this particular round. That's probably P7 at least for Descalzo and the Swift Sim Racing team.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the silver class is so very much spread out. I mean, there's only like I count about 9 cars that are participating in this silver class here. So out of that, Descalzo is like the second to last really in his own class here. So really it's just has a lot more AM drivers to try to dispatch here before he can get close enough to Zikri, his next actual rival in his class. So really it's just he's just really trying to climb up as much as he can in this stint here, but it's still going to be looking like a long race ahead here for car number 20.
Indeed, and we look at some of the other battles along the way. This is Anson Young, debutant here for Wheels on the Bus Racing. Definitely a bunch of Zoomers racing in this particular unit. Anson Young and his teammate Willem Ong, his driver among this around the same age as well. They're gonna have a bit of fun here in this first round. There's Anson right now, looking very focused, but looks as though he's enjoying this particular battle in ACC.
Yeah, I mean, just really resting that wheel around. Look at that, the smiles on his face here as he continues on his journey. I'm also seeing that Jeremy Yao is under a bit of pressure early on from Ethan Rubio. Just actually almost coming together here. A bit of a three-way battle, I have to say, here for position 17 on track, as it were. Jeremy Yao is the one who's racing in the same class as Ethan Rubio, so this could be interesting. Let's see, under braking, look at how close Rubio's getting there. He had to actually dodge out the way of the racing line to avoid collisions there with Jeremy Yao, but it has been quite a eventful race here for Rubio, really involved in a bit of a clattering several laps ago, and now is, I mean, since then has been chasing Jeremy Yao throughout the rest of the racing here, as it were, but Jeremy is being held up a bit by Afik as he was early on, and that's allowing Rubio to now actually gain on him, and both of them being in Ferraris here means it's going to be a very mad dash here to the first turn as we come around here, and Rubio has a slipstream.
Yep, there was a bit of an incident for the behind. Zekri's off into the gravel trap again. Hopefully he rejoins safely. As now, we're looking at Rubio diving on the inside of Jeremy Yao. Jeremy actually gives him plenty of space, but once again, hangs around the outside. Driver's really not hanging here.
Out.
But no, he actually just had a bit of an oversteer moment. Can he actually still hang it? No, Rubio gets it this time.
Very well done there. Ethan Rubio moves up now to what I believe is 8th or 9th overall.
9th, yeah.
Yeah, 9th position, so that's a good move there from Ethan Rubio. Now he's going to be left on a free rein here to put the pressure onto Afik, as it were. Actually, he's getting a lot closer to Afik here. Might be thinking about taking a move on the exit here. Closes up on this, tries to get side by side. Doesn't quite make it there, as Afik is still a little bit faster there in that Ferrari. Still maintaining his position here. Closing in on braking here. This is a mid-speed corner right now. Goes a little bit wide. This is going to allow Ethan a bit of room now to get alongside. In the meantime, I think the troubles are not quite over here for Jeremy Yao as he being pursued by a lapped car.
No, it's for position. It's for position.
It's for position right now as Rubio is attempting very hard to try to defend against the Beagle car. The Beagle car still is not able to find its way through here. In fact, now we're joining them in that battle, as it were. The Aston Martin behind is looking very racy right now, and Jeremy Yao left a little bit on alert here. He's going to be caught out on the inside one more time. Novar moves up into a place here, moves up ahead of Jeremy Yao, and that is how Jeremy loses 2 positions in a single lap.
And further up the road, just now, something happened to Anson Young. He actually had a bit of a yellow flag.
Here comes Rubio.
Yeah, Rubio's on the inside. Rubio gets it. Rubio goes through, but no, he can't get it by just yet. He could try to do it on the inside on turn 2 again, as he did the previous lap against Jeremy Yao, but Amir Rafi is well abreast of that.
Yeah, wow. Supreme defending Afi has been doing. I mean, he did that against Jeremy Yao, though caveat is that Jeremy's car is a little bit strict and he can see plenty of damage on his bodywork. Rubio, conversely, he had a bit of clattering, but it seems to be a lot racier here compared to the Ferrari of Afik, so he's really giving him a run for his money right now, trying to go around the outside here in order to try to set up for a pass on the exit, but still not able to gain enough and loses the traction there.
Yeah, but
as he moves out.
Yeah.
Oh, Roger Mills shortcut. It's stranded here. Well, let's see what happened.
Yeah, we wanted to focus on the battle at the same time. So many things happening in one go. I think it might be the curb again, Vic.
Might be the curb, yeah, indeed. It looks like that position here.
Oh, no!
Something has happened to him.
Hardware problems. It's hardware problems for sure. It looks as though it might have his wheel disconnected.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh my goodness, you can see him just absolutely distraught right now. Definitely a technical problem with his wheel. I wonder if that's actually like something happening with the with his direct drive there, maybe cutting off as it hits the curb a little bit too aggressively. That could be a possibility.
So. It can happen, yes, because if you buy the first couple of batches of Moza R5s, I think his one is an R5, as the pit group, yep, it's an R5. If you bought the first 2 batches, the wire has a defect where if you hit the curb hard enough, it could disconnect the power supply. That actually has happened to me before. At least I found a solution by using thumbtacks to just keep the power source close together, and I was one of those first. I bought one of those first couple of ones, so really has happened. Yep, we have confirmation. It is wheel-based disconnection. He really is running quite well up there, but then suddenly, it wasn't the car that failed on him or the game. It was his equipment.
Yeah, so Afik and Rubio both in the pits simultaneously here, so that's going to put their race on ice, as it were, as their virtual pit crews are scrambling right now to get their cars sorted out for the next stint. Rajamil Shaukat also in the pits. Hopefully he'll be able to get his car back up and running, but what a shame indeed for the driver who up until that point was holding the 6th place overall, which is now taken by Aiden Tan.
Yeah, but not deservedly to have your race end like that for sure. Sometimes it's out of your hands, but really this one is a gut punch. You know full well that, again, you're running quite well, just out of your control, that happens. But I think it's something that he can probably try to prevent doing in the future by going through the equipment once over and probably tighten everything together, even use the solution that I did for my particular wheelbase to prevent that sort of thing happening.
Well, that's sort of kind of thing that Rajamil Shaukat will have to sort through here. And we're going to be getting a bit of a timeout. Andika Raulana is still your race leader after the first hour of racing here. Things have settled down pretty much for the top 17 drivers here. Not much battling going on, so we're going to be taking a short break, but don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We still have 3 hours of racing remaining here. My name is Victor Cass. Joining me here is Amo. This has been Endurance Edition round number 2, and we'll be continuing this Racing Edition right after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor since 1885.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Endurance Edition round number 2 for 2025. We've already finished the first hour of racing, as it were, here in our virtual rendition of the track in Valencia, the Ricardo Tormo track, as it were.
Yep.
Andika Maulana remains your race leader at this point. He's already getting past quite a few lap cars here. Still remains about 5 seconds ahead of Muhammad Tasbi.
Well, we didn't get which car got penalized on that one, but yeah. We just came back just in time to find out that the pit stops have actually come in full speed. You can see Jusmin there coming to the pits, but the leaders still have not, would you believe it? At least the lot of them. Rama, Tasbi, Irfan and Eden are still out on track. An hour and 4 minutes into their stints.
Yeah, very much so. Like these guys are very much just holding that track position. Really, they're not at any risk of losing it, other than their own mistakes and such.
And look at this guy.
Yeah, starting to get a bit overcast right now. Is there going to be a chance of rain, or is there going to be a chance of meatballs coming soon here? That's not a reference to the fact that I'm feeling a little bit peckish at the moment, but nevertheless.
That's a bit on the nose.
Yeah. Well, Andika Mala is certainly going to be hungry enough to get a good result out here. And he's done very well in his first hour of racing so far, staying ahead of Muhammad Tasbi throughout this entire endeavor. The top 17, I would say, are not close enough really to have much battles. I mean, it's more of a battle of pit lane, as it were, as Muhammad Irfan, one of the first of the top 5 to finally take a trip into the pits.
Yep, and he will inevitably pass it over to either Azza or Iman Ryan to continue on here right now. Meanwhile, we're going to go back onto the track as Eden Tan is still running quite high up here in P3 overall and leading the way in the YAM category. Afif and Afi in second place in there, and third is Proper Job. Well, that's nice. How on earth did that 797 get up there despite being the early wars, but he's definitely going to be swamped right now because look, there's Chakraborty coming to overtake the pole position.
Yeah, I mean, wow, that's actually impressive here from Prophet Chop. I mean, I guess he really kept his head down throughout because we didn't really see much action from him early on in that first hour, but now he's wrapped in a bit of a battle here with Chakraborty keeping pressure behind. Chakraborty doesn't quite have the speed differential really try to challenge him into turn 1, but can certainly try to challenge him going through the rest of sector 1 here, trying to find a bit of a peek on the inside, but Prophet Chop expertly defends against that, but might expose a little bit of gap right now. Chakraborty is bumper to bumper with him here, absolutely amping up the pressure here, with his face full of focus as he attempts to find a gap, but Proper Job is just not giving any of that to him.
Whoa, bit of a fishtailing moment there from Proper Job, but Chakraborty still cannot find a way by. Chakraborty though really is on song here today, really on fire, and definitely will be one to watch out for in the closing stages of this race if he could challenge for the top 3 coming into that particular phase. But right now, he's not really in the best of moods, him fighting with Proper Job, who's really holding him up.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just a race for track position here because Chakraborty is running in the pro class, but Salvin Proper Job is running in the AM class here, so...
Yeah, and he's pitted already too.
Yeah, so that definitely means that Proper Job is doing such a supreme job, really, just holding Chakraborty back, even though he has fresh tires. But I think he might be able to catch him on the outside right about now. He's carrying a lot more speed compared to Proper Job, but Proper Job still catches the apex first, still remains ahead now. Will he be going into the pits this time around? No, still remains out.
Wow, he's hanging on for dear life with a car that probably is trying to scream to get tires on. As you can see, the pit board cut from
no,
almost onto the track.
Not the pit board.
No, definitely not a pit board, but luckily though, it won't cause any damage unless of course the car hits it hard enough that you can actually flip it. But apart from that, Proper Chop still hangs on to it.
Oh, barely though.
Chakraborty.
Yeah, Chakraborty now attempting to put another squeeze in onto the apex here, but on the outside, but unfortunately a bit of traffic comes in the way of Proper Job, forcing him to slow down. That's the Mr. DIY car, who unfortunately took a bit of a spill there, and unfortunately has ran into the way, allowing Chakraborty now to move up the P5.
Thank you very much. I'll have plenty of that. We'll just take that position away. That was probably the easiest overtake of the day that Chakraborty has to have done, but no doubt with the time lost behind the proper job I-10 car, he will not be liking that one bit. He would have lost the cumulative time to Aiden Tan and the rest of that top 5 that he was battling with earlier.
Yeah, speaking of Aiden Tan, both him and Andika Maulana are now in the pits, so Muhammad Tasbih is now inheriting the lead, but by virtue of staying out in his stint right now, so he's going to inevitably rejoin into the pits later on to pass off to his second driver, Andika Maulana. In the meantime, going to be taking sweet time to get his car nicely done up here. Wonder who's going to be the next one in line here to drive the LOR 889 car. But Muhammad Tasbih in the moment still full of focus, trying to get as much out of this in-lap as it were here, as he still decided to go for the overcut compared to Andika Maulana. But it's got a bit of traffic here. That's not going to be helping his chances really.
Nope, and he is staying out for yet another lap, so he wants to make, as you say, the in-lap count. This is not going to be the in-lap, but the next one might be, as more and more cars are coming into the pits, spilling out back onto the track as he flashes the LOR car right in front of him. Again, it's a great idea in theory, but when you have these many cars still out on track, that's when it's thrown out the window.
I mean, again, same kind of problem he had to experience during qualifying, no doubt, as the other LOR car that's being lapped right now moves a little bit out of the way, not really giving that much space, really. And then
no!
regains track position here. Bit of a touch there to Muhammad Tasbih, who finally is able to get through, but I think that's certainly going to be damaging his race a bit.
Oh no, and you can see which car is that. That was Wilson Woon, number 3 for LOR Ascent. Now, would that be question of team tactics that was probably deployed by LOR to stall one of their main rivals?
I don't know. I don't think so. That just feels a little bit more of miscommunication. Yeah, circumstantial, really. But at the moment, that's causing Wilson Woon now to struggle even more as he's getting unlapped by some cars, or rather passed by some other cars as Drayden Lear moves up into P7 here. He's still being chased by another car. I think there's another lapped car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, in fact, it is a car that's batting for position, but Ramadan.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Ramadan has pitted as well, so these both cars are batting for position. How on earth did the 351 car get there? Because we did not see him in our timing screens at all, but here he is, right up there, doing quite well. But talking about earlier just now, Drayden Lur actually got held up as well by Wilson Woon, and there is the incident! Wilson has caused another one.
Yeah, it's fun, but unfortunately, the other cars were able to get out of the way. Let's see what happened on that replay here. This is Wilson Woon leading ahead as he attempts to try to get out of the way there. Gets spotted on the side. That's a little bit unfortunate for him. But that's just really unfortunate coming out of that there. Wilson Wood continues to trundle along here as of right now. Still attempting to try to regain some positions here, but still not looking too good.
Yeah, indeed, and we have lost a bit of timing screen. We have lost our timing screen right now, so apologies for if you saw any sort of fritzing on camera. We have no control of that at this point. But for sure, Wilson Woon is probably not liking the idea of looking back at that footage, because he did cause a couple of near misses and ultimately a spill.
Yep. So attempting to try to regain something or somewhat as we come up around here. Is still stuck in 35 at the moment.
Yep. In fact, we're having some technical problems here. We might need to throw it to a break for a while. But until then, we will be right back. No, in fact, we are back.
Yeah, we are back, and hopefully be able to see some of the other things that are happening on track here. So Wilson Wood stuck in 35. I think now for fights from Entropy Motorsport. It's actually getting closer and closer to Randy Go here. It's only about half a second away. So this could be another battle unfolding on track here as we speak. As Randy Go on the Porsche now is being chased hard by another German car just behind. Coming through a slower part of the section here, as it were here. 15th overall is now Faiz at this point. He's actually about P6 in the AM class right here.
P7, yeah, P7.
P7 is fighting for P6 here. Goes a little bit out of the way there to let another faster car perhaps through. That's Andika Maulana now, who still remains in the driver's seat, as it were, coming into the pits early on, and now comes out in a nice fresh set, still continues to trundle along. Looks like he will be continuing to join us here in this next hour of racing.
Yeah, but we'll see how his outlap is going to be, and the rest of the few laps before Tasby inevitably makes a stop. Meanwhile, change of personnel in the number 363 Apex Racing Brunei silver car. Adi Bahar, and guess where he was from? He was from the 404, the Food Panda car, just a race earlier. Now he got snapped up to join the number 363 to maintain the silver rating for this particular crew, and they're doing quite well, leading the way in the silver category.
Yeah, leading the way in the... okay, Chakraborty is not in the silver class, is he?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's in the pro class. So.
Our timing screen shows he's silver, but in actuality he is in the pro class. So there'll be some sort of tippy-toey stuff going around when we try to pronounce the class names. But it's because the timing screens and the class indicator out on track are probably not aligned with each other. So that's why we're trying to get it out the best we could without confusing anybody who's watching the streams.
Well, as it stands right now, Abdi Bahar is still keeping the lead, as it were, for car 363. Imran Ryan is only 4 seconds behind, so not really in any threat of losing that track position for now. And Imran Ryan's pretty much on a race of his own here. Currently, I mean, still ways to go here in our 4-hour-long endurance edition. So Imran Ryan's certainly going to have plenty of time here to try to strategize how to play out the rest of his stint, as it were. Faiz early on was pushing Randy Go. Seems to have the race on a bit of a cooler right now as Harsono has gained a little bit. Was looking really racy, actually, getting within half a second now on the main straight. So let's see if he's going to be able to gain even more time as they come around to this first turn and enter this next lap.
Whoa, a bit of a moment there. Snap oversteer. Manages to get back, but now Fa's going to really be under attack from Harsono.
Yep, indeed he will, and Harsono is taking absolute advantage of this right now. This is a great position to be in here, as he's already gaining on the slipstream of Faiz, as it were, although he got a little bit too wide that last corner. That's erased whatever potential of passing, as it were, in the next few corners now, as Harsono is going to have to rebuild that pace all over again.
Yeah, a bit of a waste as well, because we saw just now Faiz making a mistake coming through turn number 1. So he kind of negated that just slightly, and we are almost back to where we were before the action got very close.
Yeah, speaking of close action, I think Prahastya is currently getting closer and closer to Wilson Wong. Wilson, who early on had a bit of a spill, now is found himself in a bit of Wei Shen Wong, sorry. There's a different car here entirely. So there's a Downshift Esports Arena team that's driving here, and he's really under pressure trying to get around a bit of traffic, as it were, and fortunately was still able to keep the Itasha car just behind him. Prashya gonna have to find another way around, probably gonna be in the next few corners here if he can successfully find it under braking, but Wei Shen Wong is not making it any easier for him, hugging that inside curb as hard as he can to keep the Aston Martin behind.
Yeah, you know what's going to make it worse? Look who's behind all of these guys.
Oh, no.
Well, it's not worse for them. It's also even worse for Tasby, because he has been having a end of the sin to forget, because every single time that he tries to get a fast lap in before he hands the car over to either Russell Reyes or his brother Alif, there's cars in the way. So he has been losing a net lot of time to Adhika Ramamalana.
I think I just saw Faiz got, Harsono and Faiz, a bit of battling going on there. I think Faiz just got passed right now, and yes, indeed, I think he has been passed here. Harsono is already ahead of him, and will be reflected in the timing tower just a bit. So a pass now gone right now for 14th place. Prashya continues, and he's already getting within the inside hook there, but Wilson, Wei Shen Wong is still not allowing him through, still putting up a massive titanic effort to defend here, coming into this sector, still maintaining himself just ahead.
Yeah, that couple of battles still around, we don't know which one to focus on. In terms of importance to the grand scheme of things, probably not going to affect the race leaders, but it will affect them if something like this happens, because here is the current race leader, but not the net race leader, of course, because once he comes in for his pit stop, it will go back to the 889 LOR car. But Tasby in the Mikos number 44 really doesn't like what he's seeing right now. So many back markers.
Prahastya had to dodge out of the way there. A bit of a concertina got into effect, but that's allowed Mohamed Tasby to dispatch one of the 2 cars who are ahead of him right now, as Wei Shen Wong continues to trundle along now. probably not going to be under that much pressure. The blue flag, no doubt, will be coming up here to remind him to keep out of the way of our current race leader, as it were. 50 laps in now for Mohamed Tasbi. Is he going to try to take this opportunity to continue to push on, or will he go into the pits now? Coming in the final turn, Weishan Wong loses control almost on the exit, on entry really. Mohamed Tasbi is able to get past that, no trouble whatsoever, still continues on, but that unfortunately has compromised Weishan Wong's race completely, as Prasya is now ahead here in 21st.
Yeah, he took full advantage of the fact that Weishan Wong had a crazy moment being overtaken by Tasbi, and that allowed Prasya to just get one freebie and a position in class. So that's really all that he wanted, an easier overtaking move than it really should have been. But apart from that, once again, Tasbi having to deal with so many back markers in this way, the amount of time lost with overtaking will have hurt him in his quest in trying to reduce the gap between himself and Andika, which was about 7 seconds prior to the pit stop.
Yeah, just standing right now, there's like a 50-second window to him to take his pit stop. Whether or not that's going to keep him ahead of Maulana is still up in the air really here because of the amount of traffic he has to get through. He does have a bit of clear air right now, so that's going to allow him to at least separate himself from the rest of the pack, as it were, and give him a bit of running now to perhaps build up some momentum for his in-lap. Hopefully that's going to allow him to stay ahead of Maulana, but this is going to be a very, very tight one here, as Maulana has just set the best lap of the session so far, 130.5, and that means that his outlaps right now is just looking so good, especially on this brand new set of tires.
Indeed, and that will just put more pain on the Amigos parade here on this one. We'll wait and see whether or not Tasbi can actually reclaim something, because he is really on the cusp of probably just going beyond the stint limit. 1 hour and 19 on those tires. I can't believe that the Ferrari's tires actually can last that long, unless they had a BOP change quite recently in the game itself, not on our side, that allows the tires to go on a bit longer. But Tasbi then is extending that stint ever so slightly to try better himself. In fact, he's still going around. So that goes to show he really is not stopping for anything, not for the time being. Anyway, any other things to look on track besides the leaders? Oh, right. We haven't seen much from the leader in the silver category, which is Adi Bahar. We saw him earlier. He is a crossover from the 404 WT Motorsport car and racing for Apex Racing Brunei Silver on this one. Looking quite well here. Well ahead of Freddy Ramadan, who we couldn't pick up today because I think we lost his transponder. Now he's back, running in P2 in the silver category, and P3, Justin Rauldev and Aziz Hamid Mokhtar in Pepeka Susuais.
And as for the silver class, for the M class, it's still, or at the moment, it's Lair who is currently holding that lead right now. I believe Aiden Tan has already gone into the pits here, so he's going to be stuck in a little bit. So we're going to see when exactly there is going to be coming in. Henry Crooks is the next one, currently sitting P2 in the AM class right now, behind Darwin Lear, about almost 4 or 5 whole seconds behind. So as of right now, these two cars, I believe, have not actually taken the. Have they taken the pit stop? Okay, they actually have taken.
Yeah, they have. That's why they swapped drivers earlier. So Drayden Le and Henry Crooks are the new drivers coming in for that particular crew. And Anson Young has, however, stayed on in the number 156 Wheels on the Bus racing car. And they're doing quite well here, the junior duo. They're racing up in the podium positions and on the cusp of the top 10, with the next driver in front of them being for actual position. So they might be in the top 10 overall, getting one over a team in a higher class.
Yeah, very well done here. So Wong, early on, still all smiles, still looking like he's enjoying himself right now on the track here. Certainly in a very good running position, as he were, for his own class. So as much as he'll be enjoying it, I think he'll be enjoying it even more if he can keep this track position for his team. Successfully towards the end here. So Mohamed Tasbi is now into the pits here, so now it's going to be the moment of truth here as Andika Maulana passes him on the straight here. So whatever Tasbi had been going through, that certainly did not help him at all, as Maulana remains back in the lead of the race here. Andika Maulana, who came in early on for a pit stop, still remains in the stint right now, going on to probably going to go on to the next hour, or rather the next 37 minutes or so. And his gap to Tasbi, what is it going to be now? Given that he's come out here early on, you said it was 7 seconds before the pit stop. I think it's looking at like 14 seconds already.
We're waiting until he crosses by the first timing sector to confirm that because the first timing sector is actually further up the road than where he is. It's about here at about turn number 5. Let's see that when he crosses it now, 13, almost 14 seconds. So it's about as close as your estimation there earlier, Vic. So he lost a further 7 seconds from the traffic.
Such a shame here. I mean, he was. I mean, again, that's why you have to do when you're going long like that. You know, you try to maximize your in lap. But unfortunately, with the number of cars we have out on the track, it's just very, very difficult to be able to get that running time here. As Russell Reyes, you can see him on your screens right now, just absolutely wrestling that steering wheel around, just really showing off his big guns, as it were.
Yeah, and he took over from Tasbe, so that's another big surprise in the woods because he was with JMX Phantom in one season, winning in 2022. Now he's actually jumped to a rival team, though I guess they're trying to improve Singaporean and Filipino relations, even though there's never been any strain between the both of them anyway. But yeah, talking about the big guns because he's also a real live racer as well. He races in the sporting class in TGR Philippines.
Yeah.
So you can see why he keeps his fitness up.
So I need that level of fitness here to race both in virtual world as well as in real life. And in a virtual world, he's currently sitting in that P2. Alex Young has joined us in the YouTube chat here, saying that LOR is looking impressive in the lead. Andika driving smoothly as usual. Can Tasby and Amigos Ferrari get past him in the first round of pit stops? Not quite. Unfortunately, Alex has lost out 7 whole seconds as he stayed out on the track there while Andika pitted the 889 car, and now that he's handed the reins to Russell Reyes, Russell's going to have plenty of work on his hands right now to try to keep things in shape here, but gone out of shape unfortunately for Tristan Adian Shah. What exactly happened to him here?
Yeah, you can see that he was being overtaken by Wilson Woon in the number 3 LOR car, so that rules out a collision between him and that car, unless he tried to retaliate by dive bombing and then that gone horribly wrong, or he lost himself in the final corner. He in fact tries to retaliate back and loses in the final corner.
Yeah, I really don't know what to make of that, really. I mean, it could be that the LOR car was a little bit slow in the entry there, and that kind of caught Adian Shah a bit off guard. I mean, good reaction, really, to avoid a collision, but that's unfortunately put him completely off the track and lost him a lot of time as a result. So still going to be left in a quandary here in 34th place, I'm afraid, for car number 2727.
Yep, 727, the sister car to the number 311, running in P13 right now. 4th in the ham category for Entropy Motorsport, so at least that's some airtime for that particular unit because they have had some highs and lows, but this time, however, seems to be going a high. They're chasing after. We're on the bus racing! Oh! Did I just say they're on the high? In fact, they've just nearly gotten into a very low here when this is not Shako, this is Adam Hakim driving this time for the number 712 car. They really had a race to forget.
Yeah, I think hopefully that's not the curse of the Hubba Bubba car, really. It's been involved in a number of incidents, but that was in the previous, in the hands of the previous driver now. A new driver has stepped up into the driver's seat, as it were, but still posing a bit of an obstacle, really, for any other car trying to get through. And what's happened here to Panasopagul, who was running pretty well early on, seemed to slow down quite a bit.
Yeah, I think it's not the intersection of the curves that we mentioned earlier, Vic. Oh, that was a bit of lag spike for a second. Yep. It might just be a solo mistake, but where did he lose it? Let's see then. He comes through, flick it onto the right. Yep.
Oh.
It was the curb on the inside that time around, and gets a whack from the Ferrari there, and the rest of the field had to make a scramble, mad dash to go onto one side to prevent an accident. And further behind, another car being involved in the wars. This is Januar. And we had to jump to yet another replay to see what happened to him. We'll probably just catch the end of that. Yep, it was.
Yeah, I think it was from much early on. Spun around completely and almost at the same section of track early on.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, indeed it was. It's proving to be a bit of a challenge here. I mean, the curb on the inside and the intersection of curbs there has already caught out more than a few people now. 1 hour and 30 minutes into the racing here. Ian Wong, in the meantime, still unabated, still continues to give chase here to Naufal Faiz. Both of them not quite in the same class. Unfortunately, a bit of a slide there going on there for Naufal Faiz. As of right now, Ian Wong is just trying to get closer and closer to him, but couldn't quite find a way through yet. Navafai is just doing exactly what he needs to do right now, which is to stay as close to the inside as possible, try to defend that racing line with every might that he can here. The BMW certainly is looking a lot wider than normal for sure, with the way that Navafai is running it, and Ian Wong still not able to find a way through quite yet.
Yeah, but Ian is proving also again that age is not a factor in sim racing. As you can see, there is the guy on camera.
I think he's actually a lot more younger than his hairline does suggest, really.
Oh, I didn't want to go for that. I did not want to go for that. Jeez.
Well, in any case, well, coming around the curve there, Ian Wong still keeping it nice and tidy there. Still a little bit smiley there, as even though the pressure is certainly going to be quite high in that driver's seat here. This is really just a fight for track position, not a fight for actual position right now, as Ian Wong is right now trying to get closer to Harsono. Not really, Navafai is not really the one that he wants to actually put too much focus on at the moment here, but he's still struggling trying to find a way through, because Navafai is just that good at his defensive driving right now.
Yeah, but how well is he going to be on the brakes? Because this is where many times that drivers have actually managed to dive on the inside. Naufal, though, is well averse to that. He really held the inside line quite well and prevents Ian from overtaking.
Still trying very hard to keep up here, but again, this part of the track is very technical, so it's going to have to find the margins, as it were, from each and every single corner here in order to gain onto Nalva Faiz. Faiz, in the meantime, continues to keep a very defensive line throughout here, so the BMW is not going to allow this Ferrari through anytime soon. But Ian Wong is not going to give up on that too easily now, given that he still has a lot of things aside. A bit of a wide line taken there, but now a fight, but that's really trying to get a much better exit out of this section of the track, is where you can see Raul Chakraborty essentially closing in on this battle here. And was probably going to be hoping that something happens here quickly so they can get past these two drivers that he's attempting to lap.
Yeah, that's quite tricky, isn't it? Because these two guys are battling as well, so he'll have to time it quite well, or the drivers in front of him have to do it. There's Raul, another driver who seems to have his seat higher than where he's sitting. He's really probably sitting quite low in that cockpit. But either way, Ian now will probably get the blue lights flashing in his face, and it spells danger for him. He'll have to get out of the way, but not to lose time to the driver he's chasing, which is now for Faiz.
Still attempting to get the slipstream here is Raul Chakraborty. Is he going to be going for a bit of a peek on the inside? Not quite. Still going to try to probably give them some space to allow them to find a way through, or maybe he would take the opportunity if he does present itself before him. But as of right now, he is trying to close that gap to Russell Reyes. Still about 8 seconds, and this is not helping his efforts at that at all. Look at that, still being held up a bit. Now only does the car move out of the way here as Ian Wong does let the faster car through. So Chakraborty moves up, but still has another car to deal with in front, and that's going to be Faiz. And as we've seen, Faiz is not the easiest guy to get past here, so I wonder what Chakraborty will try to do here.
Let's see then, because what Ian did was try to hang his track position quite well, but unfortunately to his detriment loses time. So Faiz, this might be the opportunity for him to try and minimize the time here, while also keeping Ian Wong at arm's length. As you can see, a car spinning on the inside is Paul Ryan Lopez with a number 990 Evo car. Who's driving this time? This is Chong Kai Chung, last year's third place driver in the GT Cup Malaysia series. So what has happened between the both of them here?
I'll see in the replay, hopefully. But, we saw the two of them come together. I do see an MPR GP car in the mix as well. Hopefully he didn't get in the way of that. He does cut into the inside there of the Porsche. That's allowed Chong Kai Chang to get a run up, and he, a little bit, not enough space really that he left for the Thai team driver just on the outside. So unfortunately, the two of them came together. Might have been a bit of a lax spike that could have contributed to this actually, but
I think it's the opposite. I think it's Kai Chung actually snapped oversteer into the side of Lopez, and both of them were sent spinning into the infield.
Well, regardless of how that turned out, well, it seems like Paul Ryan Lopez has suffered a lot due to that, and is still holding up Chong Kai Chang, who, by the way, apparently it's not on the same phase of the lap as he is here, so a bit of unintended firing here as another car is just spun out. Arham Rahman from ATXR, what exactly happened to him here? His car is already looking worse for wear. Bit of a concertina and a clatter from the back from one of the Team Uncle cars has spun him around, unfortunately.
And I'm not sure which Team Uncle car is that one, because we lost sight of them who caused that particular incident. But for now, Arham is actually back into the action, into the fray.
So, as it stands right now, Ian Wong continues to keep his battle up with Faiz. He's already regained quite a bit of time, or maybe Faiz might have lost quite a bit of time, really. Both of them looking not that great on the as far as the deltas are concerned. And unfortunately, well, I mean, I guess fortunately for Ian Wong, that's allowed him to regain somewhat his position here. And now he's going to be able to resume this bit of battling, as it were. We still have 2 hours and 26 minutes left in this race here. As of right now, this is the only battle within the top 15 here. Ian Wong versus Naufa Faiz, the battle that was put a little bit on ice as Chakrabochi was lapping the two of them. Now that they've already sorted out their differences, as it were, Ian Wong is now back on track here to continue his battle with Faiz.
Yeah, it's almost as if nothing's changed. And again, it goes back to the whole thing of no matter how many things change, it all somehow still stays the same, and it rings quite true here between Faiz and Ian. But it looks as though Ian is definitely the racier of the two drivers, trying to get by and challenge Harsono, because he's not that far up the road, actually, incidentally. He's about 7 seconds ahead, 7.5 seconds ahead, so there's still a chance for him to get up toe-to-toe with the number 82 MPR GP car.
I think you will definitely get a lot more progress done here if he's able to get past Naufa Faiz here, because so far Naufa has really just been holding him back, really, even though the two of them combined are still able to gain onto Harsono overall. But Ian Wong really wants to try to bring the fight to Harsono, not to Faiz, really. So I think a bit of a frustrating position to be in for the 311 car, that's for sure. But sadly, he's really just going to have to find either a creative way to get past or hope that fate really lands on his side this time around with a bit of traffic pouring up ahead.
Well, you're talking about fate. Here it is. This is now in his own hands in terms of trying to get by. There's a bit of light markers in a way. That's the Auto Gaming Rebels car, the number 71, sister entry to the 37, up ahead. Whereas Faiz is probably going to be a bit careful not to trip himself over this one. He made a mistake coming through turn number 1. Can Ian dive on the inside turn 2? No. No way through.
No way through yet. I mean, again, Faiz has been so good at keeping his line and keeping a good defense, staunch defense against two drivers now. And this time, Ian Wong's the second of the drivers who is now trying to put the pressure onto him. But unabated, car number 311 continues to stay just ahead. Tamim Nasser is a driver of the car that may potentially be lapped later on, as I think I do see that Ian Wong is getting even closer now than he was before the Faiz. Could this be a moment for him? Not quite. Still going to be left a bit on the outside here. Even under braking, he does close the gap somewhat, but the BMW still remains ahead.
Yeah, my apologies to the Bengal Racing crew. So that's the other Bangladeshi team that has made it into the race here. But I don't think Nasir will try to get by too quickly. In fact, he does it now. That's a good bit of driving. Very disciplined to let it by. And he continues on his merry ways as well. But for Ian, it looks as though it made not much of a difference because he's still stuck behind Offal.
Just look at the line that Faiz took right through there. Just hammers home how really tricky
well,
that section is. And unfortunately, he's cooked it in the next corner here and right on the straight as well. So this is going to allow Ian Wong a free pass now. Finally, the luck has come onto Ian Wong's side.
But he doesn't have the time to celebrate for long because he can see there Faiz will try to retaliate.
Yep.
He does. He looks for a dink.
Oh!
But no way through. Ian hangs firm on the brakes and he takes the position away. Now he can set his sights on chasing after Marco Harsono. Oh, he didn't get whacked as well for good measure.
I think that's Faiz just trying to outbrake himself there, unfortunately, but trying to get closer to Ian Wong, but that's actually put him a little bit far off. But I mean, you said hang on the brakes. I think it's literally just keeping his foot floating over that pedal and just waiting to be to hit it at literally the last possible moment there. And now for Faiz couldn't outbrake him that time around to turn 1. So it's Ian Wong now finally unleashed here, although all that tussling and turning has unfortunately added a bit more time in his pursuit of Harsono, because it's now a 9.2 second gap here between him and the number 82 car, and that's unfortunately he's going to have to find some way to gaining all that back. It's a bit fortunate on his side that the track is a little bit more clear, so we'll see how this will continue to progress on.
Yep. as our timing screen has failed again, but I think because it just resets itself every now and then. So it will just go through this cycle, but hopefully it's not interrupting anything that's happening on screen. Either way, it's fun watching some of these battles go on track, but it's to our expense that we cannot keep up with every single one of them.
Yeah, we'll try to give you guys the updates as we can. Henry Crooks, in the meantime, is getting within 6, maybe 7/10 of a second now. To Darwin Lair, continue to try to get as close as possible here, but still no dice. Still going to have to fight his way through the more technical parts of this track here. Still trying to find some gains, trying to get a bit of a wider line and a tighter exit here. Hopefully gain some speed. Coming in now to the ever so tricky part. I mean, again, you're just riding over 3 sets of curbs here, and the really tricky one at this intersection. So it just really feels to me like every time you're going through that part of the track, it's like threading a needle, where by some miracle RNGesus, you can sometimes end up either having your car completely unbalanced, or in the case of Rajamil Shaukat, you're having your hardware completely fail on you.
Yep, and there is Crooks on screen. Let's see if he can steal a march on Lur on this one.
Yeah, let's see. Full focus right now. It's gonna need every bit of it as Lair actually loses a bit of time there, a bit of oversteer coming out of him out of the corner, and Henry Crooks capitalizes on it perfectly. It's folding in front of him and takes the position away from Darwin Lair.
And not only just position, that's the lead in the AM class for Henry Crooks. That is a brilliantly calculated time maneuver, and the young British driver based in Brunei takes it in his stride, and he will no doubt be happy with that particular one. But look at that, he's not even celebrating that, because knowing full well he still has 2 hours and 20 minutes to hang on to this.
And not only that, like Darwin Lair is still within touching distance, so it's still going to be a bit of a defensive drive here for Henry Crooks in order to maintain his lead of the AMP class here, so he knows the work is only about half done. He needs to try to pull away from Darwin Lair in order to remain in full command of the AM class race. So let's see how he will handle it. The young driver now currently leading the class, as it were, but as we come around now to the ever so tricky part of this track here, riding absolutely over the curbs. It's almost like rally driving, isn't it, here, as Drayden Lair is the one on your screens right now, still attempting to try to keep within touching distance of Crooks to hopefully keep this battle for the lead alive.
Yep. Whether or not Crooks can steal it in the end, we'll have to wait and see, but that was stealing a much on Drayden when he least expected it, and with that slight mistake, he has paid the price for not being able to defend enough. But at least his saving grace is that he can still at least have 2 hours and 19 minutes left to go after this to try and claim back that lead in the M class.
So Henry Crooks is now almost about a second away from Lair, as it were. So I think that's pretty much done it here for Henry Crooks. He's now very firmly in command of the AM class. Let's look at what else is unfolding on track. We're now on board with Jet Lim, another one of the Team Uncle cars. This time it's car number 2. Locked in a bit of a battle here with Wei Shin Wong, of Downshift Esports, and it's getting within a nice touching distance now of that really nice purple car. Coming around here, a bit of traffic is forming in front of him, a bit of a battle actually for track position going on there as Jet Lim continues to chase Wei Shin Wong. Over the curbs they go yet again. Every time I see that, it's just feeling, I think I'm just about as anxious as the drivers to hope they make it through there. Now the Ferrari of Wei Shin Wong is attempting to make a move on the inside of the Bigo Aston Martin, as it were. Now it's going to be a bit held up, actually. 3-car situation going on here on the main straight as Wei Shin Wong is unfortunately not able to get past the Aston Martin. He's a little bit held back here, and the Team Uncle car is going to try to take a dive on the inside. Does take the track position away from Wei Shin Wong, but can he hang onto it? Wei Shin is hanging around the outside, tries to regain it in the next corner. It is going to beat him on the brakes, but it is still the Team Uncle car that stays on the apex, still side by side, although a little bit of hit right now for Jet Lim. He confirms it on the next turn to take up the track position.
And not only that was for a 3-way battle on track position, that is for position. Prasya, Wilson, Wei Shin Wong, and Jet Lim all together here, and they still cannot be separated at all.
Yep. In fact, like, Prasya is already pulling ahead, but look at how quickly Jet Lim is closing in on the 2 cars here, ladies and gentlemen. He is actually gaining and gaining on that Aston Martin right now. hoping to be able to gain another position as the Aston Martin goes a little bit wide. That's pretty within touching distance now. Jet Lim. Jet Lim is feeling really racy right now, feeling on form. Matching the breaking point right now of the Aston, tries to gain it on the exit by cutting on the inside curve a little bit much. Still not able to find the exit speed here to beat the Aston Martin.
Yep, but he does have the advantage of coming into the final couple of corners close, but not like that. The curb has upset the car. Again, you have to take a deep breath every time that something like that happens, because you never know, a car might be flipped broadside from an errant curb, or at least the physics, the way that is modeled, can just flip you sideways.
Yeah, he's now trying to gain on the slipstream here. Prashtia has a 5-second penalty, by the way, so really, I wonder is it going to be to his best interest to try to keep ahead here, or perhaps focus a little bit more on the long run here. But whatever the case, he doesn't want to give up this track position, no matter the case here, whether it be Jet Lim or whether it be due to penalties. Jet Lim going a little bit wide that time around. He's still under pressure, by the way, from Wei Shen Wong behind, who has actually been able to keep up with the two of them throughout this whole battle here. So, I mean, really good on Wei Shen Wong's part, still keeping the hopes alive, as it were, here for Downshift Esports Arena IRT2.
Yeah, Infinity Racing Team as well. It's a combination between that store in Sunway and the team that's being run by Arlen Redcliffe. So, again, it's nice to see that a lot of sponsorships are going on, but unfortunately for them, they didn't submit a livery in time, so that's why you're seeing a car that looks a bit like the Amigos car, actually.
Yeah, it's caused me a bit of confusion a lot of times, actually, now that you mentioned it. Jet Lim, though, getting closer and closer here to Prashtia. Again, this is still a battle for 18th place. Prashtia still has that 5-second penalty hanging over his head, but he still wants to keep this track position here, which is vital for his race. Coming around now towards that final corner here. Can Jet Lim find the slipstream this time around? Can't really close the gap on the braking, though. I think that's still going to be left in the cooler, or maybe the slide that Prashtia just had on the exit may just open the door now as Jet Lim pushes him right over the marbles here, and is going to be able to cut him perhaps into the first turn. He's going to be able to close it. Not quite. Aston Martin still stays alongside. He still really wants it back. He takes the track position back away from Jet Lim just as quickly as he almost got it.
And look at that Wei Shen as well. Nak is actually in there watching brief, knowing that this is 2 free positions if they were to whack each other. So, would you like to be the driver behind or the driver battling? Look, there's no Jet Lim actually just thinks, yep, I'd rather be that driver and take that position away.
That's perfect revenge right now, and now Wei Shen Wong is also getting himself into the action. Prashtia a little bit wounded for sure coming out of that turn. Now has to find himself in a bit of a sandwich situation here. Flash of the lights coming in behind here for Wei Shen Wong, announcing his intent to try to get past Prashtia and maybe even Jet Lim, continuing the chase right now for this 18th place, which Jet Lim is currently holding at this point. But Jet, at the moment, still having to defend against Aston Martin. Aston Martin having to defend against the Ferrari behind. This is an absolutely cracking three-way battle right now.
Yeah. Menage a trois, but in the best way possible. That is actually quite a great battle we're looking at right now. Really good bit of driving from all 3 drivers, and we are thoroughly enjoying this. A Malaysian, an Indonesian, and a Singaporean all in one go.
Let's just hope this doesn't turn out to become a marriage in hell here, as these cars kept it clean. So far, so good. Let's hope it stays that way right now, as Prashtia gets a little bit of a slipstream onto Jet Lim.
Oh no!
Oh, not gonna make it on the braking, unfortunately. Goes completely wide, but unfortunately Wei Shen Wong didn't quite capitalize too much on that. No doubt trying to make some evasive moves there in case something really bad happens. Well, talk about commentators, because I was hoping things were gonna stay clean, but bit of a hair-raising moment, as it were, here for the Bigo Racing Division car.
And would you believe it, this is only for battle for what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 position.
Hey,
but they're fighting for every last bit they're worth, because they're really enjoying this really good battle. And for the M class, that's really showing their worth.
I mean, again, every point matters when it comes to this competition here. As we continue on, Prashtia has now actually lost quite a bit of time here to Jet Lim. Jet Lim is absolutely rocketing away from this battle, as it were, and leaving Prashtia and Wei Shen Wong in the dust.
We were looking at the Facebook comment. Warwood Ben Jawan Sakon. He says fighting Thailand team. Yeah, definitely. We had some moments from the Thai teams that were there, but they were also in the wars for sometimes for the wrong reasons.
Well, the Thai teams are certainly fighting really well in this race so far. Haven't seen much action from them yet, but no doubt they're still fighting within their own positions here. And fighting is still Wei Shen Wong to continue to try to find some gains against Prastia. Unfortunately, wasn't able to capitalize too much on Prastia's own misfortune early on in this very turn. Let's see if Lightning might strike twice here. I think Prastia is still looking a little bit wide. Wei Shen Wong still looking pretty good so far. Bit of traffic right now for Jet Lin.
This is for position.
This is for position.
This is one of the Thai drivers we were talking about earlier. This is Chai Wongsa. Sapotet Chai Wongsa is actually now right in front, and this is for P6 in the AM category. Now we get a bit of more screen time for the Thai drivers, and this is against a very fast Singaporean who's jetting along quite nicely.
Jetting along indeed. Oh, a bit of a ram jet actually onto the back of Chai Wongsa. But the Thai driver still remains unfazed actually, continuing on with his lines to continue to keep ahead of the other McLaren, the red and white one that's behind him at this point. Now coming over the curbs as we come around to another tricky section here, a bit of under braking. Look at the way the flames just bursting out here, but Jet Lim actually finds a gate on the exit, tries to hook on the inside and does get himself alongside the Thai driver. Coming in now to the really tricky part of this track here. The Thai driver left a little bit out on the lurch here and unfortunately has to take over the curbs while Jet Lim takes to the track. Still maintains good average speed here, but it's still side by side now as he comes into the final part. The Thai driver stays on the inside and gets clattered on the side by Jet Lim.
And he tried to dive bomb again. That last corner seems to be not so favorable for someone who's tried to dive bomb, and Chai Wongsa loses out 4 positions in one fell swoop.
I don't think that's a legal move really from Jet, because that is still Chai Wongsa's corner. He already took the apex first and it was already clear position. So if anything, it looked more like Jet Li turned into him. So that could be grounds for protest here from the Thai teams. Let's see how that will continue on.
Yeah, the I-10 team, which have been looking very promising here today, particularly in the hands of Chai Wongsa, who was high up in the top 10 before when the pit stops were coming around. Well, definitely would not be looking at that replay again. Though, again, they have a fair point of maybe on the grounds of protest that he might just want to go for that. So his team probably be working in the Discord, try and say, okay, I've been tagged, put the lap in, let's see what the stewards think.
So we'll see whether or not that update will come true. We're only 9.5 minutes away from the end of our second phase here, the second hour of racing. So we're almost about 9.5 minutes away from the halfway point. So far, so good for Andika Maulana, but for everyone else, it's been quite a topsy-turvy race as incident after incident after incident has unfolded here. Wei Shen Wong has been involved in about half of that really, as we've seen plenty of action between him and Prastia as well as Jet Lim. Jet Lim currently leading the 3 cars in this battle for the 17th place. Prastia's 5-second penalty is now turned into a drive-through penalty here. That is just so unfortunate here for the Bigo Racing Division team.
On top of the 5 seconds, he has to serve that drive-through because of, well, cutting the track one too many times, and that's it. He's been served that one, so that puts a cooler on that particular matter. Oh, further behind, 112 Yanhua once again involved in an incident.
Aye. On a slow part of the track, really, and it's actually racing one of the Thai Porsches for track position, as it were. Comes in, gets clattered in the back there. That's pretty cold, actually, coming from the Porsche.
Yeah, from Paul Ryan Lopez. So Lopez there, who we saw in the first round, wearing 2 different ski masks and 2 different race suits to cover the rest of his face, but we know it's him underneath at least, so that is not some imposter that took over the wheel in his cockpit. As Obi looks a bit squirrely there. Looks as though this particular lap, the car may be a bit on the cold side rather than being on fire to race properly. Regardless of that, that was a crazy moment, and I think Yanhua and the Spontan team will be putting in a protest as spontaneously as possible.
Yeah, we'll see how that will turn out here. We do get live updates from our race steward, Afik, who is monitoring this race as we speak here remotely from his very comfortable position back at home. But he will be announcing if there are additional penalties provided here for the drivers over the intercom. Meantime, what has happened so far with Andre Setien-Wan's race? He's now half a second away from Prashtia. It's looking a bit yeah, a little bit hot under the collar there for sure. It's getting literally heating up in this battle right now. Prashtia, who had to serve the drive-through penalty, has put himself into this position now just ahead of Setien-Wan and maybe at risk of losing another bit of track position here if Setien-Wan can find his way around.
Yeah, meanwhile, Wei-Shin Wang has come into the pit, so that particular great scrap for P7 in the AM class has actually gone to bed for now. Whoa!
Oh no.
That is also a teammate, by the way, in the other Beagle car. That was number 669. In fact, isn't that Prastia?
Yeah, that's Prastia.
Yeah, it is Prastia. So it's the main Beagle car that ran a bit wide. And here comes Setien-Wan coming through to put more rain on his parade.
Yeah, a bit of a shade of the mistake early on. He unfortunately suffered in that three-way battle, and that's now coming to bite him back here and against a fellow teammate, no less. So just really something to forget really for Prastia. Let's see whether or not he'll be able to come back from this hard. Fortunately, it's going to be a really long track ahead for him for the next 2 hours or so. And let's see whether or not he'll be able to regain some pride here for the Beagle Racing Division team.
A bit of pride and a bit of retribution, shall we say. With especially Setien-Wan, we remember that one lap that he really needed to forget what's happened. Well, he's going along quite nicely since then, up to P20 overall and racing in the top 10 in the AM class. So all's well now in the world for him.
Yeah, you gotta take the silver linings whenever you can find them for sure. I mean, again, when you're racing, I mean, any kind of series, but really in endurance racing, it's often just the slimmest of margins, really, that separate you and the rest of the class. I mean, I think just complaining a little bit, saying that a lot of penalties wouldn't be comfortable. Okay, I think I hear you. Probably gonna have to buy you some drinks later after all of this is said and done, really. But glad to know that you've been keeping busy there, Afik. So
yeah.
Okay.
Well, now he knows how Robin feels like. Apart from having his picture shown in the TV graphics, like he's some sort of dictator.
Oh no. God. Well.
Sorry, Robin.
Robin, certainly, I mean, one of the most revered members of the officials, as it were, here in Malaysia. One of the most experienced race directors we have actually in the country, having served for decades now, and is well, certainly a fixture, if you will, of the Sepang administration. Now, I think in the meantime, well. That's certainly going to be aspiration now for you, isn't it? And just Setien-Wan in the meantime, looking, still looking pretty good for himself. Already got him quite a bit of distance now from Prastia, so he can pretty much focus on his race for now. What is Zikri up to at the moment? A bit of a toss and turn here, as I think that's Aquino, who is just ahead of him, managed to regain his track position here as Zikri tried to have a look around the outside. Didn't seem to have worked out here for the Rising Line driver.
Yeah, and he's fighting. I don't think that's Aquino per se right in front of him because he's a couple of cars in front there.
Oh, okay,
that's
so
Aquino.
that's Aquino.
Yep, and coming through is Rubio. So Rubio comes by. So that's a swap and a half for the Schwifts Racing team. As both of them go off big time.
No.
Both of them go off almost simultaneously. And Zikri, look at his face. He's almost in stitches watching that. And he nearly pushes off Jeremy Yao behind him.
Jeremy just barely dodging out of the way there. Now able to get out against the bumper of the Rising Line car. Is he going to be able to get some positions back here? Maybe, but then he's going under pressure from the Beagle car just behind him here. Going around the outside is the Aston Martin. Okay, that's Ramadan, who is actually on a different class, different phase completely. This race just lapping lapping the number 55 car, as it were, and probably going to lap a few more. Zikri moves out of the way there to allow the faster car through, but still going to be on the chase right now for Aquino, who is still very much ahead of the two of them. He actually puts himself in a bit of a sandwich right now, but actually just trying to cover up Jeremy Yao behind. Jeremy actually trying to have a peek on the inside, going to turn 2, didn't quite find it under braking though, so still has to tuck in behind the racing line driver.
Yep, this is going to be interesting. Ferrari versus Ferrari. And incidentally, two teams that almost mirror each other in terms of numbers because they're right beside each other. No! There is a Ramada going through, and Aquino actually now, in fact, is that Aquino getting passed? Yes, Aquino is getting passed by Zikri and by Jeremy Yao in one fell swoop, but he's going to fight back.
He's going to fight back. He does get the position back from Jeremy Yao. Now tries to get the position back from Zikri. Almost trying to go alongside there. Look at that. I have two cars having to react to each other right now to stay out of each other's way as Jeremy Yao comes around the inside and takes position back again from Aquino. This has just gone from bad to worse here from the Filipino driver, as Aquino has lost 2 positions here from trying to let the faster car through. Not exactly the way you want to do it.
Well, he's dropping like a stone there. It's not very swifty, that's for sure for him. But at least he gets away with it without any damage. But certainly that would have shaken them up a bit.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. And look at that. The gap's not widening here as Jeremy Yao keeps the pressure going into Zikri. He had his sights set on that racing line car for quite a while now. Both of them in these in different classes actually, but still racing for that track position. Going on the main straight, Jeremy Yao loses out in the exit, so Zikri can have afford a bit of breathing space right now to focus his attention on trying to gain some time here and try to separate himself from Jeremy Yao's car.
Yeah, but easier said than done because since both of them are more or less equal in performance, that might be the trickiest thing to do.
And equal cars, no less, on a platform that has really aggressive BOP here. So for all intents and purposes, these guys are on equal machinery, as Nico Rosberg loves to use that catchphrase a lot. So Jeremy Yao still continues to keep the pressure going on to Zikri throughout all of this. We're already approaching the halfway mark, as it were, onto round 2. This battle still somewhat heating up. We're going to keep on this for a bit and see whether or not Jeremy Yao will be successful or ultimately not, as he's continuing to keep closer and closer to Zikri. Zikri just absolutely pushing the car to his limits here to try to keep himself ahead of the number 55.
Yeah, but again, Zikri is just slightly faster than 2 last time out, but certainly not in this phase of the race because you can see Jeremy comes in on the inside. Jeremy gets him, and he actually got a very poor line out. Well, he's laughing about it probably because he made a mistake on probably the setting of the car, but he can afford a bit of a wry smile there.
I think he kind of like he fainted quite a few times against Zikri there, constantly peeking onto his inside, just keeping him on his toes. And unfortunately, that time around, that defensive line didn't work out. So we now reach a halfway point. Jeremy Yao moves up to 23. Andika Maulana is still the overall leader here by more than a country mile. 25 seconds here to Russell Reyes, at least according to the last time around. So that's an incredible lead here for the LOR lead driver, as it were. So we're going to be taking a short break, but we'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the second half of Endurance Edition round number 2. Antika Maulana has been leading for the first 2 hours even after the pit stops. He still remains very much in favor of the lead, of the race, potential race win here, as it were, in round number 2. This is the standings as it were here. Things have cooled down somewhat after the chaos that we saw earlier on in the first half of this race, but I suspect maybe more chaos might be in store for the rest of us, as a drive-through penalty has been given here to Muhammad Fikri Asra, who's driving the number 351, the bigger racing division XY lap car. Very unfortunate here. That's probably going to drop him a little bit, although Ashan looking still a little bit far off from him at the moment, but may be passing him soon on track. In fact, Adiadi Vishnu has already passed, so has Naufal Faiz as well. So Fikri Aska has fortunately found himself 2 positions behind after he's completed serving his drive-through penalty.
On top of the pit stop earlier, because it was Ferdi Ramadan that ran in the car, and he cuts across the pit lane line. Hopefully Afi was watching that one and think, yeah, that might be a slam dunk cause for a penalty, because every single driver we've seen coming out of the pits have followed that pit lane road and kept respecting the line. So Aska, maybe, because we caught it on broadcast camera, might see another penalty come his way.
Well, let's hope that's not the case here, because Aska is already down quite a bit here thanks to that drive-through penalty. Another one. It's not going to do him any favors here. Iga Yudhistira, who's now taking the reins of the 89 car for BRM. That is Balapan Random Motorsports, not the classic Formula 1 team, as it were. He's giving a good chase now to Lau, who is driving the 828 car just in front of him. Lau, who is driving one of the Team Uncle cars, is currently sitting in 27. Yudhistira very much would like that position, please.
Team manager 351, call me now.
Like there was a call for one of the team managers to meet with Afi on Discord for that one. So that's, in essence, yep, called up to the principal's office. That is probably the worst feeling in the world. Can't relate, by the way.
Well, I would think it's more closer to like a discipline teacher's office, actually, given that that's kind of the role of race control, to keep all these drivers in line.
What a dive!
Hey, what a dive there from car number 89. Yudhistira finally takes the position from Lau, taking advantage of the bit of traffic that's forming in front of him here. Some cars that needs to be lapped right now, and Iga Yudhistira will be eager to try to get past them as quickly as possible here. Now that he has secured 27th place, but needs to be able to build a gap now to Lau's car to stay comfortable, finds a way around the outside of this McLaren here, but the McLaren's not making it easy for him at all. The Thai team driver continuing to stay ahead right now, Yudhistira, the Indonesian.
Whoa, and more diving left and right and center, because that was the JPRT car being passed, and now he's actually been able to regain that position. But wow, that is some crazy moment. In fact, I think that is Chai Wongsa, yeah. So Chai Wongsa, the best of the Thai drivers. This is not for position, by the way. This is just a driver who's quite fired up right now. Yudhishthira, there's nothing stopping him. He wants to get as many drivers as possible.
Yeah, he certainly wants to dispatch as many as he can right now. Not going to be able to find a way past his McLaren this time around here. Under braking, at least he's going to try again on the next corner, trying to take a dive on the inside, but still the Thai team car still remains ahead of him here. Thailand certainly is fighting for that track position here and making Yudhishthira's life very hard indeed.
Yeah, man. Can you imagine how fast the things can change when your car's all fired up and the driver is one with the car, and this is what happens. Oh!
No!
That was a big hit though. And speaking of on fire, that nearly extinguished all the effort that he would have done.
And Lau is taking advantage of this now, getting up back behind Yudhishthira. This is a perfect position for him to make a counter-attack, to gain a position back here from Yudhishthira. But Yudhishthira, still unabated, still has quite clear running ahead of him. Can he find a way to pull away here from this other McLaren? Let's see how this turns out.
Yeah, meanwhile, Afi has actually clapped back and said, well, we'll leave that one out in the first one. People can read the comments. Second one, he's still waiting for his MAM license, his IRL MAM license, of course, unless he still considers going back racing on a bike, which is more dangerous anyway.
Well, the good news for Afik at least is that, you know, this is going to be part of his portfolio, I guess, when he finally does get that license indeed. A quick shout out here to IPESC here from QCK Thibault, saying his members are doing pretty great in this race.
Yep. Fair enough. It is always great to see people shouting out for each other, as meanwhile we have more and more battles. This is the Pintar by Bigo Car.
Yeah, Mohavitang, nicely done.
On Lopez. James Patrick Lopez, I think no relation to Paul Ryan Lopez because Lopez is such a common surname.
Yeah, well, still side by side, and James Patrick Lopez is able to regain position, but will he keep it though? Not on the exit, unfortunately, as Muhammad Bintang finds a way through. Still trying to keep up ahead. Ashish Shakur is in the pits right now. Let's go back to see what happened between Bintang and Lopez. I think it's Bintang still ahead. Oh no, they're still going to be side by side here. James Patrick Lopez is fighting back, trying to regain position, and does regain position ahead of Muhammad Bintang.
I wonder what happened to the camera there. It just selected by itself to a guy that has a drive-through coincidentally, so at least that is lucky for us as a break. But no, not that way for J. Patrick Lopez. He actually loses the position again to Bintang, and what's worse for him is that Bintang is... Oh no!
Oh, touched him on the inside there, and Bintang spins around.
Yudhishthira, would you believe it?
Oh no!
It's the driver that we actually saw just now was on fire. Well, that extinguishes all his performances. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, I was trying to take the inside.
Oh.
Just kind of understeered into him, or perhaps didn't quite have the grip actually to make it onto the inside of that corner really, and that's completely ruined Bintang's race actually. Lopez though, he still had a drive-through penalty to deal with there, so I think regardless of how the battle turned out, it's still Bintang who will end up in front anyway, but still not a way to end the battle that was looking pretty stonking up until that point though.
Yeah, indeed, and well, we were excited by that. Unfortunately, it was adjourned in the most needless way possible, as we got more penalties being served. Look at that, Millington, teammate Hayden Millington, teammate to Kian Butler, has been given a drive-through. This might just be for, again, corner cutting or track limits violations.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's been a lot of that lately in this race. I mean, again, this Ricardo Tormo track has been very much a trap for more than a few drivers, really. From the curbs it is, from the track limits now for some of these drivers who now have to serve the drive-through penalty. Hayden Millington, is he going to be taking this turn? Yes, he will. Dives into the pit lane now to serve the penalty. Best to get that out of the way as soon as possible so you can focus more on your racing.
Meanwhile, Alpha Faiz as well is into the pits. This is probably more routine, I would say. Yes, it is. It's because it's almost time's up because he's been an hour and 1 minute into his stint. Car is now being jacked up, presumably for a full stint. So there we go. That's the end of his particular run on that one. Millington, on the other hand, is a bit more unconventional because that's not for a pit stop. That was for the penalty that he received earlier. But anyway, can you imagine they use the long lap penalty that we have modeled on this circuit for MotoGP? like what they do in real life, where if you have a penalty, just use that and call it a day. Right around, no, not this one.
Yeah, that's
It's further up the road.
further up the road. We just saw Andika Maulana actually lapping Shamim right now. That just goes to show how much quicker LMR car is. Yeah, there you go. That's the road that you were pointing out early on.
The long lap penalty.
Yep. And well, as for Shamim, at the moment getting lapped by the leader here just goes to show how much the gap is now between Andika Maulana and the rest of the field, as it were, as he's already gaining onto some of these other drivers here, trying to make its way.
Drive-through
to
penalty,
the finish
car
line.
351 for crossing pit exit line.
There we go. There's the penalty being dished out, car number 351. Because we caught it live on stream, and the race steward saw that as well, that's the penalty being given. So no one needed to protest. What we caught on camera is what's been given. So
Well, it's clear as day, isn't it? And you know, it just reminds me again to bring up M. Ravin again, the way he's described, you know, cutting the pit exit line, as it were. It's like, as far as he's concerned, and this is his word, as far as he's concerned, that line is like a brick wall. Like, your car is not supposed to get past that. And unfortunately for Askar, that's a drive-through penalty that he's got to serve now.
consecutive drive-through penalties. There's
Oh.
the Hubba Bubba car nearly getting into the side of Jeremy Yao. Again, that Hubba Bubba car has been quite a
Yeah.
danger.
Oh boy. Yeah, he's been getting himself like featured quite a lot here, and not for all the right reasons, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's Askar he's able to dispatch some of these cars to make his way through, but still has that drive-through penalty hanging over his head, unfortunately. So pretty much gonna be heads down for him from here on out, and hopefully don't cut the pit exit line on your way out.
Yeah, it's almost equivalent of not hitting the door on the way out. That is a, well, I don't know why that's a common occurrence in the United States, but less we say the better.
I guess doorways there are probably a little bit too small, or maybe patrons a little bit too large to fit through the gap.
They're not for small people. They're not.
Surely that's the case. Aiden Tan is now retaking the reins of car number 23 and is now on a chase here to try to regain onto Asia Meme. It's now within 0.2 of a second now. This is going to be a battle going into turn 1. Can he make it in the braking? Not quite. Still has to tuck in behind, but still within touching distance to keep this battle going for the next few turns. What will Aiden Tan do? Earlier on in his stint, he was able to keep the lead and stayed in the lead pretty much until he had to hand things over. And unfortunately, now he's found himself having to battle again to regain that lead of the amateur class, as it were. So, a bit of a battle that we have to keep our eyes on now.
I wonder what that rear wing says, because there is a bit of signage on the back of that car, but I would not really want to hazard the guess until we get a better look at that. But I'm pretty sure the last part it says, yeah.
I can't quite make it out from this distance either, but having a really good look at the lines right now, and Shamim is just hugging so tightly on the inside, and Hayden Tan almost had a look on the outside that time around. This time he's going to try to keep up and try to get his way alongside, try to find a way into the inside line. He does get the inside line, gets into a good zone right now, but unfortunately the acceleration coming from Shamim is a little bit better on the exit, so he stays just ahead of Aiden Tan, but that's the preview of things to come. A bit of a unsettling there as it come over the intersection of curbs. Aiden Tan is now hooking on the inside, gets under the grass, still picks up a sign on the way, but still stays on the back of Shamim.
Well, that's fitting, isn't it? Because he literally now has two sponsors. Marlboro and Elf, and there we go. The Elf has jettisoned his way out.
Yeah, unfortunately the sponsors had to pull out the last moment there.
I think he didn't want to take responsibilities.
Yeah, unfortunately now they're coming up with a bit of traffic. Shamim has got an Audi ahead of him. That is the 990 car that's in the way right now. Shamim needs to be able to get past it quickly here and hopefully don't open the gap here to Aiden. The 990 car moves out of the way completely off the track there to stay out of the way of these two battling cars. Aiden continues to keep the pressure going onto Shamim. It's becoming a bit of a cooker right now in this battle here for 6th place overall, 1st place in the amateur class.
Look at the steely determination in his face. It's almost smoldering, isn't it? How he's doing it. And I'm pretty sure Aiden's having the same look on his face as he's puckering his lips, trying to get by this fellow Ferrari right in front of him, the Bruneian versus the Singaporean. Who's gonna blink first? This is the battle for the M class win. What a doozy we're having right now.
Wow, just looking at the way Aiden just trying to poke holes in the defense. It's like watching two duelists fencing against each other right now, and Aiden constantly poking holes left, right, and center. But throughout all of that, Shamim cool as a cucumber, full of focus right now, still trying to keep the lead of the race. What an absolutely brilliant race it has been here for our two AM class leaders.
Yeah, but then how long can he soak up that pressure, and how long can Aiden sustain the pressure from overtaking from chasing from behind? This is gonna be now this moment. He's in the slipstream on the start-finish straight, and there's a very long start-finish straight Maui-Yan. It might be enough to get a run here on the inside. He pulls it, coming through turn number 1. Can he make a stake? He has the run, he has the inside line and the distance to make it, but Shamim hangs it around the outside once again. This is a brilliant battle between the two youngsters.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over. Several corners to go here before we can confirm it. Aiden Tan so far has done a brilliant job keeping side by side with Shamim throughout that. Now he's ahead of Shamim, trying to keep the door closed on him in this first sector. And look at that, Aiden Tan now pulls away a bit. That might just be enough here to keep him in the track position. Now he moves up into 6th place, confirmed on our timing screens here. What a brilliant battle it is here. And now in the lead, back in the lead, I should say, is Aiden Tan.
Wow. We can probably look back at that again and make a highlight reel out of it from just that battle alone. That really was a ding-dong hammer and tongs battle, but Aiden was better to it, and now back to where he feels he belongs up in the front in the M class. And he's not that, well, in fact, he is quite far away from the sister card, Diamond Shamim's card, the number 363 of Amirul Naim. So again, the battle's called on this, but it's still far from over in the M class, that's for sure.
Yep.
Oh no!
Oh,
it might just be Rizzo almost immediately.
Yep, I guess the curb strikes again here, and now Shamim is back in the lead. Aiden Tan now having to fight back, tries to go around the outside, but unfortunately couldn't quite find out the braking. A bit of cars, having a bit of chaos around the outside there, but that doesn't quite interrupt this battle here, as now Aiden Tan finds himself back in a position again. Now he's having to repeat what he did last lap around. Goes for the dive on the inside. This time around, Shamim gives him plenty of space. He will know that at least with the speed coming around the outside, it is still enough to keep side by side through turn 1. Now into turn 2, this is the crucial moment here. Aiden Tan takes the apex first, tries to close the door. Shamim this time, unfortunately, is not able to put up that much of a challenge, and back again to status quo it were. Aiden Tan back in the lead again.
Now we can have a look at what happened to Asher Shalkur, because did you see just now 2 cars at the last corner? This was it, but unfortunately we may not be able to get the end of it. But this time, however, he was not at fault, because it was the 404 car that sent to the spin. And we just about missed it on this one. But it was the 404 car that slammed in the back of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, a bit of glitching on the broadcast feed there, unfortunately. Couldn't quite see the moment of contact, but you could see it was a 404 car hit the back of the Hubba Bubba, so I don't know. I'm just hoping I'm not cursing the car too much by bringing it up here, but that Hubba Bubba car has been in a number of incidents now. That last one, not its own fault, unfortunately. Or rather, fortunately, I should say, as in Mokhtar right now on board with him here, as he is seeing Shamim, who is just fresh off of the loss of the lead here. It's now looking like Mokhtar might want to try to challenge him for that track position. Again, still camera shy, getting a good look on his shutters at the moment, but very much keeping his eyes forward here on focus, as he is now potentially going to be moving up a place here if he can somehow find a way past Shamim.
Stream. Unfortunately, we can't look at it right now because we had yet another glitch on our timing screen. But it looks as though Shamim, after that ding-dong battle with him and Amirul Naim, has actually lost a bit of momentum now, and he is falling into the clutches of a silver class driver, Aziz Shamim Mokhtar, second in the silver class, incidentally. And look at that. That might have taken a
second
bit of
penalty, car 71, unsafe driving.
Now gonna do it, yep, easy as you like, because Shamim definitely has lost some tires from that particular battle.
Yeah, quick question here from one of the chatters from Funky Basuk. How much time is lost in the drive-through penalty here? Do you happen to know that?
Very good question. 25 seconds, I think. Because I was counting what happened to Ferdi Ramadan. I think it was about 25, 30 seconds lost in the pit lane. So, since it's a 1 minute 30-second lap, you lose a third of the racetrack already. It's basically one whole sector behind us. Oh, we have driver actually falling behind is Ardiansha. Tristan Ardiansha has been hit, and this is from the final corner. More drivers going off out of sympathy. Now what happened here? Oh my word! He's actually gone into the back of the LOR car.
Lost.
That's Wilson Wood this time, but that was him losing control.
Yeah, that's a lost control for sure coming out from him. Just a really bad mistake there from Ardiansha. By the way, Afik kind of concurs with you as well. He says 27 seconds time loss in a drive-through penalty there. So that's roughly about the time you mentioned earlier on. So as we have a look-see on Ardiansha's race so far, it's not been the best of times for him, that's for sure. Let's hope he's going to be able to recollect himself and hopefully keep things under control as Amirul Afik takes a really wild ride over the intersection of curbs there. The very, very tricky corner out here in Valencia, no less because of the geometry, as it were, of the curbs that you still have to take in order to find a fast line through there. So that's why pretty much everyone is just threading the needle, as it were, going through that chicane. Amirul Afik, though, on a chase here to try to take 11th place from Millington just in front of him. He's actually got a good gain on him coming out of turn number 1. Tries to take a dive into turn 2, takes the apex first, closes the door, but no, leaves it open on the last moment there, allowing Hillington to still stay alongside, but closes it on the next corner to confirm his 11th spot.
Wow, that was a good bit of driving. And again, we always said that turn 1 at the top of the show was the best overtaking spot, but somehow turn number 2 is even better. People have actually gotten through positions and go side by side throughout that first sector all the way. So I think we have to reiterate that turn number 2, best overtaking spot on the track.
I think it's just basically the whole section, really, because after turn number 2, the battle still doesn't quite complete until you finish it in turn 3. So it's just such a brilliant piece of track design, isn't it? I mean, turn 1 itself is it's not like that shallow, but it's still enough that you can carry a lot of momentum even hanging around the outside, and that's the crucial bit that allows even a driver being passed to continue to fight. And the fighting is what Vishnu is doing right now for position here. Faiz, who does have a drive-through penalty, doesn't seem to have put too much of a fight there, really just thinking more about his own race, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't want to lose any more time to get on any more ridiculous accidents. So good bit of driving, and the fact that both of them don't want to start a civil war in Indonesia for this one, so they prevent that from ever coming to fruition. Anyhow, seems as though that it has tapered down a bit somewhat after some of the insanity that happened in between.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're talking about like towards the tail end here, so most of the hot action, as it were, is usually at the very beginning, where cars are a lot more close to each other, a lot more jostling for position is possible. But right around this stage is really more about how your long-term strategy has played out. And so far, so good for a lot of these drivers in the top 15, as it were. Nava Faiz, unfortunately, having to take a drive-through penalty. That's been one of the banes of a lot of drivers' existence here on this Ricardo Tormo track, as track limits is really not only strictly enforced, but very tricky to do, especially in the really fast parts like turn 1, for example. So one of those things that, as a racing driver, you have to really be cognizant of, as Nava Faiz rejoins in the middle of a gaggle of cars here. I see the number 23 of Aiden Tan, and seems to be in a bit of locked in a bit of a battle with other cars that he's trying to lap right now. So Nava Faiz is going to have quite a bit of company right here as he tries to recover after the drive-through penalty.
Yeah, but he will probably be in the middle of nowhere, basically. 4 seconds behind Gavin Chia. In fact, he's behind Jeremy Yao now by 5 seconds, and only ahead of Joshua Vimayono. So he's still got a fellow Indonesian for company, but he will really love to not have that drive-through earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the thing. You just have to respect the rules of the road, as it were, whether it be on a racetrack or in real life. And Joshua Abimoliono, this Asia Mim now lapping him for position. No, not for position, just lapping him at the moment here. Currently sitting in P8, second in the AM class after having been passed by Aiden Tan. And look at how far Aiden Tan has gone right now. He's actually got to pass Azib Mokhtar just off camera as well. So it's already on quite a roll here. Is he?
No, it was Azib that overtook Shamim earlier.
Oh, okay.
So Aiden already took Shamim way before that. Shamim just lost a couple of positions because it seems as though momentum was arrested a bit after being overtaken and probably worked his tires a bit too hard.
Yeah, I think that could be the case. I mean, he was under pressure a lot from Aiden, wasn't he? Just constantly outbraking himself over and over again. I think it could also be possible that the tires overheated under all of that brake pressure. Hayden Min, in the meantime, got a little bit too wide that time around.
No, that was a close one because it was Chong Kai Chang. I think it was Kai Chang.
Yeah.
No, it's Alvin. Alvin has retaken over that eRacing number 990 car. But look at how close it came
Oh
to
my
near
God.
disaster. My God, that would have been probably just a couple millimeters in there to prevent complete and utter destruction.
It's a close call there. I mean, again, we were talking earlier on about the brand new format that's been introduced for what used to be known as the GT Cup is now known as the TGR eRacing Championship. So this brand new format has brought a lot of these GT Cup drivers who mainly play Gran Turismo to try out and actually compete in other platforms. And this is part of the effort here by both Alvin Chai and Chong Kai Chang, both of whom are alumni of the Malaysian Gran Turismo competitive scene, to spread their wings a little bit and gain some experience in these alternative platforms. ACC being one of these platforms that has been announced for this championship here, so no surprise to see them battling it out. What has happened to Naufal Faiz here? Oh my goodness.
Is the intersectional curves again.
Yeah, I think that might be, it's actually before that.
Yeah.
The longgang, as it were. Or it's actually looking a lot more like a sausage curve.
Yeah, it's
now
a
to look at it.
curve. It's not a gutter, it's a sausage curve. It's enough to pitch the car sideways. And for Naufal Faiz, when it rains, it pours. Even though he hasn't rained today in Valencia, it's after that drive-through, it just never gotten any better, isn't it? He'll probably have to be like Andres Etienne. It looked bleak at one point, but he kept hacking at it, and his race has gone better since then.
Yeah, I mean, as the advice normally goes, just keep your head down and continue to be metronomic in your laps and hopefully be able to regain some time. I mean, it still has an hour and a half of running still remaining here. A bit of a close situation going on just behind Naufal Faiz here, as we see Fahad Ghafour, who is taking over the reins here of the 296 car. Locked in a bit of a battle right now, with some other cars out on track here. Not quite sure if it's actually for positions. I think really just going before for just the track position itself here, I believe.
How tight is that cockpit that he has? I like his field, I like the field of view that he has. It's actually very close, so it's good for the immersion. But you know how, it's quite tight. Oh, and just speaking of tight, look at the driver behind. That was near disaster because I think the car that overtook Faiz just now, it was Moyono. No, it's not Moyono.
No, Moyono.
It's not Moyono. It's one of the other Aston Martins. It might have been Risky. No, it's not Risky Novia either. See, it's a bit confusing that there's so many of these cars from Vigo. We can't identify which one's which.
Yeah, I can't quite see the number. I think it's 2 or
It's
3
Vicky
something.
It's Vicky Aska, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Yeah, so not on the same phase here, but just absolutely racing each other right now. I mean, Fahad Ghafour is driving the car that is ahead, and he's still under pressure here from Aska, who is looking to try to regain some time really by unlapping himself, but has to do it the difficult way around. Doesn't quite exactly have priority in the blue flags here, that's for sure. And unfortunately, the victim in all of this here is really just who's that? Like Faiz, who is again, like when it rains, it just really pours. And right now, in a battle that he's not involved in at all, it's just absolutely compromising his pace at the moment, and it's just adding further to the frustration that he must be feeling in the cockpit.
Yeah, after that driver was long on top of it, and a couple of mistakes happened since then. But regardless, again, whatever happened in the past, you just move forward on this and try to keep your head in. You never know, something might fall your way again afterwards. As here, speaking of someone who just fell on hard times, Hayden Millington, who had that drive-through, now trying to regain position from Amirafi.
Yeah, I think at the moment it's only 3/10 and a bit ahead.
Something happened.
Something happened to
big accident.
Big accident here. Aska's lost a position already. Let's see what happened under replay here. As again, he was fighting against Fahad Ghafour. Braked really hard coming into this turn. Is that a collision or something that happened here? I see another car just going a little bit, hanging a little bit wide. There was a car, that was the car that it was involved in the incident. I think it was trying to stay out of the way. Actually clattered into the inside there. He slowed down, really trying to give some way, but I think he mistimed it, or rather, Aska just mistimed it and didn't realize that the AMG was still inside of his area. So that's a spatial awareness that you have to be very keen on, especially in a game, or rather, especially in a series like this in GT3 where cars are so close to each other. So just again, that lack of spatial awareness just coming to bite Asuka really hard that time.
Yeah, and would you believe it? It is one of their own as well. It was the psychopath car that hit him.
Very unfortunate. He's going to have to try to regain some of that time later on. In the meantime, Asuka is trying to dispatch some cars at the moment. Hayden Millington continues his battle here with Afik. Still staying within, well, it was about 3 and a bit tenths of a second behind. But now it's gone up to about 4 tenths of a second on the straight early on. He tries to close up that distance in the first sector now. But the best he can do is just try to keep up with Afik's car and hopefully be able to find a gap later on in the next section, or maybe even back on the main straight. So that's pretty much a pattern out here in Valencia. As it were, the Ricardo Tormo track has shown us time and time again the place to pass is not just turn 1, not just turn through, but all the way to turn 3. So there's still plenty of opportunities to go here for Hayden Millington to make that challenge onto Afik, but he needs to be able to find that right moment to do so.
Yep, named after two-time world 50cc champion. Yeah, there were 50 cc's back then. You had 50, you had 85, you had 125, 250, and 500 alongside sidecars. He was one of Spain's best riders up to that point, and sadly died about a year before the circuit was completed. He died in 98, the circuit was open in 99.
Well, what a fitting legacy for the man here, as Hayden Millington will be looking to try to set up a legacy of his own here. If he can just get past Amir Afik, and Afik has gone very wide this time around. Millington is now all over him onto his bumper, trying to get the slipstream as much as possible going to turn 1. That will be the first phase of this passing battle that has to take place over multiple turns here. Let's see if Hayden will be able to pull it off. Coming into the first braking turn, not quite much of a gain here from Millington. He still keeps up with Afik going into the next turn, tries to take a dive, but still Millington is able to, Afik is still able to beat him to the apex. So this time around, Millington's left out of lurch, still has to try again on the next lap.
Yeah, can you imagine how he feels that every single time he has enough of a drop, but the Ferrari just a bit of legs on the straight. The McLaren just probably not fast enough compared to the Maranello cars, but certainly he does have a bit of an advantage through the corners because he can gain a bit of time here. But Millington, though, probably is just waiting for the right time to strike.
Funny you say Maranello. I was just going in my mind, like, where exactly did Ferrari build their cars actually? Is it Modena? Yeah, isn't it Modena? Isn't it? That's where the factory is.
Yeah, but Modena is the name of the entire region. Maranello is particularly the name of the town.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, just small things, but again, they do come from the same factory that produces the racing car.
Yeah, exactly. So Hayden Millington is certainly going to be hoping to not see anything to do with Modena anytime soon here, because he's struggling actually now to keep up with Afik, who's actually built up quite the gap here.
To
come around the final turn, but still cooking it a little bit in the final turn. Not close enough here for Millington to capitalize too much, I'm afraid. So probably will still, may still try to attempt to poke holes here and hope that Afik makes a mistake somewhere in this first sector phase. But as it stands here, I think Afik has done enough in that last sector here to keep an advantage over Hayden Millington.
Well, you say poke holes is like the Swiss cheese model, but it's not Swiss. Anyhow.
Yeah.
Out of our sides, actually, Moreno Pratama has taken over the car for number 889 from Anika Ramamalana, and he is ready to bring it home here. Russell Reyes, meanwhile, still hasn't pitted yet.
Yeah, still has stayed out quite a bit, actually, so I mean, again, probably going long, same as well with Andika, sorry, that tells you Tasbia went even longer compared to Andika Maulana, so maybe Russell Reyes is just going to extend the stint as much as possible. That lead he had against Pratama's car, the 889, is still maintaining at about 22 seconds, so it's actually increased since the last time around. So very good pace overall here from Russell Reyes before he inevitably has to hand it over to, I think Andika has actually done most of his stint for now, so I think at this point it's up to Russell Reyes to not only extend this lead, but to keep himself in the lead for the next hour and 23 or so minutes.
And for clarification from our GT3 expert, which is Imran Zahaili, right here in the broadcast booth, yeah, the road cars and the production team are both on the Maranello side, but the race car itself, in this particular instance, the 296 GT3 is developed by French constructor Orica. So that's the same Orica that has produced the memorable Orica 07 in LMP2 that has dominated the class in the past 8 years now, and is the preeminent chassis manufacturer as well in the LMDH category. So you can see where a lot of this has actually come to fruition. In fact, the Orica is also responsible for the 499P, the very successful Ferrari 499P that is dominant in the World Endurance Championship right now, and certainly will try to add another feather in that cap by winning a third consecutive Le Mans this year, where the competition is really tight.
One of the rare instances where when an Italian team works with a French, that actually works out well for them.
Well, remember what Clarkson said, when you come together to the cooking, great, but when they make a car, run. Run for your life. But we're not really psyching on the French and Italians here. When you get the good engineering minds together, of course you do it. You can do it properly. Is it that you probably cannot put them together in a football match?
Well, yeah, that will certainly be a recipe for disaster for sure.
And that's what we're going to have in the Champions League final soon with PSG Inter Milan. Well, the sense of fans anyway. But anyhow, we're actually straying over into a couple of lanes that are a bit off tangent. But just to put the cultural differences aside, it has been great that international racing, you can see so many names being involved here.
Well, if I may go on another tangent, speaking about Swiss cheese, I recently learned that, fondue has been mentioned to be like one of the favorite dishes inside of Switzerland itself. But did you know it was literally a psyop in order for the Swiss government to be able to offload excess amount of cheese they have built up inside their warehouses? Now apparently fondue, like,
it's just it was an excuse to make different food, basically.
Well, it's basically they had an excess surplus of like old cheese, as it were. And you know what's one of the best uses for really old cheese? Fondue. Yeah.
Or you can try to make very smelly cheese.
Well,
but, and again, this is probably... Oh, in fact, we have another spinner. That's 990. Yep. Well, that's Elvin Chai again.
On the final corner, no less. So that's not a good place to lose control. And look at that. Oh, just slid out right on the entry there. I think a bit nervous on the rear end, actually, that 990 is. So I'm not sure if that's because of the setup. It's not fixed setup, is it?
No, it's not. It's open setup. And the fact that a lot of people have actually said whoever chooses the Audi is quite brave to do so. And it has bitten them quite in the butt quite a few times. But again, credit to where it's due. They're still going. They really want to gain this experience so that they can learn and be better for future rounds. And certainly we're not slacking them off for this. It is a learning process for those guys coming over from a completely different game.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you jump from one sim platform to the other, it's kind of like relearning how to ride a bike, at times, because the physics engine's completely different, the way the car reacts is different, and well, Alvin Chai and Chongkai Chai have been learning pretty much as they go, and it's pretty much into the fire, really, in the car, like the Audi in the ACC. What about Adib? It's a bit of a mix right now. Lots of cars just in front and another 2 cars battling behind him. He's quite in a world of his own at the moment because he's chasing hard against Jay Lopez. Very, very hard indeed. 0.2 of a second now as he come around into the tail end of the second sector. The Mr. DIY sponsored car is chasing hard now against the McLarens, keeping very close indeed here as he come around to the next turn. And a bit wide there goes Lopez, and unfortunately that's opened the door now for Adib to try to get a run up of him. May be able to close it even before they enter the chicane, but it goes completely wide over the curbs. Lopez is still able to catch him around the outside. A bit of a touch there. The Mr. DIY car takes to the grass, loses a couple of positions. Just gain an a signboard as he regains his position back in onto the racing line and has lost out quite a bit of time.
Body slam there from one of the Entropy cars. I'm not sure which one's that. That might have been Tristan Adiancia. No, it's not. It is the number 311 car of Naufal Faiz body slamming the Ferrari out of the way just to make a point.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Lopez is getting unlapped, is it? Is it unlapped there from another car in front? And Naufal Faiz is still locked in a bit of his own battle right now in the background here. Ashir Shakur, we're on board with him somehow for some reason. No, we're back here onto James Lopez. As he now tries to keep himself ahead here of Adib. I think that's a car that's lapping him ahead of him, so it's not a car in the same phase, but that's posing a bit of an obstacle right now for Lopez, who, as much as he wants to stretch his legs out and try to pull away from Adib, it's actually pushing him into the clutches of that Ferrari now, and the Ferrari is gaining on him onto the same part of the sector last time around, but Adib goes a little bit wide on the exit. On the entry, now trying to regain it on the exit, still stuck behind Jay Lopez, still trying to get to the apex first, as Lopez is giving him ample amount of space around the inside there, but still keeping a lot of average speed through the corners. This is brilliant racing here.
Yeah, but we saw it previously that Lopez gave the space on the inside too. Adib made it through, but he couldn't get it stopped in time in one of the most treacherous corners of the track. But we had plenty of drivers have gone up there. Now we're coming into the final corner once again. Lopez and Adib still inseparable.
Still indeed, and now Adib will have the slipstream on the main straight. Lopez is going to have to do more defensive driving here. A bit of movement in the back. I think it's Faiz who's attempting to get into a tree-wide situation with an AMG in the middle here, letting the AMG through. Lopez still able to keep his line here, but Adib does find his way on the inside coming into turn 2. He's going to try to get an apex first. He will be able to get an apex first, but Lopez loses out on the entry here, and brilliant overtake here from Adib. He moves up a place.
Yep. They're fighting pretty much for scraps at the moment because they're pretty much close on the cusp of being outside the points, but the airtime they're getting is pretty priceless.
Indeed it is, as the AMG, who was lapping the two cars just behind, is now joined up with them here. Is now going to continue to try to be an interloper, as it were, to this battle here. And I think Lopez is starting to fall back quite a bit in terms of pace. Flash of the lights here from the AMG as Mohamed Azhar, who is in 4th place overall right now, gets past Lopez, laps him now, and will be able to continue on his run here. Only 5 seconds away from Fahad Ghafour, so he knows that there's an opportunity here for him to fight for a podium come the end of this session.
Podium overall, of course, but they are in the silver class. No, they are in the pro class, so
yeah.
So yes, it is an overall podium on the cards and in class. 5 seconds to differentiate between them. And look at that, it's a doppelganger of you driving right now.
Well, the beard is a little bit thicker, actually. I mean, that's not jealousy at all from my side. But
I mean, should have think Confucius.
Well, Mama Azhar is certainly not confused at all in the situation here. He knows that he's winning because this is what has happened here to Jeremy Yao. Spun out completely here. Was it a clattering here? He was involved in a three-way battle here, as we see on the replay. There's his team Uncle car behind him, and seems to have touched him just a little bit, but that was enough to turn him the wrong way around the track.
Yep, completely, and he used the barriers to get himself sorted. I'm surprised he didn't just stab on the brakes and get the car rolling, but nope, he let the car roll back into the barriers.
So unfortunate for him, but not too much damage done, hopefully, but he's now down in 16th overall, but is still hopefully going to be able to regain some pace here. In the meantime, what has happened with Muhammad Bintang, he early on dispatched one car, now is going after another. That's Xavier just in front of him. And gone completely wide that time around. That did not work out well for him at all.
Yeah, he was chasing after Evan Javier from the number 19 Vuong Vigo Racing Division car. Is actually a partnership between two different teams, but the Vigo operation seems to be the one that runs the team behind the scenes. There we go. Just about 1.5 seconds across the line that time around.
Yeah, well, we'll see how things will turn out as it goes. As it were right now, what was early on almost a half-second gap, it's now widened up to a 2-second gap after that mistake there from Mohamed Bintang. So it's going to have a lot of work ahead of him in order to regain that position. In the meantime, still a lot of traffic going on here. So many cars having to lap each other. I mean, the marshals, the virtual marshals, I should say, are certainly having to work cut out with them. It's constantly waving that blue flag all day long here. Hopefully the arms aren't too tired at the moment. I think Tristan might be a little bit too tired there, trying to make that turn, gone completely wide off the track, maybe to try to let some of the faster cars through, but that's compromised his racing position, as it were.
Yep. Unfortunately, he also lost out a proper position there. No, in fact, he only just lost time to Adib, so it wasn't for position, it was just bang off. It was just the drivers in front of him overtaking. Right. So, we got a couple of other instances of battles on track. Here it is. Asif Hossein and Darwin Chia. Vanguard Racing Crew versus LOR Ascent. This could be an interesting one because of the fact that it's two Ferraris, but from completely different drivers juxtaposed to each other. in terms of ranking, but it looks as though it's Asif who's just having an arm's length in front of Darwin.
Still trying very hard. Didn't quite make it good on the exit there, so quite a bit of gap there to Hussein. It's going to give him a little bit of breathing room right now, but certainly the pressure is not going to be let up whatsoever. 13 minutes left in this third quarter of this race here. We still have another hour and 13 minutes left to race here, so still quite a ways to go, but that time is getting shorter and shorter, and that means that, you know, all of the efforts that has been done by the entire teams throughout this race, this is where the final phase is coming to a head. Mustafa Al-Safar of Overme Esport had a bit of a spill. Didn't quite catch.
Yeah, we didn't catch the beginning of it, but you can see where this all leads. Is either the curve on the inside or the intersectional curve. I think it was on the inside.
Might be on the inside, actually, given the position that he had recovered out from. So that's really caught out so many drivers in this race here.
Oh!
Another incident going on here. What exactly has happened? In the background, there's a 797 car that's involved in that incident here. We're seeing a replay on, that's Chai Wongstar.
No! He's the one, Chai Wongstar is the one that caused that one that time around, hitting the back of Mulyana, number 113 of the Spontan car.
Well, not very substantious of him, that's for sure. As he rejoins back into the race, Hanif Mulyana still down in 38, now being rushed here by some of the other cars on track. 667, that's a different car in a different phase. Darwin Xia, in the meantime, continues his chase on Hossein. And early on, the last marker was 2.26. Over the line there is 0.06. So still a long ways to go here for Darwin Xia to be able to find a way through. But the battle will continue for quite a bit here, I expect. Hussein looking a little bit rough, actually, through that first corner. That's actually gained a bit of time now for Darwin Xia. So this could very much be game on here for LOR Ascent.
Yeah, in a race that has not been kind to them, isn't it? They've not been in the races per se, even though physically they are. In terms of pace, they know they can be better than this. Heck, it was the very first round, they were the fastest in the entire pre-qualifying session with Enzo Ison, and they were right up in the top 5 before disaster struck for them early on in Barcelona. So really then, they know pace is there, but they just need to put it all together.
Yeah, putting it together is the difficult part, isn't it? So putting it together from corner after corner, from exit after exit, and on this entry though, Darwin Xia is looking very close and very racy here against Hussein, making it a very, very tight battle now between two Ferraris.
Oh, and speaking of two Ferraris, there's a third Ferrari involved. There is number 28 of Azishami Mokhtar diving in on the inside.
Yeah, trying to, I think, lap somebody here.
Yep,
Yeah.
and Alvin Chai is involved in another one this time.
Aye.
Let's not probably guess on that one. It's just, again, learning experience for this particular crew.
Yeah, and a struggle really on a very difficult car to bring around on Valencia. So another passing of the torch, as it were, as Susu Ice has moved up now and then lapped these two battling cars here. Darwin Xia and Hussein can now focus fully onto the attack here. Coming into turn 1, it seems like Hussein has a big advantage on straight line speed. Darwin Xia cooked it on the first corner. That's lost him a lot of time now, that's for sure.
Yeah, and in fact, what makes it even worse now, he has to back off for another car, number 393, that's Ayman Shamim. And there we go. More time lost. This particular battle has been adjourned.
Yeah, hitting adjourned indeed here. Kent Lau in the meantime, so within a second of Asman, has been trying slowly but steadily to gain on him, although he still has a 10-second penalty hanging over his head right now. We are now 9 minutes away for the end of our third phase here, ladies and gentlemen. So final phase will be in effect in just a few moments, and that's where we'll start to see sparks really fly as we witness whether or not these teams have done well in their long-term strategies here in order to gain them that position they've all been searching for the last 3 and a bit hours. For now though, for Ken Lau, you know, it's been a topsy-turvy race for some, but for the Team Uncle team overall, it's been a mix of fortunes all around. As of right now though, for Kent, he can rest easy in the fact that at least for the amateur class, he's still within the points. It's still going to be on here for Team Uncle to gain a good haul of points out of this round here, but it's very much going to be off the backs of a lot of a lot of trepidation, really. I mean, again, you got one Team Uncle car that's in the lead overall, in the lead for the amateur class here. Several of the other cars have been struggling really to stay within the points, Ken Lau being one of them. But so far, so good, and let's hope that the Team Uncle will be able to come home here with the heads held high.
Yep. They will definitely be hanging up high if Aiden Tan manages to get a win out of this one in class, and it's looking good so far. They're leading the way here as Ayman Shamim, their closest rival, has come into the pits. So here's Aiden Tan, Team Uncle Evo number 23, right up in the front here. And Ayman Shamim making a very mandatory pit stop, although gonna come behind.
Yeah.
I hope that was proper. No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. I was wondering what the heck was he doing there. You have to be completely inside your pit box before you're going to be able to do something. I guess maybe a bit of communication with his teammate there to make sure that he's in position to take the reins of the car.
Yeah, it was Asif Hossein that was coming in there.
Yeah, so he was the one involved in the battling as we were seeing with Darwin Xia, so decided to call it quits there. Darwin Xia will inherit his position, but only just still have some pit stop phases left because we are running into the final phase. Mama Asa, who had early on been chasing Fahad Ghafoor, was within a second early on. Now it's up to 2 seconds here, so doesn't seem to have made much of a gain since last time around we saw him. Perhaps the tires are not activating as well as he's hoped for here, as Fahad Ghafoor has been steadily but consistently been ahead and has kept himself ahead here.
Well, look at that. Half a second gain from that one corner alone. I think Fahad might have to come in very soon because based on the sectors, based on this stint as well, he's got 8 minutes more on those tires. So that means that Irfan still has some life in them. Azza has some life in them.
That could be the case here, indeed. I mean, perhaps a bit more circumspect in that regard, but nevertheless, it does mean that Azza is back in the chase here, and this is going to be for a podium overall, but also a podium for the pro class here that is at stake. A AMG Mercedes versus a Ferrari for this battle here. 6 minutes to go in this phase.
Another incident at turn number 1, and we might hazard the guess. It is a driver getting tapped around. It's James Patrick Lopez, so that's a first. That's a first for the incident for this team. Oh, he lost it on his own and nearly gets into the race leader. Rama would have probably had the shock of his life there.
That was just literally had to cut across some cars who ran a little bit wide there to avoid the incident, but frankly, it's really like a true testament to the reaction times actually to avoid a collision there. Moreno Partama is the one taking the reins in the lead car of this race here, and so lucky to not have been collected in that incident there. Moma Asa in the meantime continues to give chase here to Fahad Ghafoor. Half a second now the gap between the two of them. Bit of traffic forming in front as Asa closes up intensely onto Fahad Ghafoor coming around that final turn. Almost made it there, but unfortunately broke apart as soon as it came out the exit. So I think a bit of a hair raiser, I suppose, for Hazal had to stand on the brakes to avoid a collision into the back of Fahad Ghafoor. Now tries to gain a bit more time going into turn 1. Coming towards turn 2 right now, a bit too wide there to get over the curbs, and now tries to close in on the turn 2. I think it's still going to be up to him to make it on the next lap here, I'm afraid.
We'll see, because it seems as though, based on the last lap as well, Fahad, his times weren't really up to snuff. But then again, so was Azaz. He's only about a 10 faster that time round. But certainly, though, in terms of the pace of the race, really struggling with tire wear at this point.
Struggling tire wear, but I think for Asa's case, it's like he's being held up a lot more. But he certainly has just that sliver of pace there that he's hoping that would be able to give him the advantage against Fahad Ghafoor. Fahad, I don't know how long has he been out. Oh boy, that was close, too close for comfort there as Fukui spins out close to the pit entry there. Was that by himself or due to an incident? I think could be an incident here as he turns in, or rather maybe not, just literally loses it on the exit pretty much by himself, and unfortunately collected the car that was just inside of him.
Yeah, he got Yudhishthira. So Yudhishthira was the one that was collected there and carries on his merry way, but it looks as though Fukui might just come into the pits and nearly collects one of the Team Uncle cars.
A Team Uncle car that actually want to make its way into the pit lane, which, man, it's just Well, just kind of chaos that you can expect to see when you got 48 cars out on track here. Just things happen, and they do happen indeed. Fahad Ghafour moves into the pits in order to go and get a nice swap to go on here. So that's going to put Azhar now up into that third place provisionally, although he later on we'll see how things shape up after another round of pit stops here. But Mohammad Azhar has a bit of traffic to deal with on his own here, so may not be able to pull that far ahead here, I'm afraid.
Yeah, again, it's important as we saw just now during that first round of pit stops, how the LOR car entered first and the Amigos car just stayed out for longer. It did not work out at all because they had so much traffic to deal with, and this is the same thing again that Azhar has to deal with traffic on track. The overcut may not be so effective if his pace is stumped a bit. Oh, something happened.
Something happened to 311. Spun out in the second sector. That's now how Faye is here. We're rejoining back on track. Not exactly sure what happened to him as we have a look at the instant replay here. Hopefully we'll be able to catch a bit of that action here. So here he is, just ahead of the 420 car. Comes around the curbing here.
Oh,
and
yep.
Yeah.
The Hatsune Miku car knocked him out.
Yeah, this kind of like turned into him, sort of. Did give quite a bit of space, I feel, but might have narrowed a little bit by the time he came around the apex, and he might just have been a bit unaware that the Hatsune Miku car was already that far inside of his line already by that point. So very unfortunate again for Faiz, but you know, he's still in position for points at least, so you know, still not like the end of the world. Oh no, as I say that, another bum, and this time to one of the Thai cars.
I don't think that was Prop and Chop. No, it's not. It's actually Chai Wongsa, isn't it? Chai Wongsa is the one that got knocked out that time round. Unfortunately, we can't get him on camera right now because he is actually... No, it was Tan Teng Bong. So Tan Teng Bong actually was the one that got knocked out this time round.
Yeah. Again, just having a very quick instant replay here. Again, Faiz is just trying to regain position here. But, again, spatial awareness is just really not that great. Unfortunately, still couldn't quite see that the McLaren is still, like, within his line there. He came on the exit, he was closing out onto the curbs there, and quite frankly, like, was just running on his way, like, not really being that cognizant of where Tan Teng Wong's car was.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate that some of those things have taken away really good battles, or it exhibited some of the drivers probably should have been a bit more circumspect in those situations.
Exactly. So what is up with Asuka at the moment? He's already caught up to Sunjoto, the MPR. It's keeping ahead so far. He's going to be putting up a big defense here. He's got a bit of traffic ahead as well. That may not bode too well for this battle here, as Asuka may be able to find advantage sooner rather than later, trying to make it into the second turn. Sunjoto moves in quickly to close him off on that racing line here, trying to keep that track position as much as he can. But Asuka at the moment still feeling like he wants to try to race this out anyway, despite that 10-second penalty. Still trying to find a way past here to hopefully mitigate a bit of that damage that the time penalty would inevitably entail.
Yep, we'll try to see the end of this battle here before we go into our final commercial break to get into this final hour of the race. Certainly, though, it's an interesting battle between the two Indonesian teams. Whether or not Sunjoto is going to give way that easily, or is Asuka just going to pry the door open, remains to be seen. But back markers are becoming more and more of a factor here, as we are now heading into this final hour, the fourth quarter of this race that has been quite absorbing, but not as tight as we saw in the first round at Barcelona.
Yeah, I think at this point right now, it's like you don't want to take any big risks here if you can help it, because you know you're already like 3/4 in a what is a 4-hour race, so you don't want to waste all of that effort and all those gains here just for what could be a fleeting opportunity here in this final phase. So With the battle still raging on, Asuka continuing to get the chase onto Shinjoto. Could this be the moment that he makes that pass happen here? He has a very nice look on the inside here. Will be able to get onto the apex first, or if not, Shinjoto actually cut across, goes completely wide. This could deliver it for Asuka here as he stays side by side into turn number 2, but Shinjoto still keeps the door closed here, coming out of the corner and still remains up in the places.
Wow, talk about ballsy bit of driving there from Shinjoto.
Yeah.
He hung it around the outside so much. He might have gotten a cut track warning for that one, but I think he was probably thinking it was well worth it because he kept the position. But he wouldn't want to be doing that for the next 58 minutes.
Talk about trading, isn't it? Like in esports, you would trade your health bars or your mana bar. In this case, you trade track limits here in hopes of keeping your track position. But how long can Shinjoto keep on with this, though? Especially with Asuka constantly hounding him behind. He's going to have to do that throughout these sectors here until we get to that final turn, and we'll see when Shinjoto will be able to keep things going and keep the ball rolling, as it were. It goes a little bit wide that time around. Asuka might be able to edge his way in a little bit, but still isn't able to capitalize too much on the exit, as Shinjoto still takes it and still keeps that door firmly closed. Coming over the bumps right now, very unsettling for the Aston Martin, but he keeps around the outside here. He wants to try to keep as close as possible to gain it on the straight. Shinjoto is trying to keep him on his toes there, under braking. A little bit of a naughty movement there, but that's actually widened things enough for Asuka to deny him the opportunity for a toe.
Yeah, it is a bit of a block. It's not so much a block pass, but it's just to stall his momentum from in front. So that's what Shinjoto did. He just lifted off a bit, not brake check, but just enough to actually get Asuka thrown off. But though Asuka is still right off his chuff.
Yeah, still gonna keep it on here. I mean, we're already 3 minutes into our final phase here. We were supposed to go to the break, but this battle has been keeping us going for quite a bit right now. And as of this point, this is still a battle for position, as it were. Been piloted by both Andika, Maulana, and Pratama as well, has been in the lead of this race pretty much from the get-go, and the lead they have stayed and probably will continue to stay in this final phase. Meantime, Alif Hamilton has already taken over the reins from his brother here. He's now driving the 44 car in that second place overall. Asa in third right now for the pro class here, and hopefully we'll be able to keep that going forwards here. In the meantime, Amirul Naim is the leader in the silver class here. He leads ahead of Shinjoto, who's, as we were seeing here on our screens, locked in that battle with Asuka for that second spot in the silver class. Aiden Tan, very much far ahead of his class here, still is in the lead here. Wafri, who is currently driving car number 393, is very, very far behind with 4 cars in between them to make for second place in the AM class. And finally, we have Ian Wong, who's driving car number 667, taking that third spot for the AM class. And that's where we stand now as we enter our final phase. We're going to be taking a short break, and we will be right back.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final phase of Endurance Edition Round 2 of 2025. Moreno Pratama is currently driving the lead car. He has kept the 889 car in the lead here, as has Andika Maulana, who's done a brilliant job here for LOR Racing to secure that overall lead throughout all 3 of the previous phases of this race. But now this is where it will all count here. The final 51 minutes of this race here to the checkered flag now these drivers are going for. So far so good here for LOR Ascend. It's so far so good for most of the drivers in the top 10. I do see that Vishnu is actually getting within touching distance of Sunjoto here. I think he may have came out just a little bit between this battle that we saw earlier on before he went to the break, but that seems like that's been put on the cooler now. 2 of these cars are teammates to each other here from the MPRGP team. This one is the subsector MPRGP that's taking the Ford Mustang to the track here and is now chasing after Shinjoto, who's running in the Ferrari.
Yeah, the subsector name actually apparently is an arcade gazebo, or esports cafe that opened in Indonesia and are actually the sponsors for the team, so that's why we have subsector MPRGP here. Oh, something happened to Aryansha. That's one of the entropy cars, and well, let's see what happened here.
Yeah, wonder if that's again another unforced error. It seems like there's quite a bit of gap between him and another car, but I think a bit of a touch from being a very light touch indeed, but that was enough to cause the entropy car to completely unsettle itself and unfortunately spill into the grass there with very little grip, made him spin around as well, which certainly added further to his woes.
Yep, and you know what's even more depressing is that it's one of their own that hit him. Ahmad Nurisa, the number 89 Balapan Random Motorsports car that hit him. So really, not the best way to say hi to your fellow brethren.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, Aryan Shah is getting chased hard here by what I believe is a 990 car here. Ooh, a bit touchy there going into the apex, but he managed to just wrestle his way through of that. Not really racing for position, I think, at this point here for both these cars. From Kai Chang, in fact, is a lot further down here comparatively, but just unlapping himself, I believe.
Yep, but the upshot for the 990 team is that despite them being 36 overall in the race, they are actually somewhere in the top 10 in the pro class, so they will still get a good amount of points, and this is motivation for them to keep going.
Yeah, again, it's all about building that experience, right? Especially in this platform. And the best way to do it is not, just doing hot laps by yourself. It's actually going out and racing against other people. That's really the true test for any racing driver, is that ability to stay fast even when you got other cars around you. So really just setting up a lot of my anticipation later on when we get to the ACC round of the TGR eRacing GP. eRacing Championship, sorry, I should say. eRacing GP being our Endurance edition that they're running in currently to come around that final turn. So, well, it's good effort here so far from the EVA Racing team, and we wish them all the best going forwards here in their future endeavors, especially in the TGR series. Meantime, for Rising Lion, who currently has a car being piloted by Nasmir Asman, is getting into a bit of a chase right now with Nord Esan just in front of him. Only 0.7 seconds, and well, two of them being Ferraris here, and it's going to be a very evenly matched battle.
Yeah, indeed, another just, I think, lost position earlier to Marisite, who we saw spun around one of his fellow Indonesian cars, but looks as though penalty's not gone his way just yet. Here's Nazir with that snazzy bandana that he always sports.
Looking very sharp indeed. Let's see, just to stay sharp on the track here, trying to gain small margins that all add up over the course of a lap here, getting closer and closer to that 89 car, but losing it a bit on the exit here. So perhaps that's where he needs to put his focus on, coming out to the very tricky part of this track here, the penultimate chicane, before getting into the final corner here. Coming in, doesn't seem like he's going to be gaining too much, even under braking here, so no chance with slipstream this time around. Has continued to hedge his efforts in the future laps.
Yep, we'll have to set it up again. I mean, there was a bit of a doozy battle between three different cars right now, and yep, there's the third car in question. It's Jonathan Takumi Lee behind all these guys, so it's 3 Ferraris in a row. Oh no, it's a McLaren with 2 Ferraris. Yeah.
I mean, what a day it would be when just to see like the red and white livery being used on a Ferrari, actually. But then again, still a McLaren is still very much fitting that legacy theme, as it were, as Jonathan Takumi is getting himself locked into this battle as well. So still a three-way battle, not a very close one, actually, as these cars are still having respectable distance compared to each other here, but certainly trying to keep themselves in a position to capitalize if any one of these 3 cars makes a mistake here on the lap.
Yeah, and being third in line actually is the most beneficiary role you want to be, because you're watching the 2 guys in front slog it out, and you can probably just take advantage if one or two come across as the Hubba Bubba car.
Yep.
Once again
in turn number 2, actually. Spun around completely. Oh, it's a very awkward position here. Can't really proceed forward because it's still on the racing line. Spins around quickly. Managed to get himself out of danger quickly enough there. So hopefully not too much damage done. But for Adam Hakim, really running at the very back of the grid here. It's not exactly the position that they certainly would have wanted, but it is a position they are in at the moment. Coming across here into the final turn. What exactly happened? I think that's very far off from where exactly they spun out here. It's in the middle of a big gaggle of cars, to be fair, so perhaps a bit of a concertina, or perhaps the battle that happened in front of him here as Valencia Gafor gets past a car to lap him. Has to take a bit of an awkward line here, actually, and the dodging that's going around certainly did not help him any favors at all. So comes around, comes into the side of a Team Uncle car that was taking the racing line.
And that Team Uncle was nowhere near what we thought was the car that actually hit him. So he came from way far behind, whacked him in the back, and now, well, Adam Hakim had to wait until the rest of the field come by and then get the car rolling again.
Yeah, but I think it was because of that, like that lapping that Fahad Ghaffar was doing, a bit of concertina going to turn 1 that slowed down Hubba completely, and you saw they had to dodge out a racing line multiple times there, so that slowed them down. A bit of a contact racing going on here. It's Jet Lim tries to keep himself ahead of these gaggle of cars here. It's done pretty well, but look at the massive amount of like cars just chasing in behind here. That's certainly a very anxious position that Jet Lim is in.
And I think he was the one that hit the back of Hakim just now, causing him to spin. But regardless of that, he is fighting for track position because the car behind him is not where he was, because that's proper chop.
Yeah, that's a car that's not in the same phase as him at all, so he's really just trying to take advantage of the relatively clear track that's in front of him right now. But after the bit of clattering, I hope that's not done too much damage to his car here that would affect his performance. I don't see that much in terms of body damage, but who knows what the mechanical issues there may be. we'll have to see. As far as the pace is concerned, it seems like it's still keeping it under control, so hopefully whatever damage it is hopefully very minor here. Jonathan Takumi, in the sister car of the team Uncle, lots of relatives going on here as we are seeing him fight right now for 22nd place. He's got a couple of cars in front of him, a three-way battle, and right now, look at that, trying to get him past one of the, it's a Beagle car, so I think that's a bit out of phase there for the two of them. So Jonathan Takumi continues to keep the pressure going here onto this Ferrari, getting closer and closer and closer here. This could be a good setup now for the battle going to turn 1.
Yeah, but again, being third in line in this particular battle is beneficial for him because he can wait until the right time to strike or wait for the guys in front to whack each other. Because of that, Takumi not making any inroads either. He's just staying there, biding his time.
Well, still have 43 minutes, so still plenty of time to try to bide around. Coming to the final corner here, Jonathan Takumi does close out a bit, goes a little bit too wide, I feel, in the entry, so may lose out here in this battle, and so the gap's just completely widen off there, so that's put the battle on ice, as it were. It's coming across the line now. 43 minutes and a bit left to go here, as we are still witnessing Jonathan Takumi continue trundling along here. Gap is now widened up to 1.2 seconds.
Yep, but it's closer between Nurisan and Nazir Azman.
Closer indeed. It's 9.9 seconds and 0.6 by the time the game came past the last control line, so that seems to be pretty on pace here for Azman to make this into a battle here. Ferrari on Ferrari violence, certainly a different class overall, but with evenly matched machines here, it could still be anyone's position to take number 21 overall.
Yep, and somewhere along in the top 10 in the amp class, so still some points on the board for these guys, but they're nowhere as close as the guys who are on the sharp end, who have been really at it all day.
Still trying very hard to keep up there. Again, it's always on the exits. It's like it's not enough, you know, to just gain the time on the entry. It's also about how quickly you can reaccelerate out of the corner. Some of these guys do have that grip going out of it, and that's allowed them a lot of reprieve, especially guys who are defending their position here. As for the guys attacking, that's kind of part of the difficulty, is that, you know, you want to get your entries set up here to go for the dive, but at the same time you don't want to compromise your line so much that you lose all the momentum by the time you get out of the corner, and that's one of the big challenges really as a racing driver. It's just finding that fine balance in every sense of the word.
Yeah. Of course, that's to help the fact that tire wear plays a key role here in fuel, which means the car is lighter, it will behave a bit more differently as opposed to being at the start of the stint. Now it's just going to be a matter of whether or not his tires and fuel load is more in a beneficial side compared to the other guys around him. Anyway, put it up in front, Asan and Prastia, they're in their own little battle here. Paris Asan, of course, with that number 24 team that have been through there or thereabouts with some incidents, but they're still hanging on in there, is Vishnu and Asan.
Still hanging on for dear life, really, and with another 40 minutes to go, they certainly want to try to keep the track position they have at the moment if they can't really beat them outright on pace. But Ashan is looking a lot more racier though, coming on the mid straight. We'll be able to take a bit of a peek on the inside, might be able to take it from the first corner itself. Side by side they go. Aston Martin goes completely wide and loses out that track position. May not be able to even get it on the next turn there, as Ashan will be able to claim that those apexes pretty much for himself.
Yep, as the timing screen has not updated yet, but Asan has taken the position away from Pastia and will no doubt be, well, trying to get some better overall position at this, because overall, yeah, it's 15th, but in class it's P4, so I think they will not be minding that too much.
Yeah, Marina Pratama, last lap is the best of the session so far, 1:30.5. Still keeping that pace absolutely brilliantly to keep in the lead so far. 129 laps is run throughout here, and most of it, the majority of it, has been Dem as the overall leader of this race. And what a brilliant race it has been here for the LOR main racing team. Alif, Muhammad Alif, as well his brother Tasbih and the teammate has put up quite a challenge early on in the first phase, but seem to have petered off already from the second phase onwards, as they're pretty much content. It seems to try to keep the second position. They are very far ahead of where Iman Ryan is, about 13 seconds or maybe 14 seconds ahead. So very much in a good position here to maintain that that pace here. So far so good here for this for these two front runners in the pro class. Their nearest rival, in fact, is Fahad Ghafour, who is 2 cars down behind Iman Ryan by a whole 20 seconds. That's a crazy gap right now but Fahad has been trying to get past quite a lot of traffic on his way to get up here, but I think a podium position will still be something to celebrate here for the team, mostly the Bangladeshi team, I should say, has joined us gracefully here.
They're actually in 4th in pro because Iman Ryan and the number 3 Shrika.
Oh, that's also in the pro class, yeah?
That's in pro class with Azza and Irfan.
Ah. So a whole 20 seconds there. Iman Ryan for Apex Racing Brunei. Amirul Naim in the silver class just in front of him. I'll say just still like 7 whole seconds in front actually. So, well, it's at this phase of the race here, really I'm not expecting to see much close battles, at least until the very end, but this is where we already see sort of how the long-term strategies for these teams have worked out. I mean, I guess one of the big things was car number 23, who early on was locked in a massive battle for the lead of the amateur class with car number 393, has finally not only regained that top spot, but has so far reigned supreme with 1 car between the 2 of them. So no risk really of losing that track position anytime soon.
Well, there's any other things to see. The battles now, in fact, probably just one is the continuation of the Nurisan and Azman battle, but Jonathan Kamili has lost a bit of ground on these guys.
Yeah. Nurisan is like 2 seconds behind Alu. Sure. Again, even if Asman does get past here, so it'll be a bit of an effort to try to get past, especially with I still see like a couple of cars at least that he needs to dispatch before he can actually get closer here in Scalo.
Yeah, in fact, it's probably actually 3.5 seconds ahead of this, so technically he's in the safe spot, and in terms of pit stops, I think they're all pretty much safe. Yeah, all of them are. They can actually just go all the way to there, apart from, oh look at this, Adigara Malana and Marina Patama 1 hour and 5 minutes into their stint, so they might go for a late splash and dash here because they cannot probably continue on those tires for a further 20 minutes at least, because you can go an hour and 20 for the tires, but if you go to 135 you might actually get into dangerously close territory, stuff having a puncture. Especially
with the pace that like Marino or Pratama has been putting out throughout. Oh, a bit of a spill there actually from Nur Ehsan. Could this be the opportunity here for Nazir to be able to make his way through? The Rising Line driver is now capitalizing on this opportunity coming into the final turn. Sama or Nur Ehsan hangs on for dear life around the outside here, not really closing in too hard. Hopefully to try to keep himself in the lead here. Does keep the gap nice and wide here, so that's not going to be an opportunity here for Asman to gain that toe this time around, but that's a very close call indeed here for Nur Ehsan. We're just being reminded time and time again that his track position not quite guaranteed at this point, especially with Asman still trying to keep up, still trying to keep the chase going onto this Scalo, and it's only got Nur Ehsan in the way.
Yeah, but all back markers may just helped out here because he gets on the inside, but no way through just yet.
Not quite yet, but Asman's not going to be giving up. This looks like a supreme opportunity now for him to finally get past after being stuck behind Nur Ehsan for a better part of several laps now, if not more. And right now, coming into this next section here, it's going to slow it down quite a lot more. That traffic in front is posing a bit of trouble here for Nur Ehsan, who goes wide and loses control of the exit. And that's the opening that Asman needed to get past, and indeed, he does get past.
Yep, that's it. And with a lovely piece of driving, just got him the mistake, and that's it. He got it through, but back markers are still going to be a bit of pressure here coming into the final sector. Oh, very, very close.
Oh my goodness, he had to go almost onto that penalty like line there in order to avoid that contact, but that's lost him so much time here. And Nazir Asman is just gonna ride away into the sunset.
Yep, there he goes, and because of that, Jonathan Takumi Lee is gonna come through here.
Actually getting within 0.3 of a second, Nor Esan over the last marker. Now coming onto the final turn. This is going to be a toll right now for Jonathan Takumi. He needs to make the most of this now. The Ferrari tends to be a lot faster than the McLarens on the straight, as evidenced here by Nor Esan constantly keeping the gap forward here, going into the first turn. Now under braking, Jonathan Takumi closes up that gap, going to the next turn. Is he going to go for a peak here? Yes, he is. Going to try to wrestle his way into the apex. He does get there first, but Nor Esan still has a lot of speed on the outside, but loses it on the exit here. Coming around to the fourth turn, Jonathan Takumi moves up into 22nd.
Wow, wait, again. Turn number 2. Favorite overtaking spot for a lot of people. Oh, that's an accident!
That's an accident there. Who is that exactly? 6'9" or 669? It's actually one of the cars involved in that crash here. Another car just barely able to rejoin back in. That's Rafif Prashhashta from the Bigo Racing Division who's involved in that, and Hanif Muliana from Spontan 2. What has happened between the two of them? So it looks like they were battling on track just before that, and the clattering in the back here from the Bigo Racing car spins the 113 around.
And the Bigo car had to stop right there in its tracks there to prevent any more damage, and they both had to go back on the track safely, just about safely in front of the two of the Apex Racing Brunei Academy cars.
Yeah, and actually had to stay kind of out of the way. Ooh, still causing a bit of chaos behind as the Ferrari had to dodge out of the racing line there with him still being in the way there. But fortunately, it seems that it's sorted out here, but certainly a lot of time lost here for all three of these drivers, in fact. As Moliana regains his composure here and has to rejoin the race in 39th.
Yeah, again, not the most ideal way to have a spin, and certainly it's painful when it's someone else that does it to you, isn't it? But apart from that, I think he'll be counting his lucky stars that it wasn't any more terminal damage.
Yeah, so hopefully that's going to be the case going forward here. I mean, again, you don't want to terminally damage your car quite literally with 30 minutes remaining in this race here. And well, this is where it's all about bringing the car home more than anything else. A bit of flashing of the lights here onto Moliana as this Ferrari wants to find a way to get past him to lap him out. And yes, indeed, he does get out of the way there to allow Umair Rafri, who is currently running in 2nd place in the AM class, 8th place overall here, had rather his car has had quite a rivalry with car number 23, who's currently in the lead of the AM class.
Oh, something happened to Marina Pratama's car because they already made their splash and dash pit stops earlier, but look at this. They're actually battling for position, so this might just be a change in the overall position still.
Oh, okay, that's interesting here. So it's just a quick splash and go, and Pratama still remains in the reins. Again, Andiga had ran the first 2 phases of this race, so I think it's going to be Marino who will be bringing the car home, and had to do a bit of a splash and dash, but that's now put him 3.9 seconds, almost 4 seconds behind Muhammad Alif, and that's going to be an interesting change here. So now they're the ones who are going to have to fight to get back that lead.
Yeah, now this is going to be where Amir Naim will come in clutch, because that's the faster of the 2 drivers that they have in the seat. Well, between him, Jusmin and Bahar, they're all very closely matched because they're all silver drivers, but Amir Naim does have the advantage of experience in his belt to do this, and he's going toe-to-toe with Moreno Pratama. Moreno is a cool operator as well. These two are going to go head-to-head here, and definitely going to be some fireworks flying.
It's going to be fireworks indeed, and well, it's going to be a race against time here to see whether or not Marino will be successful to find that 4 seconds here before the end of the 29 minutes that remains in this final phase of the endurance edition. The final 29 minutes of round 2 now, and oh boy, this is going to be a very tight one indeed. So let's see whether or not he'll be able to find that pace, especially with all this traffic that he's going to have to navigate inevitably here. we are seeing Amir Naim at the moment keeping him honest here by chasing him behind. Look at the amount of curve that Marino is taking going in through there. He's already found a gap down to 3.4. If you come around the final corner, I think we have a much clearer picture once you get around to the main straight itself, the main control line, as it were, to see what exactly is the gap between him and what is currently the lead car in the form of Muhammad Alif. So 3.8 seconds, so he is gaining a little bit. It's just very, very thin margins here. I mean, with half an hour to go, I think it's not out of the question for him. But again, it's about how quickly he can dispatch all of these cars that he's trying to lap on the way there.
That's going to be quite tricky because some of these backmarkers are also in their own little battles for positions in their respective classes.
Exactly.
So they do not want to actually trip over anybody here. As you can see, the person walking in the background of Amiro's camera, they are racing from the Apex Sim Racing Brunei Center in the Bandar Sri Begawan. So that will be why we see a lot of activity in the background. And in fact, some of the drivers we saw earlier in these cars were racing on those sims in the background. So a hive of activity here on a Saturday, but they will love to finish it off here almost to close to 4 p.m. local time for all of our time regions with a podium overall.
Yeah, it's an advantage of a regional where we're all like within what 3-4 hours of the time zone here. Well, so we get to have everyone all on board at the same time. And in the meantime, I was counting the number of cars that stand between Marino as well as Alif, and I believe it's about 4 cars on track that are just traffic that's between these two race leaders here, and that gap, which was at like 3.8, looking at 4.4 right now. We're going to come across the line one more time to see how much time he's actually lost trying to get past some of these cars here. So he's dispatched another 2 right now, but Alif is so far ahead. He's already gone into turn 1, while Pratama is only just into the middle part of the track here. So over the line it goes, 5.0 seconds. He lost an entire second over that last lap. He is not looking good here for the LOR team.
Amiro seems to be quite happy right now in the back of his mind. He seems to have the bit between his teeth. He wants to attack here, but knows full well that he cannot do anything rash. That will compromise what is a very good position right now. And mind you, the sister car is only about 6.1 seconds behind, and that is the pro class. So Iman Ryan is not that far away either. So it could be a very glorious finish for the Apex Racing Brunei team. Just they don't want to muck this up. This is a very good opportunity for them to gain some really valuable points.
Yeah, I think like in terms of like trying to catch up to Alif, I think the bigger threat is now coming in from behind here in former Apex Racing Brunei in the silver class here. Again, it's not really a battle for the class position here, but it's a battle for pride, really, I think, for Marino, because having lost out that lead here, having to take a splash and go, this is now shaping up to be a very tense final 26 minutes here for the LOR Racing team, as it were. Seeing whether or not whether or not Marino will be able to keep Amir 9 behind, and number 2, can he successfully close the gap and hopefully regain the lead here onto Alif. Now coming across the control line once more on the main straight. Let's see what the gap is looking like right now. Still at about 5 seconds here. Marino Pratama has to fully focus here on Amir 9 because it's gaining on him going to turn 1. Almost having a peek on the inside here, but still wisely keeping up here with Pratama. He knows the pressure is a lot higher here in the LOR car compared to his own. Really, it's just going to be a
5-second penalty, 669 for gaining an unfair advantage.
There's a penalty that was given to one of the Spontan cars, 113, further behind, so it's not going to be a factor in this particular battle, but still. What a ding-dong battle we're going to have here, and it's on this sharp end of the entire field, where it's for the overall podium and the win in the silver category, while the overall leader himself is not really that far away. He's within touching distance, and the caveat as well, he's on the cusp of his stint as well.
Yeah, it's already reaching that 1 hour mark. Actually, we'll reach it even before the timer goes out, so I wonder what's going to be the plan going forward. I think there's still going to be a pit stop at least for them, isn't it?
No, they can make it. They did do 1.5 hours in the previous stint, but it is really pushing it if they want to keep these tires alive, because they cannot fight. That's one thing. The tires will be completely shot. They really cannot afford to fight. And look at that, Moreno jumps on the curve in that intersectional curve. That will have upset the car a bit. and this is going to give Amirul a chance.
Yep, a chance that he's been looking for all weekend long here. Now he's going to be able to get the slipstream going onto the main straight. This is probably going to be the best chance now. You can see Marino starting to be a bit more defensive in his line here, trying to break the toe that Amirul Naim is enjoying coming off the back of that Ferrari. Coming to turn 1 right now, Amirul Naim, what's he going to try to do this time around? Marino still keeps himself very tidy on the racing line here, making sure he doesn't expose too much of a gap. Does go a little bit hard on the brakes there, trying to bring as late as possible to keep ahead. Amirul Naim seems to have done well enough to keep ahead of him throughout these 3 and 4 corners.
Yep, Ferrari seems to be so good on the exits. McLaren diving on the brakes to just get by here, but yet it's negated completely by the fact that the Ferrari is just so good at straight.
Unsafe rejoin, 71 drive-through penalty.
But Moreno just seems to have the legs on Naim when it comes to that home straight.
And I think like we speculated a bit about the stuff early on. Speculate the tire situation is not good actually on Marino's car right now, which is what's contributing to his lack of pace. 5.5 seconds now between the two of them, so I wonder what exactly is the trouble here for Marino, but whatever that trouble is putting Amirul Naim in a really good spot here to claim that second overall spot here. I mean, the leader of the silver class now battling together with the pros here, as it were. 23 minutes still remaining in this race.
I want to point out the fact that it's been 9 minutes since their last stop, so you're right to point about the tyre situation, but it's also because the tyre temperature is trying to get back into the group, because it's very much colder conditions now. It was warm during the start of the day. We were starting at about 12 p.m. In-game time, 11 p.m. in-game time. In fact, we're almost close to 7 p.m. now on the sunset end of this entire race. It's not easy to get the tires back up to temperature, suffice to say. And that's what Moreno's suffering. And the back marker coming out of the pits. The ATXR car has presented opportunity. And there goes Naim to take second place and further himself up the order here. Now, next up is Alif. Will he get another scalp here today?
I think that might be on the cards right now, because Marino doesn't have nowhere near the pace that he showed early on before he had to take that splash and go, so it's all gone wrong here for the LOR Racing team, as now Amirul Naim has not only taken over his spot, but that gap between him and Alif now up to 6.7 seconds. Whatever that's happened here has gone completely topsy-turvy here, as the car that used to be leading this race has now conceded not just to his own rival in the same class, but now even the leader of the silver class in the form of Amirul Naim for Apex Racing Brunei Silver.
Right then, so where's Alif in all of this? This is the man. We know who can do the business. He has won the Endurance Edition Championship before in the Pro class in 2023. Out of nowhere, basically, because they missed one round. And there is Alif now in Tasbih's seat. Looks as though he's already back from Indiana and it's not staying for the month of May because the 500 is coming up very soon. But regardless of that, slick haircut now. He has all the aerodynamics up in his head. But can he have the racing mental, the power to just hold on to it and keep this concentration up? Because you know full well that what's going to be at play here is the state of those tires. He will definitely be put that at the back of his mind and try to keep the car as smooth as possible.
He's going to be hoping that that 6.6 second gap is going to be enough, that even if his tires give up the ghost on the final lap, he will still have enough of a margin here to stay in the lead of this race here. Amirul Naim at the moment still is ahead actually of Pratama. I'm not sure why he's not being updated.
He unlapped himself.
Oh, he's unlapped himself.
Oh, okay, so we didn't see that because we thought the one lap was he's on the same piece of racetrack.
Right.
Now that's why. So no wonder that he managed to get a lap on, because he's trying to unlap himself.
So that explains it here. So it's literally track position, but it's even though they are in that position, it's literally out of phase, really. So that just goes to show the difference, I think.
Yeah, Rama's pointed.
Yeah.
Rama's pointed that out, because we thought that for a second, because the timing sheet, you can see when it says plus one lap, it really puts itself back on once the cars cross the timing loop. So there we go. So apologies for the Legion Racers, guys. We got a bit excited at knowing that it might have been a battle for the position, but no. In fact, it is a gamble on trying to stay long that hasn't worked out. And the 44 car did stay out about 1.5 hours just now on their previous set. So that's why they're in this position where they've only been since 58 minutes since their last stop. So they're going actually amazingly only just 2 stops compared to the other teams going 3 stops.
Talk about 2-stop strategy in a 4-hour race here. Thank you very much, Andika, for the clarification, as well as Afik, our race steward, to clarify that. So it's still very much second place here on the cards for LOR, but you know, it's a gamble that didn't quite work out. It's in Andika's words, to try to go long, but man, I mean, it's kind of heartbreaking really to have all this effort and really just gone completely awry in the final phase of this race. But still 19 minutes to go, still plenty of opportunities here. We still cannot call it until the checkered flag is actually flown here. But as it stands, Muhammad Alif is still in the lead here, 7.7 seconds. So Moreno Pratama is struggling to try to get the car back up the pace, while Alif is just absolutely pushing the car hard here in what is going to be the final stint.
Well, speaking of pushing it, he's probably not pushing it at all. He's just coasting the car all the way to the end. It's a 31.8 last time around, and a 32.7 for Pratama. So Pratama actually is slower the two by nearly a second. So that's why he gained almost up to 8 seconds now on the LOR car. So I leave then. He can just stroke it home here, because that middle stint where they stayed up for 1.5 hours has paid dividends big time.
Indeed, it has. That's the long-term strategy that I've been alluding to throughout this race here. It's been crazy, crazy 4 hours. I mean, all the amounts of incidents, the amount of penalties that Afik had to dole out here, and now a big bit of drama here in the final 20 minutes of this race, as Alif is getting himself past another bunch of cars now. Lots of traffic out of here as a lot of cars been lapped. Even Naeem had to unlap himself here. That's just going to show how much the difference is between all these cars at the end of our 4 hours of racing here.
Yeah. Again, because the strategies got a bit mixed up in between because of how long that Alif went. We thought that for a second Pratama fell into the clutches of Amir Naeem with the 363 car, but turns out Naeem just wanted to unlap himself, and he's already back within 1.5 minutes behind Pratama, but still too far away to make any inroads on the win. So on the track at least, he's in front of Pratama, but he will still be on the overall podium regardless.
So very much on the cards. So just 17 minutes remaining. The track temperature has dropped even more now, 19 degrees. It's getting colder and colder as the laps go on here. So that's not
10
going
second
to do wonders
penalty,
here
667 for causing a collision.
tires, that's for sure. But 16 minutes, 17 minutes, that's still how long more they have to endure here. They can just bring it home, bring it to the checkered flag, and confirm the positions, and we'll all be very, very happy indeed. Alif is currently the race leader right now, has done very well. Him and his teammates have actually to keep the second place, and now with the strategy, the 2-stop strategy as it were, has worked out brilliantly here. For car number 44, and they look on pace here to take that checkered flag first. Just needs to get past a few cars and hopefully get the car coasted to the finish.
Yeah, but I think fuel might not be a problem. They might have topped it up just in time, but it's the tires that's going to be quite a concern here, whether or not that they can actually bring it home. But judging by how they actually ran last time around, maybe can, but it's just that he cannot really push it too hard.
He cannot afford to get into any tangles or any battles here, that's for sure. I mean, it's just really about massaging those tires, just being like the literal tire whisperer right now. Alif has to be in order to be able to bring the car home, and hopefully the 7 and a bit gap, it's going to be enough of a margin that even if the tires do give out, that he will be able to still bring it home in that first place. So it's going to be another 10-15 minutes to go here to see whether or not that will be successful. It's a big gamble that both of these race leaders had to pull off here, and it seems like the car number 44 is the one that benefited the most out of this gamble here. And let's see whether or not that will come to pass. 15 minutes to go here. We are in the final bit of this round 2, this 4-hour-long affair here in Valencia.
Yep. Oh, actually, it's converse. It's the fuel that he's probably going to be concerned about, and the tires.
So,
but then again, they made that work last time out. So the Ferrari is not only fast on the straights in a 1-lap pace, but it can also go long on its fuel and tires. That's amazing. That's no wonder it's quite a meta car right now. And for Alif, he's putting it to good use here. The strategy, as Rama said, didn't pay off, but only because they were
10-second
just held
penalty,
back a bit
7
by
to
the
7 for
traffic.
causing a
Traffic
collision.
and damage, I believe as well. He's mentioned in the YouTube chat here. So also down in power apparently on under handling. So there's a lot more problems really than it was apparent, you know, in the early phases of this race. So things have it's certainly I think even with that kind of context, it's actually a miracle they're still able to challenge for the lead in the first place here. It's just a matter of like whether which one of these two cars is going to be successful in bringing the car home intact. I think that's the big question in my mind.
Yeah, again, some factors out of control, and one of them was that near miss that Rama had before when the car spun in turn number 11 and 12. That was so lucky that nothing happened. In fact, speaking of 7-12, it's again the Papa Bubba car being involved in an incident.
Oh, rather, well, let's see if it's an incident or just an incident. It's just an incident. Just
Well,
spin out on
incident-
its own.
Well, incident because you're within an inch to contact there, so that's why we say incident.
Incident. Well, very unfortunate here for the Hubba Bubba team car here, the part of the Pepega
Whoa!
racing group, and unfortunately got a little bit too deep into that corner, the final corner, no less, and struggling still to try to keep the car on the straight and narrow here as we come onto the main straight itself here. And Ricardo Tormo, who else is going to be on the cars for perhaps the last lap battle here? 13 minutes still remain here. I think you see Maheswara from the Balapan Random Motorsport Jawir team, the Hatsune Miku car that had quite a few incidents of their own. Found themselves stuck in this 27th spot, but now may have a potential to try to pass P. Lopez in car number 555, or perhaps
Paul Ryan Lopez, yeah.
Paul Ryan Lopez.
Yep, the driver with the ski mask in the first race.
Yep, it's going to be him that's on the cards for perhaps the last lap battle here in the final 12 minutes. Around there, ooh, nice movement there from Maheswara. We'll try to take onto the inside of the Porsche here, but the Porsche not really putting too much of a fight, I feel. But then again, a very tricky chicane situation is going to be coming up next, so who knows who's going to be able to get right through there. But so far, so good here for Paul Lopez, making his way through, and he's already up into 26.
Was he yawning or was he actually cheering? I'm not really sure, but Maheswara was probably just G'd up by that, and that's a position taken in class, so at least probably getting some useful points out of that. In fact, yeah, they will be in the top 15.
Surprise appearance in the YouTube chat by Allison.
Oh.
Oh, the Hubba Bubba car almost getting into Hatsune Miku there. Still struggling so hard to get himself in. Still get
Drive
himself
through
in the
car
racing
420
shape.
for
No
causing a
blue flag
collision
being waved, no
with a
doubt
lap
to
car.
the big Hubba Bubba car again here, as the Porsche is also looking a bit racy, but still has lost out massively here. The Maheswara, who's pulled away nicely here to confirm his 26th spot, but ooh, a drive-through penalty here for Maheswara.
One corner cut too many. You can see the look in
Yeah.
his face. There's some disappointment right there. Smiling,
Oh.
but that was probably all for naught. And remember, we lose about 27 seconds according to being in the pit lane when you have a drive-through. So that is gonna hurt. After all the effort to overtake, that was the payoff.
Yep, 10 more minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen, and we will see the end of round 2. I believe Alif has done everything he can now to try to keep the car in the lead, and indeed he is still remaining in the lead. 7.5 seconds is the gap right now, but I think that's pretty much a buffer that is keeping ahead of Moreno Prataba here, and to see which one of these two cars will successfully make it to the end. It's been a gamble strategy on both their parts. A lot more disadvantage actually on the 889 car due to the damage as indicated by Andika in our YouTube chat. And as for Alif, it's still speculation on our end, you know, which one's going to be the first to give out, the tires or the fuel here. But whatever the case, the long strategy here will certainly pay off if they are the ones to claim that checkered flag first. So we await with bated breath.
Yeah, on our live timing screen, Tazbi and Alif with Russell Reyes, their car have gone into the stint for more than an hour and a half right now. Exactly. So They're actually gone beyond that. It was 1.5 hours during the previous stints. So, there's 9 minutes left to go. It'll be about 1 hour and 17. So, they can make it. It is possible. It's just unbelievable that they can just stretch it out that long, where most of the teams, by the stroke of the hour, or at least further into 1 hour and 10 minutes, they would have probably pitted. But these guys are going even longer. So, mad troopers, this lot, to just carry on. Probably they had a tip or two from Russell Reyes to know how to conserve tires.
It's all like the knowledge, right? I mean, same thing as well when in real life, you know, you are competing against the knowledge of how well your tires perform on the track. In this case, it's more about how the game actually, responds simulation-wise for the tire wear and the fuel, and how well you can manage it as a driver.
Oh no!
Oh boy!
But there's a spin! 889! Would you believe it?
No!
Pratama has lost it. There's the win on the cards now. It has been served on a silver platter, and he has to go to pits. It looks as though it might just be a puncture because the car is wrangling to one side.
No, not like this. Pratama, he has been hanging on for dear life, and looks like he was already a bit slow here coming in this turn, so perhaps he's already sustained that puncher much earlier on, but the tires have given out on the 889 car, spinning around on the final turn here. That is such a shame here for the LOR Racing team.
Well, you can see that the difference between the height of one side of the car and the other, it was a puncture, and that was the gamble that probably was what Rama was talking about. They wanted to stretch it, but unfortunately, it did not pay off, and it requires full service. Pratama then looking absolutely dejected, and this is now, for real this time, we might just see the number 363 climb up the second.
Yep, he might be able to unlap himself if he is able to get onto the line quickly enough, and he's already coming into the final sector here, coming into the penultimate corner, while Pratama is still in the pits trying to get those tires sorted and hopefully be able to get out in time here. But it's Amiro 9 for reals this time, going for that second spot overall here. He's already in the pit entry. I think I see Pratama moving out of the pits. He's going to come out the exit. This is going to be close here between the two of them. Hopefully he's going to be able to get the tire activated in time. It's going to be fresher tires, I expect. So Amiro 9 is definitely going to be on older tires coming around here, but he is not successful in passing him off of the pit lane. I don't think he's going to be able to catch him that soon.
Well, we have to wait until the time, actual timing screens update itself, because it said 63.888 seconds.
Yeah, but that was before before the pit lane there.
So we're waiting until he crosses the first sector line.
Yep, and I think that's going to be Pratama coming about
7 seconds.
7 seconds. So
it's for real. It's for real this time.
It's for reals this time, but 7 seconds. It's going to be a big ask to find, and with less than 7 minutes remaining here, it means like more than a second a lap that Amiro 9 has to find. And Pratama, even though he's on fresher tires, is a bit colder out on track here, so he may not be able to like get that advantage he's looking for yet, but it is still on the cards, that's for sure. Let's see if Moreno Pratama can successfully hang on for dear life here in the second spot overall.
I think because of fresh set of boots now, it will be safe because there's probably plenty of fuel to go to the line, but that audacious tire strategy, as pointed out by Funky Base UK, that it did not work out completely. So that's why the car just looked like it sagged a bit and spin in the final corner.
Yeah, and I believe like even before the spin, that was already where the puncture happened for him. So it's literally the tires just giving out here on the 889. And what a shame it was. A big gamble indeed here for the LOR Racing team car, and unfortunately it has not paid off at all in terms of getting that race win, but they still may be able to eke in at least a second spot here, and that still will be a handsome haul of points here. We still have another 3 rounds to go in the Endurance Edition, so remember, it's still very much a marathon here, so LOR is still very much in that championship hunt here, but at least for this race, seems like the gamble that they try to pull off here in Valencia has not come to pass.
Indeed, and behind, well, how to make a day even worse, there's Alif on the road behind him, but in terms of time, more than 1 minute and 28 seconds ahead. So this will just seal the deal, isn't it, for the Amigos team to really just stamp the authority in this race, perfectly executed strategy, and lapping the entire field.
Lap the entire field, and some of them even more than others. The 404 car just staying out of the way. A bit of a crash there. Car number 3
that's the
stranded on track.
That's the sister car. It's Darwin Chia of LOR Ascent. Would you believe it? Another LOR car falling afoul of the late race drama. Let's see what happened here.
I suspect, just like everyone else, you know, a lot of like a lack of grip from the tires already being extended beyond like what they're really capable of, and a bit of traffic definitely not happening. Oh, that's a big clattering onto the side of an Aston Martin there for Darwin Xia. So yeah, I think there's a bit of error involved there, trying to stay out of each other's way, but didn't quite stay out of the way enough that time around.
And someone's asking where is Rafi Rafadian? It's from Blue Bottles. Well, there is Rafi coming through and overtaking Darwin Chia for position. So that is just compounding the misery, isn't it? Because the car is nowhere near what he would love to be, and he dives to the pits, rightfully so. But LOR, not the best couple of minutes for them that they had.
No, and we still have another 4 more minutes to go here. So Rahadian Rafi will be inheriting the 29th place. Still has a 10-second penalty hanging over his head. So I wonder how far along is Randy go compared to him right now. He's on the screen. It looks like it's about 25 seconds, so he still should be in the safe zone, really, as long as he doesn't make any more mistakes from here on out. And even though he's like, what, how many seconds is he behind Farhan? So 30 whole seconds, so there's no chance for him to gain on the 10-second penalty, as it were, which is going to be carrying up until the checkered flag. So we'll be he'll find out later on where his actual standings lies only after all the cars have already gone through. But the 10-second penalty, don't think it'll be a big factor for him, at least in his current position.
Yep. Meanwhile, we can go back up now to the top 3, and again, it's such a dramatic turn of events, isn't it? We thought for a second that second and third were close to each other, but then, no, they're actually now, they were a lap difference between the both of them, and now they're close to each other for real.
Yeah, I think there's a big sigh of relief here from the LOR Racing team. So even though things have not turned out their way for what was forecasted to be a race win here for them, at the very least, they should be able to keep second overall, which is still very good news for them. So a gamble that they had to take here, but also a gamble on the part of Amigos Racing, and it has worked out for Amigos, not so much for LOR this time around. Now let's see what's happening here with Ferris Ashan from Successor MPRGP. He's actually getting close and closer to Jet Lim here. Has a 10-second penalty, mind you, so don't know whether he wants to try to go for this position anyway, but then again, with the traffic situation forming up, I think Jet Lim might be pushed closer and closer to Ashan's clutches here with 2 minutes still remaining.
But the thing is, he doesn't want to battle too hard because he still has a half a minute gap to Wei Shin Wong in third. So he's still assured of a podium, just don't do anything crazy, especially with just 2 minutes left here.
Yeah, but again, the amount of pace he's gaining is actually getting very close, too close for comfort actually to this battle here. So I don't know. I wonders. I don't know whether you want to like let off the gas a little bit here and just avoid coming together with these 2 cars that are battling right now, or especially when you know that Jet Lim already has a 10-second penalty. It doesn't make sense for you to try to go for some heroics here if you can help it, but he still goes for it anyway. Gets onto the apex, onto Jet Lim, side by side, but Jet Lim loses out, running over the curbs, and Ashan will move up indeed.
He opened the door for him. That made it quite easy. So I think he knew full well he was probably listening to us. Meanwhile, what happened to Darwin Chia? Is it the curbs again? Yes,
it's the curbs.
And a bit of a touch.
And a bit of touch as well on the outside. So, Darwin, who had gone into the pits to actually deal with what I speculate to be a tire situation, has now gone into an actual situation riding over the curbs there. A bit of a hit there. Shadman Shabik Rahman, from Bengal Racing Crew, coming together with another car, the 113. So that's Muliana who is driving in that car that time around. They're not on the same phase actually, but a bit of a bad touch there, really. 30 seconds still remain on the clock here. I think I see where car number 44 is already coming around into the final sector. The clock may actually beat him to the checkered flag here, so this could be the final bit of running here. Muhammad Alif at the wheel right now. His teammates, Russell Reyes as well as Muhammad Tasbih, has done so well here. You can see Tasbih himself just encouraging his brother along here and to come around the final turn. The timer is out. That means the checkered flag is up, and Alif will be coming to bring it home here. Round number 2 goes to Amigos Racing as they take the checkered flag.
Pratama should be able to still claim second place. Amir Naim confirms a third place finish, being a lap down for the rest of them. So he will allow them to still go through.
And he wins the silver class as well. So he crossed the line just a couple of seconds behind on the road from Alif. But he'll be happy with that one. They are all happy that that's 2 consecutive wins, even with different crew members. Now we're waiting for Pratama to come by. He looks a bit disconsolate, but at least damage limitation,
yes,
still good points on the board.
Still good points, and still very much in the hunt for the championship again in 2025. So it was quite a gamble. They were hoping for a race win, but second place, not too bad actually, considering all the troubles, trials, and tribulations they've gone through. Drayden Lair successfully brings it home here for Team Uncle Evo to take the win in the AM class. Finishes ahead of Wafri. For that, in car number 393, Apex Racing Brunei Academy takes up that second spot. We're having more and more checker flags come through here. I do believe the silver class has already found its top 6 drivers now, with Henry Millington coming through and to take that checker flag. Jet Lim will be able to come through to take the checker flag. Is that going to be a third place confirmed for him? I do believe so, because I feel Nafi is very far off, I think, from where he is. So the 10-second penalty will not prevail, and prevail does. Marino Pratama finally makes it to the checker flag to claim the second spot in the pro class and second overall in round number 2.
And to make it an even sweeter day for the team from Brunei, the Iman Ryan actually comes across the line to finish third in the pro class. So the 333 car takes it in the podium. And Justin Raldev, Aziz Shami Mokhtar make it P2 as well for themselves in Pepega Suzuki. So not a bad day's work for everyone involved. A dramatic way to end the race. But overall, it was quite an exciting end to the race when we thought, well, there was probably going to be an actual position change. It nearly became an actual position change for the overall podium, but regardless of that, it stayed about the same. But the way that it finished was probably not what LOR wanted. But for Amigos Racing, brilliant strategy work.
Yeah, I mean, rather like a gamble that really worked out for them. I mean, they stayed so long out on track. We saw Tasbih taking a very long, like 1.5 hours was it? His stint completely. So they really were just pushing that tire to the limits here. But it's paid off. It's actually given them the win here. So they're going to have the maximum amount of points to come out here from round number 2, and it's going to help them very much in that championship. For LOR Racing, the second place is not going to be too bad actually, all things considered, because that still means they're in the hunt for the championship. As for Amir Naim, Iman Ryan, and Justin Raldev, they've done so well to bring that car home here, to claim the top 3 spot here for the silver class. And finally, Intan and Drayden Lair, even though they had a bit of a battle to go together with car number 939 with Ayman Shamim, Umar Rafri, and Henry Cooks, still in the end they prevailed. They still came back with the win for the AM class. Car number 939 taking in second spot, and Naufa Faiz and Naufa Anfif Nanafi make it in the third spot in the AM class.
So that's all your podium runners, and now we will probably jump into an interview with what could be said was a very, very happy looking Alif and Tasbih, even repping with the Ferrari gear because of Lewis Hamilton moving to Ferrari this year. We will have a word with both of them, I think, right about now.
Hello?
Yes,
Yeah, we are. Congratulations there, Alif. Ooh, that was quite the gamble, wasn't it? I mean, we saw like your teammate Tasbih take a very long stint here. Was this like part of the game plan going to this race particularly?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, strategy work. Ferrari strategy, you know. Ferrari with the 44 wins, so yeah, that's satisfying. Very, very satisfying. Very happy with the win. Brother over there wearing the of course, yeah, wearing the right appropriate merch. Yeah, I mean, we've been working towards this, planning towards this, and yeah, executed it properly. I think this is Russell Reyes' first race with us as well, so he's got like 100% record now with the team. So yeah, feels good.
I just feel like the relief, you know, coming out from you right after the race here. I mean, I'm really curious, like, what was actually your tire and fuel situation coming into the final laps of this race here? Like, was it cutting it very close, or you feel like you still had a lot more to give actually?
Yeah, I mean, I had enough tires to do burnouts and donuts without, popping it open. So, yeah, last few laps was great. The car on lower fuel, even with the old tires, we could do mid 31. So, yeah, really good, decent pace. Yeah, considering this track, it's not something that I'm too familiar with, even though I've been here in real life. But yeah, delivered and executed it properly.
Yeah, still very well done here. I mean, definitely done not just your teammates, but Amigos Racing. Very proud here today. Any like shout outs or anything you'd like to say to our audience watching at home here? The floor?
Yeah, I wanna thank everyone in Maranello, the team. Nah, I'm just kidding. No, yeah, you guys been rock stars, for hosting this. I think top quality production. So I wanna give a big shout out to you guys. Yeah, it was good racing. I think the back markers were very respectful all race, which was nice to see. So big shout out to them. My brother for his carry at the start and his qualifying. Russell for his carry as well, and then for just keeping it clean, the whole team. So yeah.
Well, great team effort there. Congratulations one more time to Amigos Racing and to Alif as well. Thank you for joining us on this interview, and we wish you all the best in the future rounds here for the Endurance Edition.
Thank you.
Right, so that was Mama Alif from Amigos Racing, his teammate, his brother, Mama Tasbir, together with him, and also shout out to Russell Reyes running all the way from the Philippines. What a great effort from all three of these drivers.
And in a bit poker face at the end there, he was probably just more relieved than anything that he managed to pull off the strategy. But it was crazy to think that we saw just now during our stint counter that everyone pitted at least around close to 1 hour or above 1 hour and close to 1 hour and 10. They went beyond that. That made their race. They literally just ate away at the advantage that the Legion Racing guys had and just made it count when it matters. So that's why they won this race today. But I think they're happy that the plan executed quite nicely. They had a lot of things fell fortuitously their way because what Ali said about the back markers, same cannot be said for the LOR guys because they nearly had a big one at one point in the race, and of course
lots of close calls as well.
Plus on top of the fact that the tire strategy was the one that failed them in the end where it popped. So really it was fortuitous and very good, well executed plan that came to fruition for the number 44, but number 889 was probably not there today. But second place, they are not going to be too disappointed about this. They know that damage limitation, it's still going to count towards the championship in the end. So I think they will take this still with really good positivity out of it.
Yeah, again, like this racetrack itself is one that's very unfamiliar for a lot of drivers. So the fact that there's still a lot of unknowns, a lot of variables that were still in flux, coming into this round. I think the future rounds of this season will be a little bit more familiar ground here for all of our drivers involved. I mean, next round is going to be in Manila anyway, so I think that's going to be a very interesting one to watch out for. So make sure you guys tune in for that. We're going to be keeping you guys up to date here. Make sure you follow us at eRacing GP on all our social medias, and we'll be informing you guys of the official results once we've already got it all tabulated. Shout out to Afiq. He still has a lot of penalties. I think he still needs to dole out here, and a lot more official stuff that he has got to deal with here. But rest assured, it's been a fantastic day for all of us here at the eRacing GP. It's been quite the eventful race, even though things kind of got a little bit cold towards the middle, but certainly it was a dramatic way for the racing to end here. Congratulations one more time for Amigos Racing taking the overall win here and also taking the win in the pro class. And congratulations to all the other drivers as well for surviving what was been quite the round of attrition here in round number 2. So thank you so much for joining us here in the eRacing GP. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Amo. We'll see you guys later on for round number 3. So stay tuned. Keep your calendars marked, and we wish you guys all the best. So good day and good luck.